My House of Horrors Chapter 1101 to 1120. How did you receive these letters in the first place? When I came back from work, these letters were all stuck on the door. Shang Nuan's mother still did not realize the severity of the problem. She hugged the box and thought that this was a prank. At the time, I was also shocked by the number of envelopes. I wanted to ask the neighbors about it, but no one was willing to talk about it. Of course, they would not tell you because they were the ones who sent these letters to you. But why would they do that? Shang Nuan's mother's tone changed. I will go and ask them. If they really want Shang Nuan and I to leave, we can move away. Then what if they want Shang Nuan dead? Chen Ge did not touch the envelope inside the box. He asked in a very serious tone. Dead? Shang Nuan's mother sucked in a cold breath. She did not expect Chen Ge to say something so extreme. Impossible. We are neighbors. No matter how much conflict there is, it will not escalate to that stage. That is what I thought a long time ago, but after experiencing some things, my opinion has slowly changed. Human nature is complicated. Through a layer of skin, you will never know what they are thinking. Chen Ge's voice was very soft, and it sounded quite scary. Every death notice here represents a malicious intent and a curse. Shang Nuan's sudden illness probably has something to do with them. Then I will go and burn all these letters. That will not work. Chen Ge knew very well that the curse of the non-smiler would not disappear just because the letters were burned. When the letters were placed on Shang Nuan's door, the curse should have been completed already. Tonight will be a difficult night. Seeing so many letters, Chen Ge had a feeling that the chance of Shang Nuan surviving the night was not high. The red high heels had consumed the residual curses inside the ghost fetus, many doors, and her power had increased tremendously. Even under such circumstances, she could only change the handwriting on one letter. This showed how scary the curse on these letters was. The cursed hospital is too evil. They have used so many death notices to curse Shang Nuan. Even if the ghost fetus is successfully born, the body that he has spent so much effort to find will be haunted by the curse, and it will enter a very weakened state. The hospital did not care about the lives of innocent people. Perhaps in their eyes, lives were just a medium to transmit the curse, a bridge to achieve their goal. As long as he could reach the destination, it would not be a problem to trample on emotions and humanity. If the ghost fetus evil came from the inside out, it was a kind of evil that contained anger, hatred, jealousy, and so on. Then the evil of the cursed hospital was pure and did not carry any emotion. In the face of such an opponent, pure kindness had almost no chance of winning, so in order to survive, Chen Ge could only arm his kindness. Pa! Someone clapped on the first floor, and a voice-activated light lit up. It seemed like someone was walking up the stairs. Chen Ge gestured for the woman to keep quiet. 1 minute later, the old man that Chen Ge had met during the day appeared. He was carrying an empty lunchbox. Xiao Wen, I am here to return the lunchbox. Is Shang Nuan's condition better? I heard you guys smashing things from the first floor. The old man was about the same as he was during the day. He was already in his 70s, but he still gave off a sloppy vibe. He seemed to be very concerned about everything and especially liked to meddle in other people's affairs. Shang Nuan is already asleep. The woman forced a smile on her face. She accepted the lunchbox from the old man. She was about to leave when she suddenly saw an old envelope in the old man's hand. When they saw the envelope, both the woman and Chen Ge's faces turned pale. The old man was confused. What are you looking at? Old man, are you also here to deliver a letter? Chen Ge had quite a good impression of this old man. Why would I deliver a letter? He raised the envelope. When I left the house today, I saw this letter on the door. I have no idea who sent it to me, but the key problem is that I am illiterate. This is strange. In this day and age, even someone like me, who has one foot in the coffin, knows how to make a phone call, but someone still sends a letter. Quote. You still haven't opened it. Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision and confirmed that the envelope was indeed not opened. He sighed in relief. Since you are here, I wish to ask Xiao Wen to help me take a look at what's written on this letter. Before Chen Ge could say anything, the old man opened the envelope. After he took out the death notice, his face darkened. Mother of God, it appears to be from the hospital. Quick, let me take a look at it. The old man raised Shang Nuan's death notice before Chen Ge and the woman. From the looks of it, he was not faking it. Chen Ge believed that he could try to persuade the old man, but before he could say anything, the woman took the death notice from him and read the content on it honestly. Isn't this some kind of nonsense? How old is Shang Nuan? Is there some kind of mistake? The woman read the last sentence of the death notice. If he did not hand the death notice over to Shang Nuan, he would be the next one to die. The old man heard that clearly, but after hearing it, he still asked for the return of the letter. Sir, I think you'd better give me the letter. I've received so many already. I don't need one more from you. The woman did not want to drag the old man down with her. She knew that the old man did not harm her, and she was very touched by that. These people are getting more and more outrageous. They're willing to do anything. Tomorrow, I'll go and ask around to see who came up with such a wicked idea. The old man was rather angry. There's no need. You are also a victim of this residential area. Why would they vent all their anger on you? You don't have to worry about it anymore. Checking out is one thing, but now that this is such a mess, I will have to have a good talk with them tomorrow. After saying that, the old man took the letter and went downstairs. Looks like not everyone in this residential area is bad. Chen Ge looked at the old man's back. Perhaps in the world behind the door, the old man could be a breakthrough. What is the name of that old man? His surname is Huang, and he lives in room 104. He is the oldest tenant in this residential area. Mentioning the old man, the woman's expression softened. When Uncle Huang was young, he was injured at work. He had surgery on his nose and ears. After that, he worked at the hospital as a janitor and looked after the morgue. He works with dead bodies. Yes, he has worked for most of his life, but he has not saved much money. He is a good man, but he has a very stubborn temper. The woman revealed a bitter smile. He has no children, and the place he lives in is rented to him by his boss. Before this, I wanted to introduce him to an auntie, but he said that he did not want to burden the auntie, so he did not meet the auntie. This old man sure lives a carefree life. It's fine if he is not ill. Normally, I will go and take care of him, but if something serious happens to him, we will have to rely on the community. The old man did not shove the letter into the woman's hand, and this improved the woman's mood slightly. By the way, did he just call you Xiao Wen? Yes, my name is Wen Cheng, Cheng as in sunny day. Wen Cheng, Shang Nuan? Chen Ge nodded and memorized the name. Since there is still time, you should stay in the house for now. I will go and take a look at the other tenants. After exchanging a few words, Chen Ge left with the phone. He summoned Xu Yin and walked between Jin Hua apartments and Zhu Hong apartments. He entered each building to investigate, but to his surprise, there was almost no living person in these two residential areas. Where have all the tenants gone? He could not get through to the phone, and there was no answer when he knocked on the door. Chen Ge had the red specters enter their rooms to investigate, but he found nothing. All he could smell was a faded foul odor inside their rooms. As time passed, the stench in the residential area thickened, and even Chen Ge was feeling very unsettled. He stood on the roof of the residential area and looked around. Zhu Hong apartments and Jin Hua apartments appeared to be moving further and further away from the lights around them. It was like the whole residential area was sliding down the abyss. It was a very strange feeling. This residential area itself has a big problem. The ghost fetus must have set up something here. Chen Ge had crossed paths with the shadow before. With the shadow's personality, he would definitely leave behind many trump cards to ensure the smooth implementation of his plan. Since those trump cards had not been exposed, it could only mean that the ghost fetus had not been forced to the point where he needed to expose himself. Time flew. To prevent any accidents, after Chen Ge walked around the two residential areas, he immediately returned to Shang Nuan's home. How did it go? I didn't see anyone, and I couldn't get through to any of the phones. I have a feeling that something bad will happen tonight. Your neighbors appear to be planning something. Chen Ge released the white cat from the bag and closed the front door. Don't worry, I will not stay here overnight. If there is nothing strange after 1 a.m., I will leave immediately. At this point, the woman found it hard to reject him. He placed all the envelopes inside the box and planned to burn them outside the residential area the next morning. Do you want to eat something? It's fine. I do not have the habit of eating at other people's homes. Chen Ge had entered a state of high alert. He knew that the blood door would appear next to Shang Nuan's bed, and the people from the cursed hospital would definitely come to fight for this door. At 11:30 p.m., the sound of footsteps appeared in the corridor. The sound became louder and louder. People were coming up the stairs, and people were coming down the stairs. However, when Chen Ge leaned on the peephole and looked out, there was no one in the corridor. They're here. At 11:50 p.m., the lights in the room flickered several times before going off without any warning. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Tripped? I'll go take a look. Don't move. Stay where you are. Do not get close to the window or the door. Chen Ge shouted. He used his yin-yang vision to look into Shang Nuan's room. The child was still lying in bed, and he appeared to be fast asleep. Giving up on the living room, Chen Ge and the woman all moved into Shang Nuan's bedroom. At 11:55 p.m., the sound of knocking came from the living room. Both the woman and Chen Ge became nervous. Thankfully, you stayed behind tonight, or else I would have been quite afraid on my own. Listening to the mechanical knocking, the woman felt a chill run down her spine. Should we go to the door to take a look? Just stand behind me and don't go anywhere. Chen Ge had no idea how scary the cursed hospital was. The only thing he could do was be as careful as he could. After the knocking continued for a while, a child's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Shang Nuan, my name is Ni Xin. I'm here to take you home. Who is Ni Xin? The woman asked softly. A dead man. Chen Ge stared closely at the living room door. At 11:59 p.m., the anti-theft door made a strange sound. As the spring turned, the originally locked door opened on its own. The steel door was slowly pushed open, and outside the living room was the deserted corridor. The door is open. Why would they have the key to my home? Shang Nuan's mother heard the sound. Her heart was pounding. She could not imagine what would have happened if she had walked over earlier. Quiet. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes as he stared at the darkness before him. Something was approaching from the corridor. There was only a living room between them. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The ticking of the clock sounded like drops of blood dripping to the ground. When midnight arrived, a door that was completely covered in blood silently appeared next to Shang Nuan's bed. This was a real blood door. The smell of blood that radiated from it was thicker than any door that Chen Ge had encountered before. Endless blood vessels and curses crawled around the room. The footsteps in the corridor suddenly sped up. Chen Ge took out the hammer from his backpack. He focused all his attention on the corridor. But at that moment, a woman's scream suddenly came from behind Chen Ge. Shang Nuan, Shang Nuan, quote. Chen Ge turned back to look. Shang Nuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, had disappeared, and the blood door that stood next to his bed had been pushed open. Shang Nuan has entered it. This door is not a fictional nightmare. This is Shang Nuan's own door. Quote. The moment Shang Nuan entered the door, the woman did not even think before she followed suit. Now Chen Ge had no other choice. He grabbed the backpack, picked up the white tiger, and turned to walk through the blood door. He tried to close the door, but before his hand could touch the door that was covered in blood, his body was swallowed by the blood. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Ge looked around. He realized that he was still inside Shang Nuan's home. The layout of the room had not changed much, but most of the furniture in the room had been damaged, and there were signs of being smashed everywhere. So, this is the world behind Shang Nuan's door. It is no different from reality. In fact, even the foul odor has disappeared. Quote. This place was more like reality than reality. After coming to this conclusion, Chen Ge suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had no idea why. Picking up the backpack, Chen Ge tried to call for his employees, but there was no response. He turned to look beside him. The white cat was lying on its side on the ground. It was not moving, and it appeared to have lost all signs of life. Did something happen to it when it entered the blood door? Chen Ge's eyes reddened instantly. He picked up the white cat immediately. The warmth that came from the tip of his fingers made Chen Ge feel like something was wrong. He shook the cat several times, and it was only then that the white cat meowed with dissatisfaction. You know how to play dead. Is that a skill that a cat should know? Quote. Putting down the white cat, Chen Ge sighed in relief. He picked up the backpack and prepared to inspect the room. Once he pushed open the door to Shang Nuan's bedroom, Chen Ge was stunned. Shang Nuan's mother was currently sleeping in bed. Should I wake her up? Chen Ge walked into the bedroom. He looked at the woman's face, and another question appeared in his mind. Is this woman Shang Nuan's mother or not? Is she inside the door or outside the door? Quote. Hey, wake up. Quote. Slowly opening her eyes, the woman sat up in bed. Where's Shang Nuan? Calm down first. Do you still remember who I am? Chen Ge silently put down the hammer. Chen Ge, where was the first time we met? The dam at Eastern Zhujiang Dam. What's wrong with you? Shang Nuan has disappeared. We need to go and find him. The woman was very anxious, but Chen Ge did not move from where he was. After I said those two words, Shang Nuan stopped crying. I did not catch that clearly. I think it was ghost fetus. One last question. Why would I want to kill Shang Nuan? Chen Ge stared at the woman's face. His last question scared the woman. You want to kill Shang Nuan? Looks like you are not the monster behind the door in disguise. The woman's expression was normal. Chen Ge did not explain why he would ask those questions. He turned to walk out of the bedroom and first checked the living room door. The door was closed. There were only him and Shang Nuan's mother in the room. When I entered the other children's worlds, there would be a black iron door that reeked of disinfectant behind me, but after I entered this door, I did not see that black iron door. What happened between the moment I entered the blood door and the moment I opened my eyes? Chen Ge was thinking silently when the woman's voice suddenly came from beside him. How did I suddenly fall asleep? Where is Shang Nuan? I can vaguely remember him entering a door, and then I followed him into it. The woman held her head. She really could not remember what happened after that. You sure have a big heart. Only the dead and those who are about to die will enter that door. Doesn't that mean my son is about to die? Are those death notices real? The woman became agitated again. It was clear that she was worried about Shang Nuan. Don't worry about Shang Nuan. Let me help you sort out the logical sequence. If we want to find Shang Nuan, we need to ensure our own survival first, right? If we die, does that mean the chance of Shang Nuan surviving alone will decrease as well? Chen Ge wanted to make things clear with the woman first. Otherwise, if she did something impulsive and caused both of them to be in danger, it would be terrible. Yes, only by staying alive will we be able to find Shang Nuan. To ensure that we are able to survive, you have to listen to me from now on. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions. Chen Ge's voice was very soft. This world is different from real life. You can think of this place as Shang Nuan's nightmare. Nightmare. Even though it's a nightmare, if you die here, you'll really be dead. Chen Ge gave the woman a simple science about the world behind the door. But I feel that this place is no different from reality. When we see the difference, we'll be in danger. Chen Ge stood inside the room and swung the hammer. He realized that he had exhausted a lot of energy behind the door. Even the slightest movement would cause him to gasp for air. It felt like something was crawling on his back to absorb his energy. This place is so dangerous. What should Shang Nuan do alone? I know you want to save Shang Nuan, but you have to remember this. Only by protecting your own life will you be able to save Shang Nuan. I will not repeat this in the future, but I hope you will remember it. Chen Ge took a deep breath. Other than that, I have to tell you one more thing. If we run into danger, if I can save you, I will, but if I cannot, I will choose to leave on my own. Chen Ge was being very practical. After the woman heard that, she nodded. She told Chen Ge softly, "Thank you. I am actually very touched that you were willing to follow me and Shang Nuan into the door. Because of Shang Nuan, I have dragged you into this. I am so sorry." Quote. Hearing the woman say that, it was Chen Ge who did not know how to respond. The woman appeared to have some kind of misunderstanding. She had treated Chen Ge as an innocent bystander who had been dragged into this mess. Let's stop this topic here. Even though the world behind the door is dangerous, it is not a dead end. You know Shang Nuan very well, and you are familiar with all of Shang Nuan's memories. That is very beneficial to us. The world behind the door was weaved from the door pusher's memory. Exploring the world behind the door was to interpret the door pusher's experience of despair. This time, Chen Ge had the help of Shang Nuan's mother, so he believed that he should be able to avoid most of the danger. We will start our exploration from this room first. Look around and see if there are any places that are different from real life. After saying that, Chen Ge walked out from the bedroom. He rummaged through every item in his backpack and discovered two strange things. The bloody and despairing diary entries in Zhang Ya's storybook had disappeared. Only the last diary entry remained. The other thing was related to the red high heels. All the other items were covered in a layer of dust, but the red high heels were an exception. On the surface of the red high heels, there were faint black patterns that were gathering. The restriction on the red high heels behind this door is very weak. Could it be because she has consumed too many of the ghost fetus curses? The ghost fetus had chosen 9 children in total, and most of the curses behind half of the children's doors had been consumed by the red high heels. Especially behind Ying Tong's door, her power had been greatly enhanced. That is the only good news for now. Chen Ge was about to explore other places when Shang Nuan's mother's voice suddenly came from the bedroom. Chen Ge, the chopsticks that I placed under Shang Nuan's bed have all disappeared. Quote. Hearing the voice, Chen Ge ran into the bedroom. He saw Wen Qing squatting down beside Shang Nuan's bed. She pulled back the bedsheet, and there was nothing under the bed. What do those chopsticks represent to Shang Nuan? I have no idea. The child cannot communicate with others, and he does not know how to express himself. It is like he has been living in a world that only belongs to him. Other than the chopsticks, have you discovered anything else? Chen Ge picked up the white cat and took out the medical records from the cursed hospital from his backpack. He wanted the white cat to memorize the smell of this paper, but the white cat did not show any reaction. The death notices for Shang Nuan have disappeared as well, and the school bag that I bought for Shang Nuan. School bag. Yes. When I first brought Shang Nuan to Peiji school, I bought him a school bag. That day, I thought that everything would be fine. Looks like the school bag might represent something beautiful, but what do the chopsticks represent? Why are these two things missing inside the house? Quote. He thought about it for a long time, but there was no answer. In the end, Chen Ge gave up. He inspected the house carefully and found the key to the front door and a fruit knife inside the house. Chen Ge shoved the key into his pocket and handed the knife to Wen Qing. Take this to protect yourself. Other than the knife and the key, Chen Ge did not find any clues left behind by Shang Nuan, and he did not find anything related to the cursed hospital. The non-smilers must have entered the world behind the door as well. They might have appeared somewhere else. If only I could find them earlier. All specters would be bound by the world behind the door. The people from the cursed hospital were either unable to appear or had lost most of their power. They were not much different from Chen Ge, so now was the perfect time to kill them. This room should be safe. Next, we will go outside. Follow behind me. No matter what you see, do not say anything. Understood. Chen Ge carried the backpack. He did not leave through the living room door directly but walked to the window to pull back the curtain. The scene before him was extremely scary. The buildings were twisted, and they were entangled with each other. Their surface was mottled like they were filled with scars that were slowly healing. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ge looked further away. The few buildings were all wrapped in thick black fog like they had fallen into a black ocean. The windows can be opened. If we want to go to other rooms, we do not have to go through the door. But the area outside the building should be very dangerous. There appears to be something very scary hidden inside the black fog. Quote. Chen Ge could not tell what was hidden inside the black fog. The presence that the thing gave off was different from a specter, but it could trigger the most basic fear in a person's heart. Are they the monsters that originally lived behind the door? He pulled back the curtain. After a long time, the feeling of fear finally disappeared. This place is too strange. Chen Ge called Wen Qing, and the two of them came to the living room door. When the white cat, who had been playing dead, saw that Chen Ge was about to leave, it quickly came back to life. He opened the anti-theft door. Just as the iron door opened a gap, Chen Ge was hit by a pungent stench. He had a feeling that the stench that had troubled him for a long time was coming from this residential area. Pushing the door open a third of the way, Chen Ge walked out first. There were all kinds of trash in the corridor. The ground was covered in black stains and not so obvious blood stains. Yellowed flyers were pasted on the wall. The flyers were filled with insults about Wenqing. However, unlike real life, the black and white picture on the flyers was no longer of Wenqing but of a headless woman. The whole corridor was covered with flyers about the headless woman. Just looking at them was enough to make one's skin crawl. The sound of a sharp intake of breath came from behind Chen Ge. Wenqing's face was pale, and her eyes were glued to the flyers on the wall. Making a shushing gesture, Chen Ge slowly took several steps forward. The stench was thick in the corridor, and it was rather damp. Occasionally, something would fall from the ceiling. It looked like a small spider or a catkin. He could feel it, but he could not see what it was that had landed on him. Every door has a number written on it. Shang Nuan's home is still room 401, so for now, this place should be the 4th floor of Building A. Behind the door, the buildings of Ju Hong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments were all twisted together. The first thing that Chen Ge needed to do was to reconfirm his location. 401, 402, when Chen Ge reached room 405, he suddenly stopped moving. There were many black trash bags placed on both sides of the door. Most of the stench in the corridor came from these trash bags. Chen Ge silently walked to the trash bags. He opened one of them and saw that it was filled with blood-stained bandages and toilet paper. There were also a large number of broken needles. Why are there so many broken needles? He was about to open the other trash bags to take a look when the door to room 405 suddenly creaked open. The iron door was open from the inside. A tall and rotund middle-aged woman appeared at the door carrying a black plastic bag. Her body was covered in fat, and her face was covered in heavy makeup. Her hands were covered in bandages, and there were oil stains on her fingertips. She was covered in the thick smell of cheap perfume, and the smell almost covered up the stench that came from the black trash bags. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged woman's voice was rather scary to hear. "I'm sorry, but my cat is quite mischievous. It likes to scratch things everywhere." Chen Ge picked up the white cat, and his eyes skipped over the middle-aged woman at the same time to look into the interior of room 405. The whole room was painted pink, and there were bloody needles and threads on the floor. The television screen reflected the shadow of a boy on the sofa. The boy looked very weak. His waist was covered by a thin quilt, and it was worth noting that the middle of the quilt was dyed red with blood. "Why are you keeping it if it doesn't listen to you? I hate these little things the most." The woman tossed the trash bag that she was holding next to the door. Then she returned to the room and closed the door. "That woman looks so scary," Wenqing whispered, "but I am quite familiar with her face. She looks quite similar to the tenant of room 405 in real life. She should be the tenant of room 405, but her face has been distorted by the door." Chen Ge lowered his voice. He had only opened the black plastic bags for a few seconds, and the middle-aged woman had opened the front door to toss the trash out. This meant that she had been standing at the front door at the time and had heard the commotion outside. "If it is really her, then perhaps we can ask her for help. Is that woman trustworthy?" In real life, the tenant of room 405 is a woman who lives alone. She is small in stature and does not like to talk much, but she has a good temper, especially toward children. She not only does not dislike Shang Nuan, she would often actively approach Shang Nuan to talk to him and make him happy. "You have been tricked by her. The tenant of room 405 is probably a human trafficker." Chen Ge lowered his voice even further. He whispered into Wenqing's ear. When she opened the door earlier, her television screen reflected the sofa, and there was a boy with a pale face lying on the sofa. "A boy. Is it Shang Nuan?" Quote, "He is slightly older than Shang Nuan, and his face is completely different." "It is not Shang Nuan. Then how do you know she is a human trafficker?" Wenqing was having a hard time accepting the fact that her neighbor was a human trafficker. "The boy's waist is covered by a blanket, and the blanket is falling down. The key thing is that the middle of the blanket is soaked in blood, and the blood is still spreading. It is obvious that the blood is coming from the inside. He is injured." "He is not injured. His legs have been amputated, and the bleeding has not stopped." Chen Ge's words caused the hair on Wenqing's body to stand on end. In real life, these people hide themselves under human skin, but behind the door, they will expose their real appearance. We have to be careful, or else we will die a very painful death. After leaving room 405, Wen Qing's face was still pale. Her eyes would occasionally wander to the black plastic bags at the front door of room 405. Chen Ge, I am very worried about Shang Nuan. There is no point in worrying. We should go and find Uncle Huang on the first floor now. He should be the only person in this residential area who is willing to help us. Chen Ge's mind was very clear. His will was like steel, and he was rarely affected by external factors. Chen Ge and Wen Qing decided to go to the first floor to look for Uncle Huang. They walked down the eerie corridor and reached the staircase. The red iron banister had the marks of a child's hand on it. The staircase twisted downward, and the steps were covered in black and red liquid. It felt sticky when stepped on. The windows in the staircase were sealed shut by wooden boards, and nails as long as half a finger were exposed. If one was not careful, it would cut through one's skin. This place is disgusting. Wen Qing was in a hurry to find Shang Nuan, but even so, when she saw the staircase before them, she frowned. It feels like someone is constantly dragging a large amount of trash up and down the stairs, and as they move, it leaks. You are too naive. What kind of trash can form this kind of black and red mucus on the ground? Then, how do you think this is formed? Wen Qing picked up the white cat. She seemed to be afraid that the white cat would step on the disgusting black and red liquid. Heavily injured people and bleeding bodies can form a red mucus. When the blood coagulates, it will slowly turn into this color. Chen Ge looked at the marks on the ground, and for some reason, he was reminded of something that had happened a long time ago. When the door inside the toilet cubicle at the haunted house first showed some kind of anomaly, Chen Ge had heard the sound of something heavy being dragged through the door, and the image appeared in his mind. A strange monster with a face that could not be seen was using some kind of tool to drag a dead body down the corridor and down the staircase. This place is getting weirder and weirder. We should go to the third floor first. Be careful. Chen Ge carried his backpack, and his nerves were taut. Turning the corner, when Chen Ge reached the third floor, he heard a strange sound. Creak, creak, a door was opened and closed again and again. There is no wind in the corridor, and the windows in the staircase are sealed shut. The door is not moving on its own. Someone is opening and closing it. He turned to look down the third floor corridor. At the end of the dark corridor, a door was swinging back and forth, giving off a rather shrill sound. Should we go take a look? Let's look for Uncle Huang first. Before we achieve our goal, we shouldn't cause any unnecessary problems, lest an uncontrollable accident occurs. As soon as Chen Ge said that, the sound of the door opening and closing disappeared. He turned his head and saw a little boy's face poking out from the room at the end of the corridor. The child's neck was longer than a normal person's. His head poked out of the room, and his eyes stared straight at Chen Ge and Wen Qing. He seems to have noticed us. Wen Qing hugged the white cat. That child's gaze is so scary. Ignore him. Let's go to the first floor first. Chen Ge was about to drag Wen Qing down the stairs when the strange child ran out from behind the door. He didn't say anything. He just stared at Chen Ge and Wen Qing. We don't need to care about him. Wen Qing and Chen Ge walked down, and so did the child. Knowing that he couldn't get rid of them, Chen Ge finally gave up. He stopped moving and gripped the backpack tightly. He was ready to pull out the hammer at any moment. What is your name? His fingers were clenched so tightly that they were white, and the veins on the back of his hands were visible. Even so, Chen Ge's voice was as calm and gentle as ever. My name is Wu Yu. Are you here to look for someone? The boy's voice sounded strange. It gave off an unnatural feeling, like he was trying to imitate someone's intonation. He can communicate. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had thought that the boy was an idiot. After all, he kept making noises at such a dangerous place. That was no different from seeking death. Yes, we're here to look for someone. Wen Qing was too worried about Shang Nuan that she blurted out. Are you looking for a little boy? Yes, that's right. Wen Qing's mother's voice got louder. She wanted to know Shang Nuan's whereabouts. The boy is not tall, and he looks cute. I've seen him before. Before Wen Qing finished, Wu Yu said with certainty, he went downstairs. Went downstairs? How do you know he went downstairs? Did you see him with your own eyes? Wen Qing wanted to double-check. Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. Wu Yu did not appear to be lying. Wen Qing hesitated for a moment before turning to Chen Ge. Should we hurry downstairs? If we go now, we might be able to catch up to Shang Nuan. Okay. Chen Ge had a feeling that there was something wrong with Wu Yu. He did not want to stay there any longer. He dragged Wen Qing down the stairs. Wait a minute, the boy did not come down from here. Wu Yu followed them again. Then, where did he come down from? From the window. Wu Yu pointed at the sealed window in the corridor. With a snap, he came down the stairs. Wu Yu laughed like he was sucking in air. He danced with joy. I was sitting at home, and the window was open. Just like that, he swooshed down the stairs. What are you talking about? Wen Qing's face was pale. If not for Chen Ge holding her back, she would have reached out to punch the strange boy before her. There's no need to rush. Chen Ge stood between Wu Yu and Wen Qing. The boy lives in the room at the end of the corridor. That is room 301, and the roof of the building is room 401, which is your home. So, theoretically speaking, what he said might be true. Shang Nuan would never do something like that. Wen Qing said with certainty. I know, so we'd better go to his home to take a look. Chen Ge stared at Wu Yu after saying that. If possible, he wanted to go to every room to take a look. It's true. I really saw it with my own eyes. I never lie. Wu Yu let out that creepy laugh again. Are your parents home? Can we go to your home to take a look? Chen Ge asked softly. My parents do not allow strangers into their house, but they are not home now. I can sneak you there. Wu Yu turned and walked down the third-floor corridor. Looking at his back, Chen Ge and Wen Qing finally realized that Wu Yu's gait was very strange. His legs were of different lengths, and his body was very uncoordinated. After Wu Yu walked a distance away, Chen Ge whispered to Wen Qing, do you remember anyone who looks like Wu Yu? There are quite a lot of children in our residential area, so I did not pay much attention to them. Furthermore, his face looks so strange that I do not even dare to take a second look at it. Wu Yu's appearance gave off an indescribably strange feeling. He had normal facial features, but when they were pieced together, it gave off a very strange feeling. Come here. Wu Yu waved at Chen Ge and Wen Qing. He led the two adults to his home. The small room was painted in black and white. There were toys, paintbrushes, and many newspapers on the ground. The boy appeared to be home alone. This is where I saw him go down the stairs. Wu Yu pointed at the living room window. At that moment, the window had been closed, and the curtains were drawn tightly. Do you want to go take a look? After he came down from here, his body has been on the ground. Quote. Don't go there yet. Chen Ge pulled Wen Qing back and closed the front door. Wu Yu, this is your home. It is not our place to touch your things. Why don't you go and pull back the curtains for us to take a look? He came down the stairs with his head facing down. When he passed my window, he even waved at me. Stop it. Wen Qing could not take it anymore. She walked across the living room to the window and pulled back the curtains. The glass window was covered with pictures of various boys. They were painted with different expressions, and the scariest thing was that each boy's face was covered in wounds. They looked scary. Is that him? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wu Yu pointed at one of the boys, and there was a happy smile on his face. Madman. Wen Qing was spooked by the faces of the boys. It took her a long time to recover. She forced herself to look at all the faces of the boys, but Shang Nuan's face was not among them. Chen Ge, let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Wen Qing crossed her arms. She felt a chill run down her spine like there were many pairs of eyes staring at her from behind. Isn't he the boy that you're looking for? The smile on Wu Yu's face disappeared. He tore down one of the pictures that was stuck on the window and showed it to Wen Qing. It's him, it's him. I can't forget this face for a long time. When he came down the stairs, he waved at me. Quote. Fear flashed across Wen Qing's face. She took a step back. Chen Ge, let's go. There's no need to rush. Chen Ge used yin-yang vision to scan the pictures on the window. He reached out and tore down one of the pictures. Wu Yu, where did you see this boy? I can't remember. Perhaps it was inside the trash bag, or maybe it was in the sewer, or maybe it was under the table or inside the cupboard. I can't remember anymore. There are too many of them. There are too many of them. The expression on Wu Yu's face became scarier and scarier. His body was elongating. Have you seen this face in room 405 before? The picture that Chen Ge was holding was of a boy who had lost both of his legs. He was trying his best to crawl in a certain direction like he was trying to escape. The boy in the picture reminded Chen Ge of the boy inside room 405. Upon closer inspection, the boy in the picture did look similar to that boy. 405. Auntie Ding. This boy seems to have gone up the stairs with her. Oh right. At the time, the boy still had legs. Wu Yu's words revealed a very cruel message. Initially, the boy was normal, but later, the boy in Wu Yu's picture lost both of his legs, and the boy that Chen Ge saw at room 405 had lost everything below his thighs. Try to think back. Did the boy tell you anything? He asked me to save him. He said that he missed home. No, he didn't say anything, and I didn't hear anything. He didn't tell me anything. I don't know anything. Quote. Then can you tell me about Auntie Ding? Auntie Ding is a good mother. She cooks brown sugar water for me. She loves children very much. She only gets angry at bad children. Auntie Ding doesn't allow me to lie. Auntie Ding even buys me toys. Auntie Ding is even better than my mother. Wu Yu seemed to be memorizing it by rote. Without any emotion, he hurriedly spouted out a long list of words. This surprised both Chen Ge and Wen Qing. Auntie Ding doesn't allow the children to go out alone at night. The children can only go out at night when they are carried by Auntie Ding. Auntie Ding likes to spend time with the children the most. Wu Yu kept repeating these words, and he spoke faster and faster. The boy's picture on the window started to rustle like every piece of paper was trying to fall off the window. Chen Ge, let's go. This boy is too scary. Wen Qing was spooked. She kept urging Chen Ge, but Chen Ge managed to calm down. I think I understand now. There is a connection between the tenants of this building. The reason why Wu Yu became like this is probably because he saw something about Auntie Ding, and he was scared out of his wits by Auntie Ding. Quote. Chen Ge had no idea what had happened in real life, but from the information that he had obtained behind the door, that should be the truth. Chen Ge did not leave. He voluntarily walked to stand before Wu Yu and placed his hands on Wu Yu's shoulders. Don't think about that person. She is not here. There are only the few of us in this room. There are only the few of us. After saying so much, Wu Yu slowly returned to normal. He pasted the torn picture back on the window and then closed the curtains. Those who did not know would not have noticed the problem. Wu Yu, when will your parents come back? Did they know what happened to the children on the window? Quote. My parents haven't been home for a long time. I've been opening the door to wait for them. What did they plan to do when they left home for the last time? I don't know. The neighbors say that my parents left because I like to lie too much. They can't stand me anymore. Wu Yu had a strange smile on his face. I have never lied before, but they all say that I am a liar. They say that everything that comes out of my mouth is full of lies. Thankfully, the adults all know that you are a liar, or else you would not have survived until now. Chen Ge could not see through Wu Yu, but he had a feeling that the boy was very clever. He wanted to cooperate with Wu Yu, but he could not figure out Wu Yu's real thoughts. After giving it some thought, Chen Ge decided to leave. Temporarily, Wu Yu is not trustworthy. You should continue to wait for your parents here. We might meet again tonight. After exiting Wu Yu's home, Chen Ge was about to tell Wen Qing something when the front door opposite room 301 was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man with messy hair poked his head out. His expression was dark as he stared in the direction of room 301. Then he whispered to Chen Ge, "Stay away from that boy, he will get you killed." Why? When Chen Ge entered the room, he closed the front door behind him. Unless the man was leaning against Wu Yu's door to eavesdrop, he should not have heard what Wu Yu had said inside the room. That boy is not normal. His parents died because of him. You'd better not talk to him anymore. The middle-aged man was about to close the door when he said that, but Chen Ge used this opportunity to sneak a peek into the man's room. The heavy smell of alcohol covered up the stench. The room was very messy. Various trash and clothes littered the sofa, and the walls were covered with pictures of scantily clad women. Bang! The door closed, and Chen Ge signaled for Wen Qing to leave the third floor. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that man? Quote. A married man would not have those kinds of pictures all over his room, but if he is not married, then why are there so many women's underwear on his sofa? Female underwear. Wen Qing did not notice those details. It was only after she heard Chen Ge's reminder that she started to feel afraid. He is a pervert who steals underwear. Wu Yu should have seen his secret as well. That is why he came out to stop us after he found out that we were in contact with Wu Yu. Chen Ge and Wen Qing stood in the corridor. Both of them spoke so softly that only the other could hear them. What worries me the most is not the man stealing the underwear but what he said. Wu Yu kept the door open, waiting for his parents to come home. This means that he thought his family was just going out, but the middle-aged man said that Wu Yu's parents were killed by Wu Yu. Quote. You mean to say that it was the middle-aged man who killed Wu Yu's parents? Wen Qing had been following Chen Ge for a long time, and her way of thinking had slowly become similar to Chen Ge's. I believe it was done by many people. No one is the direct killer, but everyone is related to the death of Wu Yu's parents. After meeting the three tenants, Chen Ge realized that this building had its own rules, and the tenants had agreed to it. If anyone tried to break the rules, they would be targeted by everyone. When a person witnesses a murder and they do not cooperate with the police, they will be considered as an accomplice. Based on what you said, I feel sorry for Wu Yu. After we find Shang Nguyen, how about we bring him away with us? Wen Qing was a kind woman, but kindness was the most useless thing to the original tenants behind the door. To survive in this place, the first thing they had to abandon was the kindness in human nature. Let's find Shang Nguyen first. Following the stairs to the second floor, Chen Ge and Wen Qing both stopped moving. An old lady stood on the eerie second-floor corridor. She was holding a stained porcelain bowl in her hands. There were some coins and leftovers inside the bowl. The old lady was originally standing outside one of the doors. She was trying to turn the doorknob, but no matter how hard she tried, the door would not budge. When Chen Ge passed by, the old lady saw him and turned to walk toward him. The dirty hands waved before Chen Ge. She held the bowl, and the sound of gurgling came from her lips. It was quite creepy to hear. Grandma Li. Wen Qing recognized the old woman in front of her. When she saw the old lady's appearance, she was very surprised. You know her? From your district? Quote. She used to be, but her son said she got lost. He hasn't seen her in years. Wen Qing's eyes were full of surprise. That old lady lives a very delicate life. Her hair is neatly combed, and her clothes are not wrinkled at all. She often takes care of the flowers and plants in the garden alone. Could it be that her son didn't want to take care of her and abandoned her? That's his mother, not an item. How can he just throw it away like that? Don't overestimate human nature. When I saw the news the other day, I saw a man burying his paralyzed mother alive. Even novels don't dare to write that. Chen Ge and Wen Qing stood where they were. The old lady's mind seemed to have been greatly stimulated. She was crazy and could not communicate. She kept pushing the bowl toward Chen Ge. Are you hungry? Chen Ge did not mind the old lady's dirty clothes. He walked to the old lady's side and asked, do you need me to take you home? Through Wen Qing's simple description, Chen Ge felt that this crazy old lady was a good person, and someone that he could work with. The old lady did not seem to be able to form a complete sentence. She anxiously pushed the bowl toward Chen Ge, and a strange sound came from her throat. Chen Ge took out some change from his pocket and dropped it into the old lady's bowl, but the old lady still stubbornly raised the bowl. Her hands kept gesturing something. She did not want money but something else. The old lady made quite a commotion. After about 10 seconds of stalemate, the door to room 206 on the second floor that was closest to the stairs opened. It's you again. It was a young man who opened the door. He was wearing headphones, and his face was pale like he had not seen the sun for a long time. I just chased you out. Why did you come back? He looked at the dirty old man with disgust. He walked out from the room and pulled Chen Ge and the old man away from each other. Don't let this old woman get close to you, or else she'll keep following you around like a ghost. She's so annoying. The young man in room 206 was the most normal person that Chen Ge had seen so far behind the door. Be it his tone of voice or his physical appearance, he was no different from the normal person outside the door. Xiao Sun. Wen Qing recognized the young man, but the young man did not recognize her. Who are you? Never mind, I have no interest in knowing. Be quiet, I'm recording a song inside. The young man closed the door after saying that. That young man is the old lady's family. Chen Ge asked softly. No, Granny Li lives in room 205. Her son looks very scary, and he does not look like Granny Li at all. Then who is Xiao Sun? He gives me a different vibe from the other tenants. Chen Ge looked at room 206. As the number of tenants he interacted with increased, the confusion in his heart grew. This was the world behind Shang Nuan's door. What kind of relationship did these people have with Shang Nuan? Xiao Sun is a university student. He likes to sing, and he once rented a room at Jinhua Apartments 206 for a period of time. At the time, he paid half a year's rent in one go, but he left after the second month. He did not even ask for the deposit. Many things in the room were left uncleaned, and the landlord complained to me for a long time. Quote, what is your impression of Xiao Sun? He rarely leaves his room, and he does not go to class. He is a man of few words. Occasionally, he will go to the supermarket to buy daily necessities and food. In my mind, he is just a normal otaku. A very normal otaku. He mysteriously disappeared after staying at your residential area for 2 months. When the door was opened, Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to scan the interior of room 206. He noticed several cracks on the walls of room 206, and the paint was peeling. The interior of room 206 was poorly decorated. How could he have mysteriously disappeared? Perhaps he was in an emergency and did not have the time to inform the landlord. By the way, I heard from the landlord that the room that Xiao Sun used to stay in was very messy. There were mountains of trash, and the furniture was broken. Perhaps he was worried that he would have to compensate the landlord, so he snuck away. Quote, if a sheep lives with a pack of wolves, what do you think will happen to the sheep? What are you trying to say? If he did not turn into a wolf, then he will be eaten by the wolves. When everyone is an accomplice, if you do not want to be an accomplice, then you can only be the victim. Quote, Granny Li heard everything that Chen Ge said. Interestingly enough, the agitated Granny Li's movements started to slow down. She seemed to understand what Chen Ge was saying. Granny Li's reaction was within Chen Ge's expectations. He had discussed Xiao Sun in front of Granny Li because he wanted to test her. It was very difficult to survive in the world behind the door. Every person had to have a reason not to be killed. Wu Yu was a great liar, Granny Li was crazy, and Xiao Sun looked the most normal. Therefore, Chen Ge's situation was the most dangerous. Of course, if he had already compromised, then it would be a different story. The hands that held the porcelain bowl were shaking. Granny Li could not speak. She stopped her strange movements and followed behind Chen Ge. She did not want to leave. Everything was as Xiao Sun had said. Granny Li was like a ghost, and she did not want to leave no matter what. Xiao Sun should have experienced something like this before. If I am not mistaken, Granny Li is actually reminding him, or rather, she is using this method to ask Xiao Sun for help. Chen Ge was curious why Granny Li could not speak. Based on Wen Qing's memory, there should be nothing wrong with this old lady's voice. Is it because she cannot say it? Or is she afraid to say it? They did not stay on the second floor. Chen Ge, Wen Qing, and Granny Li, who followed behind them, went to the first floor together. Uncle Huang lives in room 104. Only 3 rooms on the first floor are occupied. The other 3 rooms have been converted into storage and storage. Wen Qing also believed that Uncle Huang could be trusted, so she was even more anxious than Chen Ge. She ran to the door of room 104 and knocked on it. When Wen Qing knocked on the door, Chen Ge studied the corridor on the first floor. Different from the world behind Ying Tong's door, the interior of this building did not have an infinite loop. The exit of the staircase was right before their eyes, but there was a rusted iron door that was locked. If they wanted to leave, they would have to have the key to open it. The exit door is locked. If Shang Nuan does not have the key, he should still be inside this building. But what if the key is with Shang Nuan? It had been some time since Chen Ge entered the door, but he still had no clue. He could not see Shang Nuan's despair. All he could see was the despair of others, and Shang Nuan felt more like a bystander. The corridor on the first floor has the most blood stains. The black stains have seeped into the tiles, and there are patterns that look like blood vessels on the walls. This floor might be more dangerous than the floors above. While Chen Ge was thinking, the door to room 104 was pushed open, and then Chen Ge heard Wenqing gasp. What's wrong? Chen Ge turned back to look, and he was given quite a fright. The iron door to room 104 was pushed open, and an old man with a hunched back stood behind the door. He was very short, and there seemed to be something weighing down on his back. If that was all, Chen Ge would not have even frowned, but the scariest thing was the old man's face. The face that was full of wrinkles was covered in bite marks, and the bite marks were of different depths, and the teeth marks were different as well. It appeared like they were created by different people. Uncle Huang, Chen Ge asked with uncertainty. He forced himself to act normal. My surname is Huang. How can I help you? The old man walked out of the room with his back hunched. An indescribable stench of foul odor drifted out from his room. Uncle Huang, I am Wenqing. Wenqing's brows were tightly creased, and she forced herself to say this. Wenqing, don't you remember me? I often bring you food. One time, you were sick, and I even took you to the hospital. I have been taking care of you every day. None of the things that Wenqing had told Chen Ge before this. I am sorry, but I am too old to remember certain things. Are you one of the tenants here as well? The old man's face was filled with confusion. His body appeared to be very weak, and he would cough every few words. Of course, I live here. Uncle Huang, we wish to ask you something. Chen Ge stopped Wenqing decisively. He did not allow Wenqing to continue. Actually, he had already noticed that something was wrong. No one behind the door appeared to know Wenqing. This person who was the most important to Shang Nuan was a complete blank in the world behind the door. The flyers that insulted Wenqing on the wall did not have Wenqing's face. They had turned into headless pictures. Earlier, Xiao Sun had no memory of Wenqing, and now Uncle Huang also had no memory of Wenqing. This was definitely not a coincidence. It was Shang Nuan who pushed the door open. Chen Ge felt like Shang Nuan was purposely protecting Wenqing. He did not want Wenqing to have any connection with the world behind the door. Even if he had fallen into the abyss, Wenqing was still the same Wenqing that he knew in the human world. That is not a bad idea, but he probably did not expect that Wenqing would follow him into the world behind the door. Chen Ge did not say that out loud. He was only thinking about it in his heart. The most important thing now was to figure out whether Uncle Huang was a friend or a foe. What do you wish to know? The old man's physical condition was very poor. His hand held the door, and his back was hunched even more. Uncle Huang, has anyone left through this door before? I don't think so. Recently, the outside world has been quite chaotic. The landlord has added a lock to the door, and the key is with the landlord. If we wish to leave, we will have to find the landlord. Uncle Huang's short sentence revealed a lot of information. The outside world was quite chaotic, which meant that they knew about the situation in the other buildings. This residential area was a whole, and there would be connections between the buildings. The lock was added by the landlord. If Chen Ge wanted to leave, he would have to find the key from the landlord first. In the end, Chen Ge managed to understand one thing from the old man's words. At least in this building, the landlord was a very important person, but Chen Ge had completely forgotten about this person before. Before entering this door, due to the lack of time, Chen Ge did not have the chance to get in touch with the landlord. Now, he could only rely on Wenqing's understanding of the landlord to figure out the landlord's situation. Is there anything else? If not, I will return to my room. I'm getting old, and my legs hurt after standing for a while. Uncle Huang was about to close the door, but he was only halfway through when the door was grabbed by Chen Ge. Uncle Huang, can we go to your room to sit for a while? The stench inside Uncle Huang's room was very thick, it was the heaviest of all the rooms. Chen Ge had a feeling that this room was hiding some kind of secret, so even if Uncle Huang did not agree, Chen Ge would try his best to get in and investigate. Do whatever you want. Uncle Huang did not reject Chen Ge's rather unreasonable request. He appeared to be very tired. After saying that, he leaned against the wall and returned to the sofa inside the room. Seeing the sofa, Wenqing's scalp went numb again. The back of the sofa was covered with small things that looked like blood vessels. Uncle Huang's body curled up on the sofa, and the expression on his face finally relaxed. Wen Qing wanted to warn Chen Ge, but Chen Ge had already walked into the room. He did not seem to see those scary things at all. It was like he had returned to his own home. He casually sat down across from Uncle Huang. Wen Qing looked at the two people inside the room, and she felt her head swell. In such a strange and scary place, neither Chen Ge nor Uncle Huang did anything out of the ordinary. She had no idea whether it was because she had not seen the world before and was making too much of a fuss out of nothing, or these two's level of knowledge was beyond the scope of a normal person. After hesitating for a long time, Wen Qing finally walked into the room. She did not dare sit down but stood behind Chen Ge. Uncle Huang collapsed on the sofa. He did not look like he cared about Chen Ge at all. He slowly closed his eyes, and his body appeared to have grown into the sofa. In a real sense, they had grown together. With no one to disturb him, Chen Ge used this rare opportunity to study his surroundings. The layout of this room was different from other rooms. It was much smaller than a normal room. The kitchen and bathroom were together, and there was only a bedroom and a living room. Compared to Wen Qing's home, this room is missing the size of a bedroom and a kitchen. Chen Ge suspected that the source of the stench came from the missing room. He sat on the sofa for a long time, and in the meantime, he took the time to study the blood vessels on the sofa. Strangely enough, when Chen Ge sat on the sofa, the blood vessels were just decorations, but when Uncle Huang sat on the sofa, the blood vessels came alive like small snakes. They crawled on the stained sofa leather, and it looked very creepy. The blood vessels that are hidden under the stains can recognize Uncle Huang, but they only show a different appearance before Uncle Huang. Chen Ge did not quite understand the relationship between the blood vessels and Uncle Huang. He tried to ask Uncle Huang about it, but Uncle Huang appeared to be asleep. The wrinkles on his face were tightly knitted together. He did not say a word, and his body sunk deep into the sofa. Chen Ge, I don't think Uncle Huang will be able to help us like this. Wen Qing sighed. Before she came, she had high hopes for Uncle Huang, but unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You told me before that the place that Uncle Huang lives in is rented to him by his boss, right? Yes, why? Then between you and him, who moved into this community first? Chen Ge asked the next question. When Shang Nguyen and I moved here, Uncle Huang had already lived here for quite some time. His boss is also a good person. Knowing that Uncle Huang has nowhere to go, he rented this house to him at a very low price. Quote. Uncle Huang was injured at work. Do you know how much his boss paid him? I'm not too sure about that. After all, it's Uncle Huang's personal business. Wen Qing didn't understand why Chen Ge was asking about this. Therefore, of all the rooms in the house, only this room is different from the others. It is missing the size of a kitchen and a bedroom. Chen Ge walked around the room. His hand slid along the wall before stopping at the wall next to the main bedroom. Based on the layout of your home, there should be a door here that leads to another bedroom. His fingertips pulled on the wall, and there were some black and red stains left behind under his fingernails. The surface is painted with a layer of white paint, but the inside is filled with this kind of black and red stuff. The main reason Chen Ge was able to find this place was because of the stench, a stench that only he could smell. Ever since he entered Uncle Huang's room, he had been searching for the source of the stench, but he failed to find it. After a closer inspection, he came to the spot where the stench was the thickest. The foul odor seeps in from the other side of the wall. Chen Ge turned back to look. Uncle Huang was still curled up inside the sofa. It appeared like no matter what he did, Uncle Huang would not wake up. There is a hidden room here, and the source of the stench in Uncle Huang's room is here. His fingers kept moving. The wall was wet and soft. There were no bricks or cement inside the wall, only the unknown black and red stuff. Half of Chen Ge's finger had already sunk into the wall. The sensation that came from his fingertips slowly changed. It felt like he was touching the thin wall of a blood vessel. Pulling his finger back, Chen Ge used yin-yang vision to look through the small hole. Inside the wall was something that looked like blood vessels, and between the gaps of these blood vessels, Chen Ge saw an eye. There's a dead body on the other side of the wall. Opening his backpack, Chen Ge silently took out the hammer. What are you doing? Breaking it. We've only been here for less than 5 minutes, and the owner is still asleep. So, now is the best time to make our move. Are you sure you want to do that? Wen Qing thought that Chen Ge was being too irrational. If he did that, he would definitely offend Uncle Huang, and he would gain another enemy for no reason. While the two were talking, Uncle Huang, who was trapped inside the sofa, seemed to have recovered some of his energy. He turned around with great difficulty to look at them. You're still here. Seeing that Uncle Huang had woken up, Chen Ge silently shoved the hammer into his backpack. Uncle Huang, you're renting this place, right? Yes, the owner's family doesn't live here, so I'm staying here to help them look after the house. It's a perfect place for me to stay. Uncle Huang's tone had not changed from before. It seemed like no matter what happened, the way he spoke would always be the same, and it would never change. Understood. Chen Ge nodded. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. I wish to go to the bedroom to rest. Uncle Huang slowly stood up. The blood vessels on the sofa had all returned to normal, and everything that had happened earlier had returned to normal. With his body shaking, Uncle Huang walked to the bedroom. He coughed several times, and like his body was too weak, his hand gripped the door frame. One of his fingers tapped lightly on the wall next to the bedroom door. When you leave, help me close the door. Recently, I've been getting more and more tired. If you have any questions, you can ask the owner. He lives on the top floor. But the owner's temper is not that good, so be careful when you ask him. Uncle Huang's tone had never changed, but when he reached the end, his voice became heavier, like he was emphasizing the word, be careful. Then, we won't disturb you any longer. If you have any clues or if you see the child, feel free to contact us. We'll be inside this building. Chen Ge dragged Wen Qing away from Uncle Huang's home. When they left, he even helped Uncle Huang close the door. I realize you're a man of action. Just now, you were going to smash the wall, and now you're leaving just like that. It was not easy for us to find Uncle Huang, so we should at least pester him to get some information out of him. Wen Qing said with pity, he has been living here for a long time, so he knows more about the secrets of this residential area than I do. You've wasted such a good opportunity. By the way, why did you suddenly want to smash the wall? I feel like you've scared Uncle Huang. Quote. You've only seen the first floor. Chen Ge did not elaborate. He turned back to glance at Granny Li. Earlier, when he and Wen Qing had entered Uncle Huang's home, Granny Li, who had been following them, did not dare enter. She merely stood guard outside the door. How about we go and ask Uncle Huang again? There's no need. There were some things that Chen Ge could not say directly. He realized that it was not that Uncle Huang did not want to help them, but he did not have the courage to do so. When they first met Uncle Huang, both Chen Ge and Wen Qing were shocked by Uncle Huang's appearance. Honestly, Uncle Huang looked very scary. His face was covered in bite marks, and it made people want to stay away from him. At the time, Chen Ge had started to wonder if the Uncle Huang inside the door was different from the one outside. This old man actually had a dark and scary side to him. With the scary appearance and the pungent foul odor inside the house, it was normal for Chen Ge to come to this conclusion, but then he slowly realized that was not the case. When he asked to enter Uncle Huang's home to investigate, Uncle Huang agreed without hesitation. Even though he spoke very slowly, there was no hint of rejection in his tone. It was as if Uncle Huang also hoped that someone would enter his home as a guest. What was there to visit in a strange, dirty, and lonely old man who reeked of foul odor? After entering the house, Uncle Huang's reaction was normal, but it made Chen Ge feel weird. Uncle Huang collapsed on the sofa and closed his eyes. He did not care what the two strangers in his home were doing. This confused Chen Ge. He felt like Uncle Huang was purposely allowing them to observe his home. Chen Ge did notice the problem. He noticed that there was something wrong with the size of the house, and there might be two hidden rooms inside the house. Later, just as Chen Ge was about to smash the wall to confirm it, Uncle Huang, coincidentally, woke up. Even though he did not say anything, it could be seen that he had stopped Chen Ge. If he had not woken up, Chen Ge might have gone to smash the wall. On the surface, Uncle Huang might have done that because he was worried that the secret inside the house would be exposed, but if he thought deeper into it, he might have done that to protect Chen Ge and Wen Qing. He did not want them to fall out with the tenants inside the building. Then, a small detail from Uncle Huang confirmed Chen Ge's suspicion. When Uncle Huang walked to the back of the bedroom door, his finger tapped lightly on the wall next to him. His finger was at the same level as the hole that Chen Ge had dug out. Uncle Huang probably wanted to use this method to tell Chen Ge that Chen Ge was right, there was indeed something behind the wall. He could not say it, and he did not dare say it, so he could only use this method to warn Chen Ge. Uncle Huang should be a good person, but how can a good person survive inside the door? What does he rely on to survive? Chen Ge was suddenly reminded of something Wen Qing had said earlier. After Uncle Huang's accident, he had found himself a job at the morgue to look after dead bodies and clean the place. Could there be dead bodies behind the wall? Is Uncle Huang a body watcher? Uncle Huang's last sentence mentioned the landlord, and he emphasized on reminding them to be careful. Connecting the dots, Chen Ge's eyes slowly widened. Has Uncle Huang been helping the landlord watch over the dead bodies? Even Chen Ge was shocked by his own conclusion. He did not dare tell anyone about this and memorized it in his heart. Based on this, the most dangerous person in this building is the landlord. Perhaps the tragedy of the whole building is related to the landlord. So many scary things had happened inside his building. The landlord had to be one of the insiders, but he did not come out to stop them. Perhaps the real landlord is already dead, and the landlord's family is among the dead bodies buried behind the wall. Gripping the backpack, a plan formed in Chen Ge's mind. Wen Qing, we should go and find the landlord now. He has the key to leave this building. He should know best whether Shang Nguyen has left this building or not. Okay. Wen Qing did not know Chen Ge's real thoughts. Actually, Chen Ge was already planning to make his move on the landlord. The landlord still did not know about his and Wen Qing's existence, so they could come up with a surprise attack. That would have the highest chance of success. After the discussion, Chen Ge and Wen Qing were about to enter the stairwell when a scream came from upstairs. What happened? Don't panic. We need to ensure our own safety first. Inside the building, not only Chen Ge and Wen Qing heard the scream, many other tenants heard it as well. After the scream, the sound of the front door being opened came from inside the building. It sounded like many people had come out from their homes. The sound seems to come from the 5th floor. Chen Ge, Wen Qing, and Granny Li slowly walked up the stairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw the middle-aged man who hid women's underwear in his house also come out from his room. After a simple greeting, the group moved up the stairs together. Why did he come out from his home as well? He does not look like the kind of person who would help others. Quote. When they reached the 5th floor, Chen Ge noticed that many people had already arrived in the corridor. Among them were the university student Xiao Sun and Auntie Ding. 6 people surrounded the door to room 504, whispering among themselves. It was hard to tell what they were discussing. What happened? Chen Ge asked Xiao Sun softly. Someone has been killed. It happened in room 504. Xiao Sun's face was pale. This seemed to be the first time he had encountered something like this. Murder. Chen Ge looked into room 504. The living room was covered in flowing blood, and the walls were covered in scary pictures drawn in blood. All the furniture was covered in blood. A girl was sitting in a pool of blood, hugging the body of a middle-aged man, and she was crying. The scream came from that girl. I just got here. Xiao Sun shielded his face with his hands and looked through the gaps between his fingers. Wen Qing also wanted to go over to take a look, but she was stopped by Chen Ge. Someone has died, and there is blood everywhere. You need to be mentally prepared before you look. Just listening to Chen Ge's description, Wen Qing could not take it anymore. It has nothing to do with Shang Nguyen, right? No, the victim is a middle-aged man. Then, I will stop looking. Don't say anything stupid later. Something is very wrong with this situation. Chen Ge lowered his voice. The iron door is locked, and the key is with the landlord. If the killer is not the landlord, then he should still be inside this building, perhaps right next to us. Wen Qing understood what Chen Ge meant, and she very carefully stood next to Chen Ge. The tenants of this building have their own rules. The death of this middle-aged man has alerted all the neighbors, so it doesn't look like this is the work of the tenants. If we exclude the tenants, then other than the landlord, the only person who dares to openly violate the rules should be an outsider. With this in mind, Chen Ge turned to look at the pictures that were drawn in blood. He realized that most of these pictures were related to curses. He had seen similar pictures in Liwan City and the Old City before. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. What is going on? The number of people in the corridor on the 5th floor increased. Many tenants came running over. Chen Ge dragged Wen Qing to the corner. At a time like this, they could not afford to get involved. Shang Nuan's blood door did not disappear. When Chen Ge entered the door, the monster in the living room followed him. At the time, he had tried to close the door, but he was not the door pusher, so he could not close the blood door. Now Chen Ge suspected that the killer was the monster that followed him in, but he was the only person in the building who knew about the monster's existence. I need to figure out a way to guide the tenants to find the monster. Looking at the blood that filled the room, Chen Ge took in a light breath. To dare act so crazily behind someone else's door, the monster from the cursed hospital must have something to rely on. The cursed hospital's research on the door should have started a long time ago. They should have a better understanding of the door than I do. The world behind the door, which is filled with danger in my eyes, is perhaps a different world in their eyes. The cursed hospital had probably bred many monsters, like the non-smilers. These monsters had lost their sense of self and humanity. They were forever smiling and forever hated. They were very suited to the environment behind the door. Standing in the corner, Chen Ge listened to the discussion of the neighbors while he tried to come up with a plan. It is understandable that the outsider would kill someone. The door is locked, and he cannot leave this building, so he needs a room that is absolutely safe to hide in. After killing the owner, he can continue to hide inside the room and then use the room as a retreat point to search the whole building. Quote. From this, it was clear that Chen Ge and the cursed hospital had a completely different style of doing things. The cursed hospital was more unscrupulous. In their eyes, the people behind the door could not even be considered as people. As long as the result was beneficial to them, they could kill anyone they wanted. The monster from the cursed hospital has a good idea, but there might have been some accident that caused them to abandon this room and choose another room. With that in mind, Chen Ge turned to look at the girl who was hugging the dead body inside the room. The cursed hospital abandoned this room because of that girl. Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge did not notice anything special about the girl. The girl was soft and weak, and she did not appear to be a threat. Excuse me. Don't block the way. Just as Chen Ge was thinking, a young man's voice came from the 6th floor. He turned back to look, and a man in disheveled clothes was rushing down from the 6th floor. The man was more anxious than any other neighbor. Yan Er. The young man shouted a strange name. The girl in the room cried even harder when she heard the young man's voice. Passing through the crowd, when the young man arrived at the entrance of room 504, he was dumbfounded. He stood in front of the door, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained away bit by bit. Brother, the girl's face was covered in blood and tears. She looked pitiful and scary. What happened? The young man entered the house and knelt beside the middle-aged man's corpse. His body trembled as if he could not believe what he was seeing. The young man's Zheji's cough house. Of the young's Yan. Yan, Chen of the, she, family, the of Ku. Ku Yan usually went to bed early, and due to her father's heavy snoring, she would close the door to her bedroom at night. But just now, when Ku Yan was sleeping soundly, she suddenly heard a strange noise coming from her room. It sounded like a mouse was chewing on the cupboard or something was crawling under the bed. Ku Yan was very timid. She immediately switched on the bedside lamp. There was no change in the room, but Ku Yan still could not sleep. Her mind kept wandering. She had a feeling that there was someone hiding in the cupboard or under the bed. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The more Ku Yan thought about it, the more afraid she became. She hugged the quilt and left her room to find her father. She knocked on her father's bedroom door. Ku Yan told her father that she was very afraid. She felt like someone else had entered the room. Ku Gui comforted Ku Yan, but he did not take the girl's words to heart. Seeing how Ku Yan refused to go back to her room to sleep, he had no choice but to let Ku Yan sleep in his own bedroom. He told Ku Yan that he would stand guard in the living room. No bad guys would be able to get in. After bidding Ku Yan good night, the middle-aged man left his bedroom and went to the living room. After her father left, Ku Yan was still a bit afraid. She locked the bedroom door from the inside. Several minutes later, Ku Yan was just starting to feel sleepy when she suddenly heard the sound of the bedroom door being pressed. The sound only rang once. After realizing that the door was not open, it did not appear again. After being given this scare, Ku Yan did not dare to go back to sleep. She called her father's name loudly, but there was no answer from outside the room. The fear in her heart grew, and her voice grew louder and louder. It was not until someone knocked on the living room door and the neighbor's voice came from outside that she made the decision to open the bedroom door to take a look. The moment the door was pushed open, the girl's mind blanked out. The room was covered in blood. Her father was lying in the middle of the room, and he was not moving at all. The girl had no idea how she managed to open the front door. The neighbor originally wanted the girl to be quiet so that she would not disturb his rest, but when he saw the scene inside the room, he was dumbfounded as well. The staircase door is locked. The killer must still be inside this building. Ku Yan tried his best to calm himself down. He suppressed the sadness in his heart. His eyes were red as he stared at the neighbors around him. The person who killed my father is inside this building. The neighbors also looked at each other. A murderer was hiding among the neighbors that they would see every day. This was too scary. Looking at Ku Yan and Ku Yan who were in so much pain, after listening to the whole story, a flash of confusion crossed Chen Ge's eyes. Ku Yan was the first to notice that something was wrong. Someone else seemed to have entered the house, and what happened later proved her suspicion correct. But how did the person sneak into Ku Yan's home without making a sound? The killer probably has the key to Ku Yan's home and knows the family very well. Combined with the order of the arrival and the way they dressed, how come I feel like the killer is most likely Ku Yan's brother, Ku Yin? Chen Ge's analysis was not without reason. He had solved many cases with the Zhujiang police, so he was very familiar with investigation and counter-investigation. Ku Yin lives on the 6th floor, not far from the 5th floor. He should have heard Ku Yan's scream, but not only did he not arrive at the scene first, he only appeared after all the neighbors had arrived. What was he doing in the middle of this? Changing the clothes that are stained with blood. Cleaning the blood stains on his hands. Quote. His eyes wandered between Ku Yin and Ku Yan. Actually, Chen Ge had a bolder speculation. The killer could also be Ku Yan, and this was all a self-directed show, but the chance of that was not high. At the end of the day, it was all about the motive. Why would they want to kill Ku Gui? Chen Ge's initial guess was that the killer was from the cursed hospital, but things did not appear to be that simple. The situation had become more complicated. Chen Ge's brain turned quickly. From the conversation between the neighbors, he found out that Ku Yin and Ku Gui did not have a good relationship. Due to Ku Yin's girlfriend, the two of them had a very bad relationship, and because of that, Ku Yin had moved out. Ku Yin had a reason to kill Ku Gui, but this reason did not hold water. After all, Ku Gui was Ku Yin's father. He would not have plotted to kill someone because of an argument. The wall is covered in various pictures that represent curses, so the killer should be the monster from the cursed hospital. That is not a problem, but I have a feeling that someone is helping the monster from the cursed hospital. Chen Ge's eyes stared closely at Ku Yin. Could it be that the monster from the cursed hospital has come to some kind of agreement with Ku Yin? The cursed hospital killed Ku Yin's hated father, and Ku Yin provided them with cover and shelter. In this way, the murder conspiracy is a condition of interest, and it can tie both parties to the same boat. Quote. The monster from the cursed hospital knew the rules behind the door better than Chen Ge. They had been studying the door since many years ago, and they knew how to easily take over the door. With both interest and threat, they could cooperate with anyone. In the face of evil, there was a deeper sin. The monster from the cursed hospital was not worried that he would be tricked. I seem to have underestimated the cursed hospital. Chen Ge pulled Wen Qing back several steps. They hid among the crowd and avoided Ku Yin's sight. Ku Yin was a resident of this building and the son of the deceased. He was also a member of the building's rules. If this man insisted that Chen Ge was the killer, then it would instantly push Chen Ge and Wen Qing into the center of the storm, and the situation would become very bad. Due to this consideration, Chen Ge dragged Wen Qing to hide in the corner. Ku Yin hugged Ku Yan. The siblings were immersed in great sorrow. The neighbors all pitied them, but everyone acted normally. To be more accurate, everyone tried their best to react as normal as possible. The demons in human skin gathered together. Each of them had their own agenda, and no one knew what their real thoughts were. Wen Qing, let's go find the landlord first. Chen Ge did not want to stay there any longer. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. He knew that the people from the cursed hospital had entered the door, and the monsters from the cursed hospital knew about his and Wen Qing's existence. The reason they had decided to cooperate with the residents of this building was probably because they wanted to use this method to force Chen Ge out. Someone had died in this building. To investigate the killer, Ku Yin had a reason to knock on every door. That way, he could reasonably enter every room to investigate. If he did not allow them to investigate, then it meant that he was guilty, and that meant that he was probably the killer. Such a cruel method. They allowed the killer to go after the killer on their own, but the real killer is hiding in the home of the victim's family, hiding in a place that is ignored by everyone. By doing this, the cursed hospital could openly search all the rooms in the building and put the blame on Chen Ge. This would pit Chen Ge against the entire building's residents. It was killing two birds with one stone. The monsters are familiar with the rules of the world behind the door. Even if they have lost most of their power due to the restriction of the world behind the door, they are still very difficult to deal with. In a way, this could be considered the first encounter between Chen Ge and the cursed hospital. Behind someone else's door, the two outsiders plotted against each other. You want to make me a scapegoat. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Chen Ge was not too worried. The rules of the building had been broken. Even though the neighbors wanted to catch the person who broke the rules, every room had their own secrets. It would not be easy for Ku Yin to sneak into the neighbors' rooms. For those whose hearts are hidden in darkness, you have intruded into their private space and found out their secrets. That means you have made an enemy out of them. Even if they do not kill you now, they will plant the seeds of their desire to kill you in their hearts. Chen Ge took one last look at Ku Yin and then left with Wen Qing. The two of them quietly entered the corridor, and Grandma Li followed them. The three of them first went to the 6th floor. Chen Ge stood outside Ku Yin's door for a while. He positioned himself in Cat Eye's blind spot and used Ghost Ear. Inside the room, a woman was talking to herself. It seemed like she was communicating with someone, but Chen Ge could only hear the woman's voice. This woman should be Ku Yin's girlfriend. Chen Ge looked at the door to room 601, and his heart was conflicted. If he knocked on the door and entered the room now, there was a high chance that he would find evidence of Ku Yin's murder plot. Perhaps the monster from the cursed hospital was hiding inside the room as well. But he was afraid that something would happen. If his speculation was wrong, he would instantly become the #1 suspect. The other party is setting up a trap. They have weaved a net, and this net will slowly tighten until I am trapped inside it. The monster's idea was good, but Chen Ge was too sharp. After he saw Ku Yin, he had already come up with many speculations. If the cursed hospital has really joined forces with Ku Yin, the situation will only become more and more disadvantageous for me. Instead of dragging this out and losing the initiative, I might as well end this now. Separated by a door, even the monster from the cursed hospital would not expect Chen Ge to be standing outside the door. He knocked lightly on the door. Chen Ge was not only sharp, he was very decisive. He rarely hesitated. When the door was knocked, the mumbling of the woman inside the room disappeared instantly, and the room became very quiet. At this time, the person inside the room will definitely come to the door quietly and observe the situation outside through the peephole. Chen Ge had considered all the possibilities. When he knocked on the door, he pulled Granny Li to stand right in front of the peephole. He knocked lightly on the door again. After waiting for a while, the door finally opened a gap. The person inside the room should have confirmed it through the peephole and only opened the door after realizing it was Granny Lee. Perhaps from their perspective, a crazy old lady was not much of a threat. Even if her secret was exposed, it did not matter. After all, who would believe the words of a crazy old lady? Stop knocking. I do not have any leftovers at home. You'd better go and find your own son. If you continue to harass others, I will tell the landlord and have him kick you out. The woman said a few harsh words. Seeing Granny Lee standing where she was holding the bowl and did not reply, she cursed a few more times before preparing to close the door. The door slowly moved, but the woman suddenly realized that the door before her would not close no matter how hard she tried. She lowered her head to look, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Underneath the door, there was a hand that was gripping the door tightly. Who is it? Don't worry, I have something to ask you. Chen Ge's hand gripped the door. After ensuring that the woman could not close it, he appeared at the door with a smile. What do you want to ask? The fewer people who know about this, the better. Let's go in and talk. Chen Ge pulled the door open. He did not give the woman any time to refuse and forced his way into the room. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. The woman did not even have time to react. When she recovered, Chen Ge was already in the living room. Who are you? The woman's voice was rather loud. Chen Ge glanced at the woman. Actually, he had already prepared for a confrontation. If the woman screamed for help, he would immediately clamp his hand over her mouth to control her. Without answering, Chen Ge confirmed the location of the bathroom and walked over. Stop right there. The woman wanted to stop Chen Ge, but when she got close, Chen Ge had already pushed open the bathroom door. There was a pile of dirty clothes inside the washing machine, and several pairs of dirty shoes were left in the corner. Chen Ge used yin-yang vision, and he did not see any blood stains on the pile of clothes. Did I guess wrong? His eyes moved to the sink, and Chen Ge finally discovered something. There were small blood clots at the edge of the sink, and there were blood vessels that had not been cleaned up in the gaps between the tiles. The water droplets beside the sink are still wet, and the soap in the soap box has just been used. Someone came here to clean the blood stains not long ago. The various clues told Chen Ge that his speculation was not wrong. Ku Gui was stabbed to death by a sharp object. There are blood stains and pictures everywhere at the crime scene, so the killer must have been stained with blood as well. There must be other blood stains inside the house. With yin-yang vision, ghost ear, and spirit sniff, in a way, Chen Ge was no weaker than a police officer who had many years of experience. It would be very difficult to trick him. The blood stains at the sink confirmed Chen Ge's suspicion, and he made an even bolder move. After exiting the bathroom, Chen Ge started to search the bedrooms. What are you doing? The woman's voice turned shrill. She was panicking. It was too late to stop him now. Chen Ge pushed open the door to the first bedroom. The room was very messy. The closet door was open, and there were many clothes on the double bed. The only place in the room that could hide someone was under the bed. Chen Ge pulled back the bedsheet to look. After ensuring that there was no one, he walked out of the room and ran toward the second bedroom. Stop right there. The woman grabbed Chen Ge's arm, and her nails dug into his flesh. The woman was using a lot of force. Her face was twisted, and she probably did not realize that herself. You want to stop me so badly, is it because there is some kind of unspeakable secret hidden in that room? Chen Ge tried to force his way to the second bedroom, but before he reached the door, the sound of the window being opened came from inside the bedroom. Probably because the window had not been opened for a long time, the person inside the room had to push twice before the window was fully open. Someone's here. Chen Ge did not care about anything else. He pressed on the doorknob. The bedroom door was locked from the inside. Chen Ge aimed at the lock and kicked several times before he managed to kick the wooden door open. The bright red curtains fluttered inside the bedroom. The bedroom window was open, and there were blood stains on the windowsill. Someone had just left the room through the window. How cruel. To not expose himself, he dared to escape through the window. The black fog that surrounded the residential area hid extremely scary monsters. Just facing the black fog alone, Chen Ge's heart was shaking uncontrollably, much less his own body that had entered the black fog. Chen Ge walked to the window and looked out. There was only black fog around him, and there was no sign of anyone. The woman beside him kept screaming and cursing at Chen Ge, but Chen Ge did not seem to mind at all. The woman's scream was very loud. The tenants inside the building were already nervous because of the murder. When they heard the scream, they quickly ran toward the woman. "Honey, are you all right?" Quote. Ku Yin's call came from the corridor. When he ran into the room, he saw Chen Ge and his girlfriend standing at the bedroom door, holding each other. "Ah Yin, this man suddenly barged into our home." The woman acted like she had seen her savior. She was so scared that she ran to Ku Yin's side. More and more people gathered on the stairs. The neighbors all looked at Chen Ge with hostility. He had been pushed to the top of the wave. If he was not careful, he would be surrounded. "Brother, don't panic. I think you should be thanking me." Chen Ge was someone who had been through a lot, so he was still very calm. He pointed at the bedroom door that had been kicked down and asked the woman calmly, "Was it me who kicked down this door?" His tone was matter of fact and calm. Even Wen Qing, who stood next to Chen Ge, thought that Chen Ge was being a bit too arrogant. It felt like he was purposely provoking the woman. "Ah Yin, this man is a madman." After he barged into the house, he ran all over the place and even kicked down the bedroom door. Ku Yin's girlfriend was very aggrieved. She looked like she was about to cry. Hearing his girlfriend's accusation, Ku Yin's face darkened. He knew what was hidden inside the bedroom, and now he was trying to come up with a solution. "The reason I kicked down the door was because the bedroom door was locked from the inside." Before the group of neighbors, Chen Ge pointed at Ku Yin's girlfriend. "Brother, at the time, both your girlfriend and I were in the living room, but your bedroom door was locked from the inside. This proves that there was someone else in your house at the time." From the moment Ku Yin's girlfriend confirmed that it was Chen Ge who kicked down the door, they had already fallen into Chen Ge's trap. They would be led by the nose by Chen Ge. What does the presence of someone else prove? Ku Yin's face was very pale. He did not seem to have figured out what to say. "This is your house. You were not home, and your girlfriend was with someone else. That is not a big deal. The problem is, after I opened the bedroom door, there was no one in the bedroom." Chen Ge signaled for the neighbors to enter the living room. "When I kicked down the door, I saw that the window was open, and the curtain was fluttering. Where did the person in the room go? Why did he escape through the window? Why is he feeling so guilty?" Quote. Chen Ge stared at the neighbors and memorized each of their expressions. "If you still don't get what I mean, then take a closer look. There are still blood stains on the curtain, and there are some blood clots that have not been cleaned up. Furthermore, the blood stains are very fresh. I get it now. Ku Yin's father's killer is probably hiding inside this room." The university student, Xiao Sun, screamed. As a student, he had not experienced something like this before. Honestly, he was quite spooked. The other neighbors should have noticed the problem as well, but they all had their own motives and did not say it out loud. "Looks like there are still people who understand." A smile appeared on Chen Ge's face as he walked to Ku Yin's side. "That's why you should thank me. Without me, you and your girlfriend would have been killed by that murderer." Ku Yin's face was twitching. Chen Ge's train of thought changed so fast that he could not keep up. He had no idea what was going through Chen Ge's mind. Looking at Ku Yin's ashen face, Chen Ge patted him on his shoulder in a friendly manner. "Based on the situation in your bedroom, the killer probably entered the victim's home through the window. After the murder, he left through the window. This also proves why the killer was able to sneak into the victim's home even though he did not have the key to the door. Do you think I'm right?" Ku Yin. Quote. A bystander might have thought that Chen Ge was merely analyzing the situation, but as an accomplice, Ku Yin could hear the threat in Chen Ge's words. Obviously, Chen Ge knew how the killer got into the victim's home, but he did not say it out loud to give both parties some leeway. Chen Ge was not doing this to protect the killer. He had a crazy plan in his mind. He wanted to deal with all the crazies in this building alone. It would be very difficult to do that, so capturing Ku Yin was the first step of his plan. "You have a point. I did not expect the killer to sneak into my father's home through the window." Ku Yin had no idea how much Chen Ge knew, but for now, all he could do was follow Chen Ge's lead. Seeing Kuyin agree with Chen Ge, Wen Qing was stunned. She was worried that she would cause trouble for Chen Ge if she did not manage her expression well enough, so she slowly lowered her head. I kicked down the door about 3 minutes ago, and the killer left around that time. The time difference between the two events would not be more than 50 seconds. From this, we can prove that the killer is not one of us here. Chen Ge used one sentence to wash away the suspicion of everyone present. This meant that he had united them into a whole, and then he could use the power of this whole group to search for the missing tenants and destroy the stability of the building. Chen Ge knew very well who the real killer was, but he would not reveal it. He wanted to use the excuse of searching for the killer to destroy the building. Kuyin also knew who the killer was, but he would not reveal it because the killer had already escaped. If he continued to pursue the case, he might expose himself. After all, Chen Ge had already threatened him. Two people who knew who the killer was were looking for the killer, and they had come to a tacit agreement. In the whole process, Chen Ge's method was much better than the monsters from the cursed hospital. He had directly used his words to wash away the disgust of a portion of the people. He had made it clear that they were not the culprits, so naturally, they would not search their rooms. In this selfish world behind the door, everyone only cared about whether their secret would be exposed or not. Who would care about others? Therefore, when they knew that their rooms would not be searched and their secret would not be exposed, they naturally followed Chen Ge to investigate other people's dirty secrets. Chen Ge made use of their psychology. He planned to divide this building step by step. When the good guys outnumbered the bad guys, that would be the time for him to lay his cards on the table. The trap set up by the cursed hospital had not only been resolved by Chen Ge, but all the benefits had been taken by Chen Ge. If the monsters from the cursed hospital found out about this, they would definitely go crazy from anger. Wait a minute, then how did you know the killer would be hiding inside Kuyin's room? The middle-aged man with the lingerie in the room asked. The killer wanted to kill Ku Gui and Kuyan's whole family, so he must have a grudge against them. Therefore, I suspected that Kuyin and his girlfriend would also be the killer's targets. When I came to investigate, I was surprised to hear strange noises coming from inside Kuyin's room, so I decided to knock on the door. Chen Ge shrugged. I admit that some of my actions were a bit rough, but human lives are at stake. At a time like this, I cannot hesitate. After saying that, Chen Ge turned to look at Kuyin's girlfriend. You just had a brush with death. If not for me, you would have been in danger. Aren't you very grateful to me now? The sound of teeth grinding came from Kuyin's girlfriend's lips. She leaned against Kuyin's side with tears in her eyes. She did not turn to look at Chen Ge. Looks like your girlfriend has been scared out of her wits. Why don't you go and comfort her? After Chen Ge said that, he walked to the center of the living room and acted like the owner of the house. The killer is still on the run. He will enter each of your homes through the windows. This kind of person is very dangerous. We have to capture him as soon as possible. Everyone in this building had their own secrets, and those secrets were hidden inside their own rooms. Chen Ge's words were telling them that there was currently a murderer who did not follow the rules and might discover all of their secrets. If they did not want their secrets to be exposed, then they had to hurry and help him capture the killer. Hearing Chen Ge's words, the neighbors agreed without much hesitation. From the looks of it, they wanted to capture the killer more than Chen Ge did. Looking at the anxious faces of the neighbors, Chen Ge's lips curled up. He knew that the real show was about to begin. Everything was moving in his favor. Perhaps I can kill the monster from the cursed hospital right here. Chen Ge now had hundreds of people at his beck and call. Wen Qing, who stood behind him, was stunned. This appeared to be different from the world behind the door that she had imagined. The neighbors' emotions were stirred. Everyone was worried that their secret would be exposed. Everyone wanted to capture the killer who killed through the window as soon as possible. Chen Ge was satisfied with this reaction. He was about to say something else when the middle-aged man with the female underwear suddenly spoke again. Wait a minute, I do not object to us searching for the killer one by one, but for the sake of security, I think we should go and ask the landlord first. The middle-aged man had met Chen Ge before. He knew that Chen Ge had spoken with Wu Yu, so he had not placed much trust in Chen Ge. No problem, we will go and find the landlord now. Chen Ge covered the middle-aged man's mouth directly. He did not want to waste time on pointless questions in case an accident happened. We need to hurry. The earlier we apprehend this murderer, the more lives we can save. Everything happened so suddenly. Chen Ge did not give the neighbors much time to think. He dragged Wen Qing and Ku Yin directly into the stairwell. Even though he had the upper hand now, once the neighbors calmed down, he would still be in a dangerous situation. He had to make use of this time to divide the tenants as quickly as possible to ensure his own safety. Ku Yin, why do you think the killer targeted your family? Who has your family feuded with recently? Why would he want to destroy your whole family? To guide the neighbors' thoughts, Chen Ge took the initiative to ask Ku Yin. Of course, the questions he asked were all related to the murder case. In fact, they sounded like they were going straight to the heart of the case. Ku Yin had no idea why the killer wanted to destroy his whole family, but to not expose himself as the murderer, he had to play along with Chen Ge. After thinking about it, Ku Yin shook his head. I also have no idea why the killer wants to kill my family. Our family has always kept a very low profile, and we have not offended anyone before. Think about it carefully. Do you have any conflicts with the tenants here? Chen Ge pressed on. Obviously, to protect himself, he tossed all the questions to Ku Yin. He was forcing a murderer to come up with a reason why he wanted to kill himself. If Ku Yin could not come up with an answer, or if he gave a random name, that person would become the prime suspect. If it was any other neighborhood, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he became a suspect. However, it was a completely different story here. Almost no one in this neighborhood was clean. Everyone had secrets that they could not tell others. In other words, no one here could withstand investigation and exposure. Normally, they could do whatever they wanted behind closed doors, but at times like this, the secrets hidden in their hearts would become the rope that would kill them. I really can't think of one. Ku Yin did not want to be used by Chen Ge, and the neighbors who had secrets in their hearts also knew their place. They were very clear that the wisest choice at this time was to keep their mouths shut, because it was very likely that they would draw fire to themselves if they spoke carelessly. I remember a few nights ago, when you were arguing with your father, many of the neighbors complained that you were too loud. Later, an uncle on the 5th floor even went to warn you. By the way, the electrician on the 8th floor seems to have had a conflict with your father before. It seems like it was because of a problem with the wiring. They even got into a fight in the corridor. At the time, the electrician even threatened your father. Xiao Sun was serious about catching the culprit. He casually mentioned a few names. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Quote. Xiao Sun had no idea what these neighbors were like in private. He merely shared some of the things that he had seen. In a way, this proved that he was one of the few, normal, people in this neighborhood. He was not afraid that he would be investigated. The clues that you have given us are too important. After we find the landlord, we will immediately go to these few people's homes to take a look. Chen Ge admired Xiao Sun greatly. It was fine that Ku Yin refused to cooperate. Xiao Sun helped Chen Ge tear open a gap among the tenants. The few tenants that Xiao Sun had mentioned earlier would be the first victims. Xiao Sun did a good job, but it also put him in a very dangerous situation. The residential building had 10 floors in total. The landlord lived alone on the 9th floor, and the 10th floor was unoccupied. All the rooms were locked. The group arrived at room 901. Ku Yin knocked on the door several times, but there was no answer. The landlord is probably not in the room. Let's go somewhere else first. Wait a minute. Chen Ge grabbed Ku Yin by his arm. A tenant has been murdered inside the building. That created such a big commotion, but the landlord did not even react. Do you think that is normal? It is not normal. I believe the landlord is not in the building. He has probably gone to another part of the residential area. The landlords of these few buildings will have a regular meetup. Perhaps the landlord is currently in one of the other buildings. Quote. A meetup. Chen Ge discovered another important clue from Ku Yin's revelation. They will gather together to discuss issues like rent and the environment of the residential area. You have a point there, but you have missed something very important. Chen Ge slowed down. I've been to the first floor. I saw that the door to the stairwell was locked, and the lock was locked from the inside. But what can that prove? Only the landlord has the key to the stairwell, and the lock was locked from the inside. In other words, the landlord is still inside this building. Chen Ge's logic was impeccable. His words made all the neighbors realize a very serious problem. The landlord is still inside the building, but he did not react to the murder at all. I suspect that he has already been murdered. The landlord's murder was completely different from Ku Gui's murder because the landlord might have the spare keys to all the doors inside the building. Now, even Ku Yin's face had darkened greatly. Things had developed out of his expectation. It's fine if you don't believe me. We'll break the lock and see for ourselves. Chen Ge carried his backpack and glanced at the front door. He did not want to take out the hammer at a time like this. Do any of you have any tools at home? Like I said, this is a human life. We were forced to do this because we had no other choice. If nothing happened to the landlord, I believe he would understand our decision. Quote, my home is under renovation, and I have a full set of tools. Wait a minute, I'll go get them now. Auntie Ding was the first to speak. Her tone was urgent. It sounded like she was going back to get the tools, but in reality, she was going back to do something else. That was just an excuse. I have lockpicking tools as well. I'll go look for them at home. A few more tenants left. Chen Ge knew what they were up to, but he did not stop them. It was not that hard to deal with the secret inside one's own home in a short amount of time, but the hard part was not to leave behind any clues. Several minutes later, the few neighbors returned one after another. They were holding various tools in their hands. With the group's cooperation, they used almost half an hour to open the front door of room 901. This is so troublesome. If only all the doors were wooden. Chen Ge pushed Ku Yin into the room first. Ku Yin was angry, but he did not dare say anything. The interior of the room is very neat. There is no sign of struggle or blood. Looks like we've been overthinking things. Ku Yin walked at the front. This was probably his first time in the landlord's home. He appeared rather cautious and did not dare touch anything in the room. Chen Ge followed Ku Yin like a ghost. His voice drifted into Ku Yin's ears. You appear to be very afraid of the landlord. That's not true. Don't make things up. Is that so? Chen Ge studied Ku Yin. He realized how important the landlord was to the tenants. Ku Yin's strange behavior was a good proof of that. Not wanting to dwell on this issue, Chen Ge helped the neighbors search the room. They pushed open all the doors, and finally, everyone stopped inside the bathroom. Pulling back the shower curtain, there was no shower or bathtub installed. Instead, there was a very small television set. Chen Ge tried to switch the television on. The television started up normally, but there was only black and white static on the screen. Why would there be a television in the bathroom? Ku Yin was confused. The content on this television should be something that can't see the light of day. Chen Ge looked around. There were no windows in the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door and pulling the shower curtain, this was a completely enclosed space. The people outside would have no idea what the landlord was doing inside. Moving the television, Chen Ge noticed that there was a large network of wires behind the television. He followed the wires and realized that all the wires led upstairs. The wires in room 901 and 1001 were connected to each other. The landlord's secret should be hidden in room 1001 on the 10th floor. Chen Ge did not share his discovery with others. He saw the problem from the wires. A normal home appliance would not require such complicated wires. Chen Ge suspected that the landlord had installed surveillance cameras in the building. The landlord was hiding inside the bathroom, crazily prying into other people's lives. Chen Ge had a general idea of the landlord's secret, but the question was, where was the landlord? If the landlord had seen the monster from the cursed hospital through the surveillance, he would have been prepared. So, it was the monster from the cursed hospital who killed the landlord. But if it was them, after killing the landlord, they would have gotten the key, and there would be no need for them to come to a deal with Ku Yin. That was the key to the problem. The monster from the cursed hospital had probably gone to find the landlord, but they were unable to find him. Therefore, they settled for the next best thing and found Ku Yin. They planned to slowly form an alliance with the tenants. Chen Ge slowly understood everything. Someone in the building should have known that the landlord was spying on them. To prevent their secret from being exposed, one or more of them had worked together to kill the landlord. To be able to know that there was a problem with the wires, and to be good at it. Chen Ge was instantly reminded of the electrician that Xiao Sun had mentioned earlier. The electrician lived on the 8th floor, and he was very close to the landlord's room on the 9th floor. He was the prime suspect. Look at this. Auntie Ding opened the closet in the landlord's bedroom. After she moved the clothes away, she realized that there were many nails on the inner wall of the closet. Each nail had a room number written on it, from room 101 to room 1006. The nails should be the keys to every room. The landlord has hidden all the keys to every room. Auntie Ding appeared to be purposely telling others this. Her expression was one of shock, but this kind of shock was too fake for Chen Ge. The widening of her eyes, the gaping of her mouth, it was all on the surface. After seeing the keys, Chen Ge also subconsciously expressed his shock. Chen Ge's shock practically came from all 5 of his senses. He was able to control his emotions easily. What was shock? This was real shock. Looks like the culprit has taken all the keys to every room. This is not good news for us. Chen Ge soon regained his composure. He knew that Auntie Ding was hiding some secrets, but he did not expose her. Then, what should we do now? The culprit has no respect for the law. He has killed my family, and he is related to the landlord's disappearance. Kuyin really did not expect things to develop like this. He felt like he had been dragged into a giant trap by Chen Ge. The other tenants started to panic as well. When Ku Gui was killed, they did not feel that threatened, but now that the landlord might have been murdered as well, most of them started to feel uneasy. A strange emotion started to spread among the tenants. Let's go to the electrician's house on the 8th floor first. Didn't your father get into an argument with him earlier? Chen Ge and Kuyin were about to leave room 901 when the middle-aged man who had hidden the female underwear in his house suddenly stepped forward. He blocked the living room door, and his eyes were glued to Chen Ge. How can I help you? Chen Ge's expression did not change. His heart was too strong. He was standing in the middle of a group of crazed people, but his expression was flawless. Even though there is a high turnover of tenants in this building, with new people moving in and old people leaving silently, but, the middle-aged man walked to stand before Chen Ge. I do not think I have seen you before. Are you a new tenant? If so, you should have met the landlord before, and you should be the last person to meet the landlord. Quote. The last person to meet the landlord is the culprit, not me. Chen Ge pulled Wen Qing to his side. There is a child living in room 401. His name is Shang Nguyen. You should know that, right? When Chen Ge was talking, his brain was turning. He went through the few scenarios that he had come up with earlier in his mind. Yes, the child lives alone in room 401. His father is dead, and his mother is a vixen. She is being taken care of by other men. She no longer lives here. Occasionally, he would leave the residential area to go find his mother. The middle-aged man's words made Wen Qing shiver with anger. My big sister and I were hired by Shang Nguyen's mother to take care of Shang Nguyen. The child is sick, and there is something wrong with his mind. I am the psychiatrist who is responsible for his treatment, and my big sister is responsible for taking care of him. Chen Ge continued to share many things about Shang Nguyen before the middle-aged man slowly moved away. Looks like the child's mother has found him a good father. Now, he does not need to worry about money anymore. The middle-aged man's eyes stayed on Wen Qing for a long time. Chen Ge stood between the middle-aged man and Wen Qing, and there was still a smile on his face. You have been looking for trouble with me since earlier. Is it because you are afraid of something? Me? Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? The middle-aged man's expression turned unnatural. He did not understand where Chen Ge's confidence came from. I'm helping everyone find the killer, but you keep trying to change the subject. Could it be that you know something that you're not telling us? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. At the time, the killer had just left through the 6th floor window. He couldn't have gone far. He should be hiding on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. If we had started our search from these 3 floors, there's a high chance that we would have found the killer, but you told us to go find the landlord first. Chen Ge used a trick here. The middle-aged man only suggested that they go find the landlord, but Chen Ge cut him off and said that it was the middle-aged man who wanted them to go find the landlord. The landlord lives on the 9th floor, far away from the crime scene. I suspect that you're purposely luring us away to buy time for the killer. Bolsh *T. Don't believe him. Quote, you led us to the 9th floor, and you seemed to know that the landlord had been murdered, so no one would open the door for us. To open the door, we wasted another half an hour. That was more than enough time for the killer to clean up the blood on him. Chen Ge's every word cut into the middle-aged man's heart like a knife. I don't want to suspect you, but this is too much of a coincidence. It's so much of a coincidence that it feels like you're purposely buying time for the killer. The way the neighbors looked at the middle-aged man slowly turned unfriendly. Listen to me. I have no idea that the landlord has been murdered. If I did, I wouldn't have said that. The middle-aged man tried his best to argue. Chen Ge stood to the side and watched. He did not care what the middle-aged man said. He just wanted to find a reason to enter the middle-aged man's home. None of these madmen were clean. As long as Chen Ge entered their home, even if there was no evidence, Chen Ge would try his best to find the evidence. I've known Brother Man for many years, and I know his character very well. I don't believe he would do something like murder. Auntie Ding suddenly said. Just as the middle-aged man thought that Auntie Ding was defending him, Auntie Ding suddenly changed the subject. But this is too much of a coincidence. Why don't we go to Brother Man's home first? I firmly believe that Brother Man is innocent. This can also solve the unnecessary misunderstanding. Quote. On the surface, Auntie Ding appeared to be speaking up for the middle-aged man. She claimed that she believed the middle-aged man was not the killer, but the truth was that she wanted the middle-aged man dead. As an old tenant of the building, she should have some understanding of the middle-aged man's secret. She knew that the man had something that could not be exposed. After hearing Auntie Ding's words, the middle-aged man's face turned very pale. He did not expect that the person who stabbed him in the back at such a critical moment would be Auntie Ding. With a dark gaze, the middle-aged man stared at Auntie Ding and clenched his fists. Chen Ge did not say anything. His eyes wandered between Auntie Ding and the middle-aged man. Auntie Ding was the first to notice that the spare key in the closet had been stolen. Her reaction was very strange. From Chen Ge's perspective, Auntie Ding was most likely related to the landlord's death. She was probably one of the murderers who killed the landlord. That would also explain why she spoke up at this time and wanted to make the middle-aged man the scapegoat for the landlord's murder. Of course, the middle-aged man deserved it. If he did not mention the landlord, nothing would have happened to him. Now that everyone knew about the landlord's death, the murderers naturally would not let him go. The best way to deal with it was to make the middle-aged man the killer. Chen Ge understood this, so he went with the flow and pushed the middle-aged man to the killer's seat. He only needed to push the middle-aged man to the killer's seat, and someone would definitely step forward to pin the middle-aged man down so that he would not be able to turn the tables. The tenants who had been cleared of suspicion and the tenants who had not been cleared of suspicion started to split up. The tenants who had been cleared of suspicion also started to split up. If this continued, Chen Ge would be able to get closer to his goal without even making a move. We cannot afford to split up among ourselves. The most important thing now is to find Ku Gui's killer. Chen Ge saw the split among the tenants, and he could not have been happier. However, his lips kept reminding everyone to stay united. Everyone, calm down. Let's go back to our initial speculation. Xiao Sun said that the electrician on the 8th floor had an argument with Ku Gui and threatened him. The electrician has a motive to murder, so we will start our investigation with him. Quote. Chen Ge did not have Auntie Ding lead everyone to target the middle-aged man. He wanted to keep the middle-aged man around to create more division. Walking out from room 901, Chen Ge stood at the front of the corridor with a smile on his face. Behind him were the tenants of the building. This was quite a sight to behold. Is anyone there? With Xiao Sun leading the way, the group came to the door of the electrician's room. Knocking came, and it broke the silence on the 8th floor. Everyone stared at the door before them. The tenants were also curious about the electrician's secret. This feeling of spying on someone else was hard to describe. After knocking about 10 times, footsteps finally came from inside the room. The door slowly opened a gap. How can I help you? A man with a beard appeared at the door. He did not like to talk, and his eyes were bloodshot like he had not had a good night's sleep for a long time. There has been a murder at this building. We wish to warn you. Understood. The electrician was about to close the door, but Chen Ge grabbed the door. What do you want? It's not that I want to do anything. This is the unanimous decision of everyone. Chen Ge pointed at the tenants behind him. This is for everyone's safety. Now, we suspect that the murderer is related to you. If you have no ulterior motives, please step aside. We will not touch anything that belongs to your family. We just want to confirm some things. Xiao Sun was not that cunning. He revealed the purpose of Chen Ge's visit directly. I am related to the murder at this building. The electrician slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes scanned Chen Ge's left side like he was communicating with someone through his eyes. Chen Ge knew that Auntie Ding was standing behind him, and he felt like things were getting more and more interesting. When the electrician was in trouble, the first person he turned to look at was Auntie Ding. This meant that he and Auntie Ding were both hiding something. Combined with the earlier speculation, if Auntie Ding was related to the landlord's death, then wouldn't that mean that the electrician was also related to the landlord's death? When he saw the complicated circuit inside room 901, Chen Ge suspected that the murderer was the electrician because the electrician was most likely the first person to discover the landlord's secret. Chen Ge was facing away from Auntie Ding. He had no idea what kind of hint Auntie Ding had given the electrician. He only saw the electrician's face turn uglier after the eye contact with Auntie Ding. I've been staying inside my room tonight. I haven't gone anywhere. You've got the wrong person. The electrician refused to move away no matter what, and the group stayed in the corridor. Chen Ge felt like this could not continue. If he gave in to the electrician, then his plan would be even harder to execute. These tenants were each smarter than the last. Other than Xiao Sun, no one was willing to lead the way. Chen Ge had no choice but to do it himself. The murderer has threatened everyone's safety. If you refuse to let us in, then that means that you're hiding something. Chen Ge's tone became more forceful. We're not asking for your opinion, we're informing you. Informing me? We're all tenants here. What gives you the right to barge into my home? This is ridiculous. Quote. We've patiently helped you reconstruct the whole story, but you still refuse to let us in. Looks like you're indeed related to Ku Gui's death, and you're purposely hiding something from us. Chen Ge's patience was wearing thin. His hands that gripped the door kept increasing in strength. Everyone, let's go in together. There has to be something wrong with this room. With Chen Ge leading the way, the neighbors who did not usually get along with the electrician also started to help. With so many people pulling at the door, the electrician was unable to close it at all. The front door was finally pulled open, and Chen Ge was the first to rush in. His nose twitched, and Chen Ge smelled a burnt smell. What's burnt? The room was very messy. It was littered with various things, and there was not even a place to stand. The neighbors squeezed into the room, and they trampled on some of the items on the floor. The electrician did not seem to notice them. He leaned against the front door and kept his head lowered. He did not want anyone to see his expression. Ku Gui was stabbed, and the murderer had a lot of blood on him. Other than that, we have to pay attention to one thing. The murderer's actions are very meticulous. He probably started this plan a long time ago, so his notebook will probably contain information related to the murder. Quote. The tenants who followed behind Chen Ge started to rummage through the room. Throughout the whole process, the electrician stood at the door with his head lowered, and he did not say a word. His muscles are very tense. He's afraid. The tenants searched for a long time, but they could not find any clues related to the murder. Auntie Ding walked to stand before Chen Ge. Have we wronged him? Even though this room is very messy and dirty, there is no trace of blood. He does not appear to be a reader, and there are no books or notebooks in the room. Quote. Looks like he really is not the murderer. Xiao Sun walked out from the bedroom with a frown. He was a very innocent child, and he had not experienced the cruelty of society. After realizing his mistake, he ran to the electrician's side. I'm sorry, but we're just trying to catch the murderer as soon as possible. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Now, can you leave the house? The electrician's voice was low, and it was clear that he was very angry. No problem. Auntie Ding agreed on her own. The rest of them slowly moved toward the living room door. Wait a minute. Standing inside the room, Chen Ge suddenly said, "Do you guys smell something rotten? His room is so messy. Perhaps something has gone moldy." Auntie Ding was obviously siding with the electrician. "Let's hurry to the other rooms. There's no time to waste. Moldy things will not give off a burnt smell." Chen Ge followed the smell to the bedroom on the right. "Do you live alone?" The electrician lifted his head to look at Chen Ge, and his voice was hoarse. "Yes, I live alone." "You live alone, and both the bedrooms on the left and right have double beds. You sure are extravagant. What does that have to do with you? I'm just curious." Chen Ge looked at the new bedding on the bed. "Which room do you usually sleep in?" "This is my home. I can sleep in whichever room I want. Do I need to tell you that? Does this have anything to do with the murder that you're talking about?" The electrician glared at Chen Ge with bloodshot eyes. He had been suppressing the anger in his heart. There was something wrong with the man's personality. He was easily angered, and he could not control his emotions. "I assume that you usually sleep in the bedroom on the left because there are many daily necessities there. The bedroom on the right is very simple. It doesn't look like a place to live but more like your workshop." Chen Ge used his foot to kick at some wires on the ground. Some of them were hidden wires that led to the bottom of the bed. What kind of workshop would need a big bed? Chen Ge grabbed the new bedding and pulled it off without warning. He tossed it to the ground. The electrician's face paled instantly, and he subconsciously took a small step back. Underneath the bedding was a thick Siemens mattress. There were many burn marks on the mattress, and that was where the burning smell came from. "Let's go to another room. There is nothing strange about this room." Auntie Ding glanced at the mattress and then moved her gaze away. "This mattress is very soundproof and can resist shocks." As Chen Ge said that, he grabbed the mattress and pulled it off. A pungent smell of burnt flesh rushed out, and everyone present could smell it. There was a hardwood bed underneath the mattress. Without hesitation, Chen Ge pushed the bed to the side. The scene before them made everyone uncomfortable. There was a boy's body hidden under the bed. His body was connected to many electrodes, and his skin was badly damaged. However, the real fatal wound was on his neck. He had been strangled to death, and the strangulation marks were very clear. Jia Qi. When she saw the boy, Auntie Ding knelt to the ground. She crawled toward the bed, wanting to hug the boy's body. Auntie Ding screamed at the top of her lungs, but Chen Ge could see clearly that the woman did not shed a single tear. "Capture that electrician," Xiao Sun yelled. When Chen Ge pulled the mattress back, the electrician had already snuck out of the room. "He killed Jia Qi. He tortured a child like that. I will kill him. Kill him." Auntie Ding seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and she entered a state of hysteria. She grabbed the fruit knife from the coffee table and rushed out. She was very muscular, not much weaker than a man, and she was very fast. "Quick, we've found the killer. We will go over there as well." Xiao Sun ran out with passion. The other neighbors followed behind him, but only Chen Ge remained standing in the living room. "Are we not going over there?" Wen Qing asked softly. "The electrician won't live for long. Auntie Ding will do everything she can to kill him." "You're right. Auntie Ding has been helping the electrician earlier. Now that she has been betrayed by someone she trusted, she must be in a lot of pain. She wants to kill the electrician not because of pain, but because of fear. This boy should be a gift that Auntie Ding gave to the electrician. They are all the murderers of the landlord. The electrician knows many of Auntie Ding's secrets, and Auntie Ding is afraid that the electrician will spill his secrets, so she will definitely kill the electrician." Chen Ge looked at the boy under the wooden board, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He gritted his teeth. These animals. Wen Qing mulled over Chen Ge's words. She had been following Chen Ge around, and they had experienced the same thing, but she had no idea how Chen Ge managed to come up with so many theories. Standing beside Chen Ge, Wen Qing did not dare ask why. She was afraid that the walls had ears, and they might overhear some important information. "Why don't you and Granny Li stay in the living room for now?" Chen Ge was left alone in the bedroom. He closed the bedroom door, squatted down beside the bed, and inspected the boy's body. There were burn marks from electric shocks and bruises from beatings. Chen Ge's eyes finally landed on the boy's neck. He was strangled to death by electric wires. There are wood shavings stuck between his fingernails. Before the boy died, his arms were tied to the bed frame. Chen Ge untied the ropes around the body and covered the boy with a clean sheet. On the surface, the electrician looks like a quiet, harmless, low-level worker, but in reality, his personality is more violent than a normal person. However, he keeps all his anger bottled up inside his heart, and then he releases his anger by bullying those who are weaker than him. Deep down, he is a thug. The electrician's situation was not an isolated case. Chen Ge started to think deeper. Under the restriction of morality and law, their true nature is hidden, but in Shang Nuan's world behind the door, the worst part of their personality is completely exposed. This door appears to amplify the evil in human nature, making everyone become twisted and scary. Quote. Chen Ge tried to guess what the ghost fetus was thinking, but there were too few clues. Looking through his backpack, Chen Ge realized that blood vessels had started to appear on the comic. He tried to call his employees, but there was still no response. Chen Ge. Wen Qing's voice came from outside the bedroom, and then the bedroom door was pushed open. Something seems to have happened downstairs. The sound of running, screaming, and crying mixed together in the stairwell. It was very chaotic. Don't panic. Let them stay for a while longer. Chen Ge slowly walked out from the room. The faces of the few neighbors flashed across his mind. Who will be next? The group came to the second floor. A faded scent of blood lingered in the air, and fresh blood could be seen on the stairs. What's going on? Before Chen Ge got close, he could already hear Auntie Ding crying. The other neighbors had surrounded the stairwell, blocking the way. The electrician is dead. Xiao Sun leaned against the stairs, his face pale. Dead. Chen Ge looked very surprised. He quickened his pace and passed through the crowd. Get out of the way. Standing at the corner between the first and second floor, Chen Ge seemed to be frozen. He saw Auntie Ding lying on the ground, crying out Jia Qi's name. Her hands and upper body were covered in blood. Aunt Ding seemed to have lost her mind due to grief. No one could get close to her, or rather, no one was willing to get close to her. You killed him. Chen Ge's pupils trembled. He was our only lead. Jia Qi was the first child I adopted. He went missing in this neighborhood. I've been looking for him. Auntie Ding's hair was disheveled, and her hands pressed against the blood on the ground. That is my child. Can you understand how I feel as a mother? Do you know how I felt when I saw the child? Auntie Ding was sobbing. She seemed to have lost all of her energy as she collapsed in a pool of blood. Indeed, I can't say that Sister Ding killed him. I saw with my own eyes that Sister Ding got into an argument with the electrician. They fell down the stairs, and the fruit knife just so happened to stab into the electrician's neck. That is karma. The one who spoke was a tenant from the 5th floor. He was very tall, and he always stood next to Auntie Ding. This was the first time he had communicated with Chen Ge. Are you surprised? Chen Ge's eyes glanced past Auntie Ding to look down the first-floor corridor. The electrician had already run out of the stairwell. His body was at the entrance of the stairwell, and there was a bloody handprint on the locked steel door. There was a knife stuck in his neck. Even if he survived, he wouldn't have been able to speak. Unfortunately, the lead that we've worked so hard to find has ended just like that. Chen Ge sounded helpless. He glanced at the tall man. What is your name? My surname is Li. How come there is a smell of medicine on you? I'm a pediatrician. Does medicine for children have such a strong smell? Chen Ge did not wait for the man to answer before he changed the subject. I was not there when the electrician died. Did you hear what he said at the end? He called Auntie Ding's full name. Xiao Sun wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Dr. Li. The electrician is dead now. We need to confirm whether he is Ku Gui's killer or not. But, Xiao Sun insisted, but he was interrupted by Chen Ge. That's right. The most important thing now is to capture the killer. If the electrician is Ku Gui's killer, then of course it's a happy ending, but I'm worried that the electrician is just an accomplice, and the real killer is still hiding in this building. A living person had been killed before their eyes, and the atmosphere in the building became more and more oppressive. I'll send Auntie Ding back to her room first. She saw her adopted son's body, and she was too traumatized today. Dr. Li wanted to help Auntie Ding up from the pool of blood, but he failed multiple times. He looked at the crowd and waved at a short man. "Big head, come and help me." The short man had no hair, and his face was mostly swollen. He looked like he was deformed. Big Head and Dr. Li helped Auntie Ding up to the 4th floor. Chen Ge watched their backs silently. Dr. Li is tall and strong, and he looks like he has a lot of strength. There is no way he can't move Auntie Ding. He is just looking for an excuse to leave with Big Head. The three of them should know each other, and they should be a team. Dr. Li, Big Head, Auntie Ding, and the electrician, Chen Ge suspected that it was them who had worked together to kill the landlord and steal all the keys. As for their reason for killing the landlord, Chen Ge had a guess. The landlord had discovered their secret, so the landlord had to die. What should we do with the electrician's body? Ku Gui's body was still lying in the living room, and now there was another dead body in the building. Their original intention was to track down the killer, but things started to spiral out of control. It was as if someone was playing tricks in the dark, trying to get rid of all the tenants in the building. Ignore the electrician's body for now. I just made a very scary discovery. After Xiao Sun saw Dr. Li and the rest walk away, he dared to speak. The electrician was pushed down the stairs. The person who did it was not Auntie Ding but Dr. Li. At the time, they were running at the front. Jia Qi is Auntie Ding's adopted son, so why would Dr. Li act so rashly? He does not look like someone with a strong sense of justice. Chen Ge was slowly guiding the direction of the neighbor's thinking. He could not be as direct as Xiao Sun because he had no idea how many people were involved in the landlord's murder. However, one thing was for sure, there should not be too many people involved in the landlord's murder, or else they would not have been so afraid of Chen Ge, and they would not have sacrificed the electrician. I also think this is weird. The middle-aged man with the lingerie stashed in the corner stood alone. He did not trust anyone. That Ding woman is acting strangely today. Normally, she treats her adopted son badly. Compared to taking care of a child, she treats him more like a pet. Whenever she is unhappy, she will beat and scold him. So, you think Auntie Ding did not kill the electrician to avenge her adopted son? She was worried about something else. Quote. That is not what I said. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Ge and waved his hands. He was an old tenant here, so he knew that speaking without thinking could lead to death. How about we go and ask Wu Yu? It's the kid who lives in room 301. The neighbors all say that the kid is a liar, but I think the kid is quite a nice person. However, he might have some psychological problems due to the lack of company for a long time. Don't we have a psychiatrist here? We can take a look at him. Xiao Sun suddenly offered, and that caused the middle-aged man to break out in a cold sweat. Wu Yu, that kid, is full of lies. You can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. Furthermore, he is just a kid, what would he know? Let him see the dead body. Don't scare him too much. The middle-aged man shook his head, pretending to be calm. Fine, I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, the kid keeps running around the building. Perhaps he might know something. Xiao Sun was analyzing the situation rationally. He did not realize that he had become a thorn in the side of most people. Chen Ge wiped away the sweat on his forehead. As a normal person, after being dragged into a murder case, the first thing he needed to do was not to become a detective to solve the case but to protect himself. Chen Ge understood Xiao Sun's method of repeatedly jumping on the edge of death, but he did not agree with it. I also don't think there's a need to ask a kid, but the murderer is hiding inside the building. It's too dangerous to leave Wu Yu alone at home. It's better to have him stay with us. When Chen Ge said the first half, the middle-aged man nodded, but when he heard the second half of Chen Ge's statement, his head froze. Wouldn't it be too inconvenient to bring a child with him? It's fine, I'll protect him. Let's go to room 301 to fetch Wu Yu now. Chen Ge walked directly to the 3rd floor. Once he entered the 3rd floor corridor, he saw a boy's face poke out from the room at the end of the corridor. It was quite scary even at night. Wu Yu, there's a murderer in this building. It's not safe for you to stay alone. Why don't you come with us? Chen Ge wanted to reach out to hold Wu Yu's hand, but the boy dodged away. A murderer. Wu Yu looked at Chen Ge and the tenants and used that very childish voice to say, aren't you all murderers? Look, this child only knows how to lie. The middle-aged man spread out his hands, looking helpless. You know we're all murderers, so why are you still here? Aren't you afraid? Chen Ge looked at the boy before him. I'm waiting for my parents. If you're killed, your parents won't be able to find you, so you'd better come with me. Chen Ge's way of reasoning with the boy was very hard. Grabbing Wu Yu's hand, Chen Ge had him stay by his side. Noticing how determined Chen Ge was, the middle-aged man suddenly said that he was not feeling well and wanted to go home. Chen Ge did not stop him and allowed him to leave. Actually, Chen Ge knew very well that the middle-aged man had left because he was worried that Wu Yu would spill the beans, so he was in a hurry to go back and destroy those things. After the middle-aged man left, the rest of the group headed to Auntie Ding's room on the 4th floor. Dr. Li had called Big Head and Auntie Ding over to discuss something, so Chen Ge did not want to give them too much time. When they reached the 4th floor, Chen Ge saw Big Head waiting outside Auntie Ding's room. Is Sister Ding feeling better? With Dr. Li here, she should be fine. Big Head had a strange appearance, but the way he spoke was kind. He gave off the impression that he was an honest person who was easy to bully. Something happened after you left. I wish to ask Auntie Ding about it in person. She still needs to rest. You better get out of the way. This is very serious. Behind Chen Ge were Ku Yin, Xiao Sun, Wen Qing, and Granny Li. They had the advantage in numbers. I will go in alone. I will not disturb Sister Ding's rest. Okay. Big Head knocked on the door. About 10 seconds later, the door opened, and Chen Ge walked in alone. Even though Auntie Ding was not young anymore, the decoration of the room was very girlish, and the main color was pink. Once Chen Ge entered the room, he was hit by the heavy scent of perfume and air freshener. He coughed lightly and voluntarily closed the door. Auntie Ding was lying on the sofa, and Dr. Li stood next to her. When they saw Chen Ge walk in, their expressions did not look so good. How can I help you? Do you remember that perverted middle-aged man on the 3rd floor? What's wrong? Just now, he said that the electrician did not fall down the stairs on his own but was pushed down by someone. Then, he very subtly hinted for us to go and ask Wu Yu about it. Chen Ge's face was cold. Did you manage to get anything out of him? Auntie Ding's face was pale, and her voice was shaking. The child has been traumatized. We can't understand what he is saying at all. For example, Auntie Ding always carries the child up and down the stairs, and a child appears like a ghost beside him. Chen Ge did not seem to notice Auntie Ding's face that was turning paler. He continued to say, the key is not the child but the uncle on the 3rd floor. He lives right next to Wu Yu, and I suspect that he was the one who taught Wu Yu these things. After all, even if a child likes to lie, he would not say these things all the time. Quote. You have a point. Dr. Li and Auntie Ding nodded in unison. Other than that, I have noticed something else. The uncle seems to be interfering with our search for the truth. I suspect. Chen Ge raised his head, and his eyes were shining. Could he be the killer that killed the landlord? That is very possible. There are many strange things about the man. Auntie Ding's face became redder, and her words became clearer. There are many women's underwear at his home. I have no idea where he got them from, but in any case, the man is very disgusting. You suspect him, and he wants to lead the case to you. Chen Ge hesitated for a long time. I also do not know who to trust. How about this? We will pretend to go to one of the rooms on the 3rd floor to investigate, and then we will take a detour to his home. We will conduct a surprise inspection and see if we can find any evidence. If there is something related to the landlord's murder at his home, then we can confirm that he is the landlord's killer. Quote. Chen Ge was very brave. The real reason he was doing this was to make the killer hand over the evidence himself. This was a series of traps. Chen Ge did not plan to waste any more time with the tenants inside the building. He wanted to end this as soon as possible, and that was why he came up with such a radical suggestion. Once Dr. Li and Auntie Ding came to their senses and found out the truth, they would definitely understand that this was all Chen Ge's doing, and the real person that they needed to get rid of was Chen Ge. Dancing on the tip of a knife, Chen Ge knew his situation from the beginning, but that was the only thing he could do. He had to get rid of as many tenants as possible before Dr. Li and Auntie Ding could react. He had to wait until they could no longer pose a threat to him, and then he could openly take over this building. Sister Ding, you should take a good rest inside the house. Close the doors and windows, and be careful. Big Head and I will go take a look. Dr. Li was still expressionless. Chen Ge had no idea what he was thinking, but one thing was for sure, Dr. Li was tempted by Chen Ge's suggestion. This was a good chance to clear their suspicion, and they would not let it slip by. Seeing that Dr. Li had taken the bait, Chen Ge stood up and said to Auntie Ding with concern, I am not sure whether the killer that killed the landlord and Ku Gui is the same person. You have to be careful when you are alone at home. I will be careful. Auntie Ding did not understand the deeper meaning behind Chen Ge's words. She lay on the sofa and pretended to be very weak. Let's go. Sister Ding needs to rest. Dr. Li was the first to open the front door. He whispered something into Big Head's ear. Chen Ge used ghost ear, and he could hear the words, letter of commitment. His expression did not change, and he slowly followed Dr. Li out of the room. In terms of cunning, Dr. Li was quite a capable person, but he had underestimated Chen Ge. Perhaps he had subconsciously treated himself as a predator, killing the weak. The repeated murders had caused the demon in his heart to expand. In his eyes, normal people were just backup prey. If he could push the boat with the current and shift the blame to someone else, it would naturally be good. If it really didn't work and he couldn't shift the blame, then he would directly kill everyone who knew the secret. This kind of twisted mentality caused him to not treat Chen Ge seriously. Actually, this was not his fault. Who would have thought an outsider would be able to recover most of the truth in such a short period of time through so many small clues? Of course, as time passed, his suspicions towards Chen Ge would grow, and his desire to kill Chen Ge would also grow stronger. Auntie Ding lived on the 4th floor, and Big Head was Auntie Ding's neighbor. After Dr. Li whispered something to him, Big Head found an excuse to return home. Half a minute later, Big Head came out of the house with a normal expression. Sister Ding needs to rest. Let her stay at home. Chen Ge glanced at everyone. Hasn't the uncle on the 3rd floor come back yet? Let's go find him directly. It'll save us some time. Dr. Li said directly. He did not realize that every word that Chen Ge said seemed to be guiding him to do something. He did not think that he was being manipulated. He just felt that it was quite comfortable to work together with Chen Ge. It was like someone would automatically come to pass him a pillow when he was sleepy. The group went directly to the door of the middle-aged man on the 3rd floor. Chen Ge knocked for a long time before the middle-aged man finally opened the door. I'm sorry, but my stomach is not feeling well, so I had to take a dump. Come on, which room are we going to next? The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was gasping for air when he spoke. He did not look like he had just come from the toilet. We plan to investigate each room one by one. Since you've opened the door, let's start with your home. Dr. Li did not wait for the middle-aged man to reject and walked into the room. Big Head followed closely behind him. You can go ahead and investigate, but don't ruin my things. I have many valuable collections here. The middle-aged man appeared to have dealt with his secret already, so he was not worried that Dr. Li would find something wrong with him. Looking at the confident middle-aged man, Chen Ge shook his head. Even if there was no secret, one could create a secret, and this secret had nothing to do with him. If anything, he was more like a bystander. The group entered the room. The middle-aged man's room was very messy. There were many wine bottles and trash littering the floor. The cleanest place in the room was the posters of beautiful women on the wall. Aren't you afraid to wake up at night with so many pictures on the wall? Chen Ge's attitude was completely different from when he went to the electrician's home. He kept staring at the posters on the wall. He stalled the middle-aged man and created an opening for Dr. Li and Big Head. Why would I be afraid when I wake up at night and see them? Isn't that a very happy thing? Quote. What kind of happiness can come from looking at the posters? Chen Ge glanced at the sofa and realized that the female lingerie was still littered on the sofa. The lingerie was not cleaned up, which meant that the middle-aged man did not care about other people seeing them. The lingerie was not really his secret. Initially, Chen Ge thought that the middle-aged man was just a fetish, but now he felt like things were not that simple. This perverted middle-aged man probably did more than collect lingerie. He must have done something even worse. Hey, Come and take a look. Dr. Li's voice came from the middle-aged man's bedroom. It attracted everyone's attention, and they crowded outside the bedroom. Peeling back the black cloth that covered the dresser, Dr. Li opened the dresser door. Inside the dresser were various yellow videos and books with large covers. These are all my personal collection. I did not distribute them with malicious intent, so it's not illegal, right? The middle-aged man leaned against the door frame. Do you think there are other things recorded in these videos? If you don't believe me, you can go take a look for yourself, but if you want to see so many works, it will probably take several months, right? The middle-aged man walked over to close the dresser door, but Dr. Li grabbed his hand. Open this locked box under the bed and let us take a look. Don't cross the line. You don't want to be falsely accused as a murderer, do you? Open it and see. If it has nothing to do with the murder case, naturally, we will not say anything. Dr. Li's face was expressionless, and his voice was cold. Fine, I will cooperate with you. When I arrive at your home, I will also search your room. The middle-aged man made a meaningless threat. He took out the key from his pocket and opened the wooden box under the bed. Inside the box was a female body model. It was very lifelike, and from afar, it looked no different from a real person. This is my wife. She has accompanied me for a long time. The middle-aged man stood next to the wooden box. He did not allow anyone to touch the model. If it was a layman who did not know how to make a doll, they would only sigh at how beautiful the model was. Unfortunately, Chen Ge was a master doll maker. He was familiar with all the materials that could be used to make a doll, and there was no material that could make a doll's skin look so realistic unless he was using human skin. The doll inside the box was different from most dolls on the market. It was separated into several parts, and all the parts could be removed and replaced by the user. Compared to a real doll, this doll was more like a body frame. The face, hair, skin, and so on could be replaced by the user's own hands. The middle-aged man showed the doll inside the box. He only allowed people to look but not touch it. Other than the doll, there was nothing else inside the box. The tenants did not interfere with the man's personal preferences. Are you done? Can I lock the box now? The middle-aged man was about to close the box when Big Head's voice came from inside the bathroom. What is this? The few people inside the room ran out. The middle-aged man calmly locked the box again. His expression was relaxed like he had just survived a disaster. The middle-aged man was the last to leave the bedroom. When he came to the living room, he realized that everyone was looking at him. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you asking us? Give us an explanation. Big Head opened his palm, and there was a heavily worn tooth sitting in the middle of his palm. I found it at your home's toilet. Impossible. My home would not have something like that. The middle-aged man stared at the tooth in Big Head's palm, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. We found it at your home's toilet. You'd better give us a reason. Big Head's voice was very thin, and combined with his slightly deformed appearance, he looked very creepy. I'll say it again. My home would not have something like that. The middle-aged man and Big Head were at each other's throats. Seeing that the atmosphere had frozen, Chen Ge walked over. Don't panic. Finding a tooth is not that big of a deal. You're used to assembling dolls, so this tooth was prepared for the dolls, right? The mouths of the dolls do not need teeth, the middle-aged man explained to Chen Ge, a layman. So, you tossed their teeth down the drain. Is that really a doll? Big Head used the opportunity to attack the middle-aged man. What are you talking about? The middle-aged man glared at Big Head. He kept trying to explain, but no one paid him any attention. Teeth alone cannot prove anything. Everyone, calm down. Chen Ge looked at Big Head with confusion. Other than the teeth, did you find anything else? Are these teeth not proof enough? Big Head pointed at the drain in the toilet. Everyone, including the middle-aged man, turned to look at the drain. The iron drain had been removed, and at the corner of the pipe, several teeth had fallen. Some of the teeth even had rotten flesh stuck to them. Why are these things here? The middle-aged man sensed the hostile gazes from the people around him, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. I really have no idea why there are so many teeth in the drain. Perhaps other people's things have fallen into my home through the pipe. Trust me. The teeth all fell at the corner of the pipe. If they belonged to other people, they would have been washed away along the main pipe. Dr. Lee's voice came from another bedroom. His cold eyes stared at the middle-aged man. I advise all of you to stay away from him. I've made a new discovery. Dr. Lee raised the mannequin book that he was holding. It was filled with the middle-aged man's notes. He flipped the book to a certain page and took out a piece of paper that was covered in dried blood. Take a look at this. What is this? Xiao Sun and Ku Yin were the first to walk over. When they saw the handwriting on the paper, their expressions changed. A letter of promise. I promise I will not. The whole piece of paper was covered in blood. The writer was in a very bad state at the time, like he was heavily injured. The few words that could be read were crooked, like the writer's fingers were broken. The content in the middle was blurry. They could only see the letter of promise at the beginning and the landlord's name at the end. Why would you have a letter of promise signed by the landlord? What did the landlord promise you? Quote. How would I know? This is not mine. The middle-aged man realized that something was wrong. 2 people had just died in the building, but the killer had not been caught, and an item related to the murder had appeared in his room. Someone had to be trying to frame him. A deep sense of fear enveloped him. The middle-aged man leaned against the wall. His pupils trembled as he scanned everyone in the room. Someone purposely placed that thing in my room. It's like the teeth in the sewer. It's the killer's doing. Someone is trying to frame me. Quote. There are so many of us here, so why would the killer choose to frame you? Dr. Lee held the letter of promise with both of his hands to prevent the middle-aged man from trying to snatch it from him. Believe me, this is really not mine. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. He had been trying to hide his secret, so he did not expect someone would try to frame him. How about we restrain him first? This man is too dangerous. Big Head looked around. The bed that the electrician used to tie up the dead bodies is perfect for that, and there is an electrotherapy machine in the room. I don't believe he will still be so stubborn. What do you guys think? Dr. Lee turned to look at the other tenants. Chen Ge appeared to be still in shock. He did not say anything. Xiao Sun shook his head. What difference is there between us and the killer if we do this? I think we should all stay in one room and discuss this. Quote. I agree with Big Head's suggestion. The person who killed the landlord might have the keys to all the rooms in this building. We have to force them to reveal the location of the keys. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Ku Yin and his girlfriend did not care whether the middle-aged man was framed or not, and they did not care about the pain and torment that the middle-aged man was suffering. They only cared about their own interests. Me, Big Head, and this couple, the 4 of us agree to force the killer to reveal the truth. The majority rules, so let's do this. Dr. Lee put the letter of promise away carefully. He, Big Head, and Ku Yin surrounded the middle-aged man. The situation was dangerous. The middle-aged man knew that someone wanted him dead, wanted him to be the scapegoat. Listen to me. I really have nothing to do with the landlord's death. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Wu Yu. The boy knows who the real killer is. He once saw someone loitering outside the landlord's door at night. The middle-aged man was really panicking. He knew that most of the tenants in this building were not normal. Once he was tied to the wire, even if he was not the killer, he would be tortured until he was half dead. Wu Yu likes to lie to gain the adults' attention. You said that yourself, but why are you changing your mind now? I realize that you are also a liar, but that's fine. In a bit, I will make you speak the truth. Dr. Lee took a step forward. He did not need the middle-aged man to tell the truth. He only needed the middle-aged man to say what he wanted to hear. If the middle-aged man refused to speak, then he would torture him until he did. Why do you keep forcing me? The middle-aged man's eyes wandered between Dr. Lee and Big Head. It was Big Head who found the teeth, and it was you who found the letter of promise. The expression in his eyes changed, and the middle-aged man suddenly screamed, "It is you two who are trying to harm me. Big Head has been your patient since he was young. He listens to everything you say. The real killer of the landlord is you two." Quote. The middle-aged man screamed at the top of his lungs. He turned to Chen Ge and Wen Qing, who did not say anything. Believe me, I am telling the truth. They are the real murderers. Quote. At that moment, Chen Ge and Wen Qing were the middle-aged man's only hope. He had completely forgotten that not too long ago, he had been trying to cause trouble for Chen Ge. I also want to believe you, but the evidence is right before my eyes. You'd better stop resisting. Chen Ge raised his head. His words became the last straw that broke the middle-aged man's back. Ever since we discovered the dead man, you have been influencing my judgment. Can you tell me why you are doing that? Stop wasting time. Let's capture him first. Dr. Li and Big Head charged at the middle-aged man at the same time. The middle-aged man struggled desperately. You will regret this. You will all be killed by the killer. Being strapped to a wire was basically a dead end. The building was no longer safe. After the middle-aged man shook off Big Head and Dr. Li, he did something that no one would have expected. He rushed to the living room window and decisively opened it. Just as he was about to jump down, a vague mouth appeared in the black fog. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed. Fresh blood splattered on the window frame. The mouth seemed to have bitten through his neck. The black fog swirled, and the middle-aged man disappeared. The people inside the room did not dare approach the window. What was that thing earlier? With yin-yang vision, Chen Ge had the best eyesight among the group, but even so, he did not get a good look at the thing. Is there a man-eating monster inside the black fog? Unknown monsters were hiding in the black fog, but perhaps due to the restriction of the rules behind the door, the black fog did not spread into the building. The building was safe. The residential area outside the building was like a different world for the residents inside the building. Everything they had was left inside the building, like they would be killed if they left. Dr. Li closed the window like he could not see the blood stain on the window frame. Only the landlord can enter and leave the building at will. If the tenants wish to leave at night, they have to be accompanied by the landlord. Dr. Li looked at the thick black fog outside. He must be feeling guilty, so he broke the rules and wanted to jump out of the window. Dr. Li's words attracted Chen Ge's attention. This residential area was much stranger than he had expected. If the tenants had to be accompanied by the landlord to leave at night, what would happen if the landlord died? What if this place was covered in darkness forever? What if the same nightmarish night kept repeating itself here? Many worlds behind the door would stop at a certain time, because this time would leave the door pusher with an unforgettable despair. We have confirmed the landlord's killer. Now we only need to focus on capturing Ku Gui's killer. Dr. Li's voice was cold and calm, with a trace of murderous intent. He seemed to treat this building as his hunting ground. Now that a new hunter had appeared in his hunting ground, naturally, he wanted to find this person and then kill him. I suggest we search this room again. If he really is the landlord's killer, there must be other clues inside this room. The keys that the landlord lost should be here as well. Ku Yin did not care about other people's lives. He only needed his own keys. From his perspective, the only safe place in this building was his own home. If even his own home was not safe, then he would not be able to sleep peacefully at night. Xiao Sun seemed to want to say something. He looked at the people around him, and his gaze froze on the blood stain on the window frame. Don't you think we are being too hasty? With just a letter and a few teeth, you have locked onto the killer. Plus, I feel like something is wrong. I've searched the bathroom, and the sewer. We just want to force the truth out of him. He is the one who made the choice. He has a guilty conscience, and that is why he wanted to escape. Dr. Li glanced at Xiao Sun and then quickly looked past Xiao Sun to look at Chen Ge. What do you think? Of all the people present, the only one that Dr. Li could not see through was Chen Ge. He felt like there was something about Chen Ge that made him feel very uncomfortable. It was like he was looking at his own kind. This was an extremely dangerous person. When Dr. Li first saw Chen Ge, this thought appeared in his mind. I agree with you. The most important thing now is to catch the murderer who killed Ku Gui. All of us have alibis, so the murderer must be someone else. If we fight among ourselves, the murderer will be the happiest. Everything was going according to Chen Ge's plan. He was going to use these few tenants to investigate the other tenants. After seeing the secrets of those people, the two sides would naturally become enemies. While the two sides were fighting each other, Chen Ge would slowly gain the upper hand. When the number of tenants in the building dropped to a certain level, Chen Ge would reveal his fangs. Chen Ge and Dr. Li shared the same view. Both of them believed that they would be the final winner. The only difference was that Chen Ge knew that the murderer was an outsider, but Dr. Li did not know about the situation outside the door. One of them came up with a plan based on the rules of the door, and the other came up with a plan based on the situation inside the door and outside the door. The difference in information meant that Dr. Li would be at a disadvantage. Everyone maintained a calm appearance on the surface, but in reality, everyone had their own agenda. Of course, that was except for Xiao Sun. The naive young man was still playing the detective game. He wanted to find the truth, and he was trying his best to come up with a theory. He did not know that the search for the truth could only be done under the sun. When night fell, and the people around him were madmen, no one cared about the truth. Everyone was focused on how they were going to survive. The group did not find the key inside the middle-aged man's house. They turned the house upside down, and in the end, they had no choice but to give up. After leaving the middle-aged man's house, they started from the third floor and started to investigate every room. The people inside the house refused to open the door, so they tried their best to break the lock and enter the house. The building was filled with evil. The darkness that had accumulated for many years was sliced open by a knife that was even darker. Transvestite, cheating, murder out of passion, escaped criminals, psychopaths. Behind each door hid many twisted souls. They guarded their dirtiest secrets. They slowly lost their human appearance and turned into twisted monsters. Chen Ge saw the bottom line of human nature in the world behind Shang Nuan's door. They were hidden among normal people. Perhaps at some point in time, they had even brushed past us. They moved all the way from the third floor to the 8th floor. In the process of searching for the murderer, Chen Ge's group ran into a lot of resistance. When the secret was exposed, most of the twisted tenants chose the most extreme method to fight back. Some of them did not care who the murderer was, they only wanted to protect their own secret. Dr. Li also did not expect things to turn out this way. During the search, Big Head was stabbed by an escaped criminal, and the doctor himself was lightly injured as well. Like a cornered beast, the tenants did everything they could to prevent the human skin they used to live in from being torn off. Some used sweet words to trick them, some used violence to chase them away, some tried to bluff their way through, and some even tried to kill everyone. That way, they would be able to protect their own secret. Of the whole group, other than Granny Li and Wen Qing, who followed behind them, only Chen Ge was not injured. He looked on coldly from the side. His yin-yang vision focused on the dark side of human nature. They returned to the 9th floor where the landlord lived. The group gathered at the door to room 901. The murderer had not been found, and the landlord's lost key had not been found. Everyone dragged their tired bodies. After the door opens, I will move out. Xiao Sun's face was pale and bloodless. His worldview had been turned upside down in one night. The bloody and scary scenes that he had seen in that 1 hour were more than the scenes that he had seen in the movies in the past 20 years. The high intensity and high frequency of stimulation had left a deep psychological shadow on him. He appeared to have developed a phobia of opening doors. He did not even have the courage to push the door open anymore. If we cannot find the key, the lock on the door will not be able to be opened, and none of us will be able to leave. Chen Ge carried the backpack with one hand. He had been conserving his energy. He kept calling out his employees' names, but other than that, he did not do anything else. But we have already searched most of the rooms. There are so many keys. Where could the landlord's killer hide them? Ku Yin and his girlfriend were given quite a fright as well. Compared to those animals, they could only be considered scum. I have only searched part of the rooms. There are still some rooms in this building that we have not been to. At the end of the tunnel, the dagger was revealed. Chen Ge was in good condition. He had been slacking all the way. You mean the rooms below the 3rd floor? Ku Yin nodded. Now he could only place his hope on the 1st and 2nd floor. No, I mean our rooms. Once Chen Ge said that, Dr. Li and Big Head's expressions shifted. The killer knows that he has been exposed, so he might choose to frame the few of us. For example, he might place some unimportant evidence in our homes. Chen Ge was referring to Dr. Li and Big Head's method. Of the tenants inside the building, some were dead, some were injured, and some were tied up. They had lost their ability to move. Chen Ge was no longer afraid of the tenants inside the building. There were many scum and animals living inside this building. If they worked together, Chen Ge, whose physical condition was not as good as before, would definitely die. Unfortunately, their selfishness and darkness had given Chen Ge a chance. It allowed Chen Ge to find a path that was almost impossible to walk through. Dr. Li was lightly injured, Big Head was heavily injured, Auntie Ding was hiding in her room, and the shameless Ku Yin would not help. So, the only opponent left for Chen Ge was Dr. Li. Telling the truth had become one of Chen Ge's options, but he still did not turn on the tenants. If he could let them kill each other, why would he do it himself? When a normal person entered a building like this, the first thing they would think about was how to save their own lives. Then they would find the key through various clues and then leave the building. Many movies and games on the market had a similar plot. But Chen Ge's strategy was different. He wanted to kill all the scum and monsters inside this building. When everyone was powerless to resist, even if he did not escape from the building, in a way, he would have cleared the scenario. The few of us are not the murderers, so it makes sense for you to suspect us. We can go back to our own homes to take a look. If we find something in someone's home, we can share it with the rest of us. Dr. Li's eyes were still sharp, but there was a trace of fatigue on his face. This was the first time that he had found out about many of the tenants' secrets. The murderer is very cunning, and he might use the method that you suggested. If we do not want to fall into his trap, we have to trust each other. Dr. Li and Big Head knew very well that even though they were the murderers who killed the landlord, they were not the murderers who killed Ku Gui. There really was another unknown murderer inside this building, and that was why they were willing to cooperate with Chen Ge's investigation. They had killed the landlord and obtained the keys to all the rooms, but the murderer could freely enter other people's homes through the windows. From their perspective, this was a very big hidden danger. Perhaps the secret inside their rooms had already been discovered by a third party. To hide their dark side, people would do many things. Chen Ge had used this to his advantage to make these few madmen fall deeper into the abyss. Let's check the 9th and 10th floors first. If there is nothing here, we will start to search our own rooms. We have to be careful of our own safety. Initially, Chen Ge had wanted to borrow the power of the tenants to deal with the monster from the cursed hospital, but he did not expect the monster to be so cunning. It did not give him any chance at all. Now that all the tenants were dying, the monster still had not shown up. Without the key, it would take a long time for Chen Ge's group to open the door. After much effort, Chen Ge's group managed to open all the doors on the 9th floor. The 6 rooms on the 9th floor were all the same in terms of the decoration and the arrangement of the furniture. From the outside, it looked like they had been copied from the same mold. Why would the landlord create 6 rooms that are exactly the same? They might look the same on the surface, but they might be different on the inside. Chen Ge's memory was far better than a normal person's. He remembered some of the details of room 901 very clearly. After comparing them, he noticed many problems. Some of the mirrors in the bathroom were removed and replaced with a hidden compartment. Some of the walls behind the fridge were hollowed out. Some of the rooms even had a partition added under the bed so that a person could hide inside. Why would the landlord do that? He is the only tenant on the 9th floor. Why would he modify all 6 rooms to look like this? Xiao Sun still did not realize how scary the details that Chen Ge had mentioned were. Perhaps it is to imprison someone and torture them until they are insane. How did you come to that conclusion? Have you noticed that all the windows on the 9th floor have been sealed up with cement? The whole room is sealed up, and there is no way to escape. Chen Ge stood next to the window. This provides a suitable location for imprisonment. Staying in a room like this, if you wake up after fainting, will you realize that you have been moved to another room? What do you mean? Chen Ge pointed at the bedroom bed and the mirror that had been tampered with. For example, if a person wakes up in the middle of the night and goes to the bathroom to look in the mirror, and he realizes that the person in the mirror is not him, wouldn't he feel very afraid? The mastermind wants to drive the imprisoned person crazy. It's not that simple. Have you noticed that there are unlabeled medicine bottles placed everywhere in the room? Initially, Chen Ge thought that the landlord was already dead, so he did not want to waste time on the landlord, but to his surprise, the landlord was also hiding a very big secret. Are these medicine bottles the key? Xiao Sun picked up a random medicine bottle and opened it to take a look. If the imprisoned person falls asleep after taking the medicine, when he wakes up again, everything will return to normal. Will he think that he is sick? Will he need the medicine even more? Quote. At this point, Chen Ge turned to look at the coffee table and the dining table. Almost all the rooms are filled with these unlabeled medicine bottles. This is also a kind of psychological suggestion to make the people inside the room more reliant on this medicine. Initially, the imprisoned person might suspect the effect of the medicine, but as he sees more and more strange things, he will slowly accept the fact that the medicine can cure him, and the cruelest thing is that the medicine will not save him at all. It will only worsen his condition and drive a normal person completely insane. He found a large number of medicine bottles in every room on the 9th floor, and none of these medicine bottles were labeled. Dr. Li, can you tell what kind of medicine these are? Some of them look like sleeping pills, but I don't recognize some of them. They should be used to treat mental illness, but I'm not so sure. In this building, only your occupation is related to medicine. If even you are not sure, then this clue is not that useful to us. Chen Ge was about to put the medicine bottles back when Wen Qing, who had been following behind him, suddenly pulled him. Chen Ge understood immediately. There should be more clues hidden in these 6 rooms. Let's split up and search again. If there is nothing, then we will meet up on the 10th floor. After everyone left, Wen Qing said, Chen Ge, this is a medicine used to treat mania. I have bought it for Shang Nguyen many times. Before the landlord moved out of Jinhua Apartments, he had a lot of this medicine at home. You said this medicine belongs to the landlord. Yes. When he saw the medicine, Chen Ge had 2 speculations. The first was that the medicine belonged to Dr. Li because he was a doctor and was related to the landlord's death, but if that was the case, the timing did not add up. After all, it would take a long time to build 6 identical rooms. The second speculation was that the medicine belonged to the landlord, and the B** who imprisoned the people was the landlord. He had built all 6 rooms to drive a person crazy. In your memory, what kind of person is the landlord? The landlord is the boss of Jinhua Apartments. He is a very unfortunate old man. His whole family died in a fire, and ever since then, he has become a man of few words. But the old man is very fond of children, and he is one of the few people who do not hate Shang Nguyen. Quote. You have a good impression of him. When I was busy, he once helped me take care of Shang Nguyen. You have a man with mania help you take care of Shang Nguyen. Even Chen Ge was surprised. The medicine was bought by the landlord for his own child. His youngest son suffers from severe mania, and it has not been cured. His illness has been recurring, and the medicine has been on him for the rest of his life. Do we believe whatever he says? The parents, siblings, and children of patients with mania have a 12 to 15% chance of suffering from the disease. That is much higher than the general population. Chen Ge had learned a lot from Dr. Gao. Influenced by him, he had a good understanding of psychology. But the old man is very kind. He is kind to everyone. Everyone who has met him respects him from the bottom of their hearts. You can still say something like that after you've seen these animals in human skin inside this building. Their kindness in front of others is just to hide the evil that they have in private. Chen Ge's words sped up. Did you ask him to take care of Shang Nguyen often? Quote. Not often, just once or twice. Wen Qing's face was pale. She was reminded of something very bad. Chen Ge, do you think these 6 identical rooms were purposely modified to imprison Shang Nguyen? I have no idea, but there is one thing that I do understand. Chen Ge stood in the corner and lowered his voice. Everything behind the door is woven from the memory of the door pusher. Ever since I entered this place, I have been confused. How did Shang Nguyen find out about all the tenants' secrets? Initially, I thought Shang Nguyen had the ability to read people's minds, but after hearing what you said, I realized the truth is many times crueler than I expected. Quote. The truth. Do you still remember the television in the toilet and the dense network of wires behind it? Yes, I do. A very bad feeling rose in Wen Qing's heart. The landlord has been watching the lives of the tenants inside the building through the surveillance. He has seen the ugliest side of everyone, and then he has allowed Shang Nguyen, who is as pure as a piece of white paper, to watch these things. Before others, he tells you that the world is beautiful, that the flowers are red, and the sky is blue, but behind the scenes, he keeps telling Shang Nguyen that what is shown on the screen is the real human nature. Quote. Chen Ge voiced his own speculation. He tried his best not to use the more extreme words, but when Wen Qing heard it, she almost fainted. She could not imagine that Shang Nguyen would end up like this. It was probably because of her own carelessness. Patting Wen Qing's shoulder lightly, Chen Ge whispered, "Cheer up. Now is not the time for sorrow and regret." Wen Qing took a long time to recover. She took a few deep breaths and nodded. "Next, we will go to the 10th floor and find out what the landlord's real secret is. After we find out everything, we should leave this building." Shang Nguyen and the monsters from the cursed hospital had all disappeared. Chen Ge did not want to stay at the same place for too long. He was afraid that he might miss something. 10 minutes later, the group gathered at the corner of the stairs that connected the 9th and 10th floors. They had searched every corner of the room, but they had found nothing. The final secret of this building should be hidden on the 10th floor. "Everyone, be prepared." When Chen Ge said that, his eyes scanned Dr. Li and Big Head. Dr. Li and Big Head carried the opaque bag that contained the lockpicking tools. The two of them stood together and avoided eye contact with Chen Ge. It appeared like they had another plan in mind behind Chen Ge's back. Are they going to make their move? Chen Ge acted the same as usual. His tone and expression did not change much, but he no longer exposed his back. He walked beside Wen Qing and Xiao Sun. When they went up the stairs, Chen Ge purposely grabbed Kong Yin and kept asking him some unimportant questions. When they parted ways earlier, the few tenants had gone to different rooms, but when they returned, Dr. Li, Big Head, and Kong Yin were together. The four of them appeared to have reached the limit of their tolerance toward Chen Ge. When they arrived at the 10th floor, it did not take long for them to pry open the door to room 1006. The more they pried open the door, the more familiar they became. After the door was opened, a faded stench drifted out from the room like something had rotted. Normally, only the landlord will come to the 10th floor. This floor is not for rent. Ku Yin covered his nose and mouth. For Chen Ge, this was a normal stench, but for the tenants inside the building, it was very pungent. On the other hand, the foul odor that Chen Ge found unbearable could not be smelled by anyone else. Room 1006 had only been roughly renovated, and the floor was covered with puddles and stains. Following the pungent smell, they entered the room and found that there was no other furniture in room 1006 except for a large freezer. Is there a dead body in the freezer? Wen Qing hid behind Chen Ge, but Chen Ge pulled her to his side. Don't leave my sight. Although the corpses are scary, they won't kill you. It's not safe behind me. Chen Ge opened a freezer. It was filled with rotten vegetables and meat. There was also a large bucket of purified water. Why did you prepare so many ingredients? The few of them opened all the freezers in the house, but there was nothing scary. The first few freezers were filled with food, and the last freezer was filled with all kinds of spoiled meat and raw food. There were a few big bags of medicine in the freezer. Chen Ge took out a packet of medicine from the freezer. He opened one of the bottles and looked at it. This kind of medicine is granular. After absorbing moisture, it will speed up the decomposition of the medicine, and it will seriously affect the medicine's effect. The landlord has a lot of this medicine, and he is very familiar with it. He probably wouldn't store it inside the freezer. Other than that, look at the raw meat scattered around the room. The person probably just wanted to find a place to store the extra medicine. Quote. After the landlord died, it was definitely the killer who had the key. Are you saying that the killer has been here before? Dr. Li walked to Chen Ge with an opaque black bag in his hand. I did not say that. Chen Ge turned to look at Dr. Li. Speaking of which, you have such a respectable job, and your salary is not low compared to normal people. Why do you insist on staying here? I'm used to it, Dr. Li replied lightly. Used to the dirtiness of this place, or used to the chaotic management of this place? I'm used to the air here. I feel very comfortable living here, and I am too lazy to move to another place. Dr. Li closed the freezer. Come on, let's go to the next room. He carried the black bag with his back to Chen Ge and purposely walked past Chen Ge. Chen Ge carried the bag, and his eyes did not even look at Dr. Li. Instead, He tilted his head to study the rather nervous Kuyin. What are you looking at? Nothing. Kuyin held his stomach with one hand and followed Dr. Li and Big Head out of the room. Xiao Sun was about to walk out as well, but Chen Ge grabbed his arm. I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Xiao Sun still had not figured out who the killer was, and he was deep in thought with his brows furrowed. When the electrician was killed, did you hear anything? I didn't hear much, but I have a feeling that the electrician seemed to know Auntie Ding and Dr. Li. They don't seem like normal neighbors. Xiao Sun could see some details, but his thinking was too narrow. They were very close, but Auntie Ding and Dr. Li insisted on killing the electrician. Why do you think that is? Silence them. Yes, the electrician is a madman who abuses the weak, Auntie Ding is a human trafficker with mental problems, and the scariest one is Dr. Li. He is the mastermind behind everything. Chen Ge suddenly said something like that, and it was very informative. When did you find out about this? Why did you only say it now? What are you planning to do? Following the real killer to find the killer, running through the whole building, Xiao Sun was terrified just thinking about it. He did not dare to trust anyone anymore. Everyone has their own secrets, and you are no exception. However, some people's secrets will not harm others, but some people's secrets are built on the foundation of harming others. Chen Ge patted Xiao Sun lightly on his shoulder. Human nature is the most complicated thing in the world. It is a unique brand that is unique to an individual. I will not force you to make any decision, but I hope that you will give it some thought before you decide what to do. The appearance of Xiao Sun behind Shang Nuan's door proved that there was something wrong with him. However, he was not assimilated by this kind of environment, and the darkness around him did not cause him to sink. That was probably why he had mysteriously disappeared outside the door. Chen Ge believed that Xiao Sun was worth fighting for. Along the way, he had been observing Xiao Sun. It was difficult to gain Chen Ge's trust in the world behind the door because Chen Ge was the kind of person who trusted others easily. However, there was one good thing about him, and that was once he truly believed in someone, he would rarely waver. No matter what happens next, the first thing you need to do is protect yourself and stop spouting nonsense. Before this, Xiao Sun was just a stranger to Chen Ge. Whether the man lived or died, Chen Ge did not care that much. At most, he would lend him a hand if he could. Now that Chen Ge wanted Xiao Sun to become his companion, naturally, he would not allow Xiao Sun to spout nonsense, to attract trouble. After hearing what Chen Ge had to say, Xiao Sun was confused, but he nodded subconsciously. Big Head's scream came from the corridor. Chen Ge walked out of room 1006 and saw Big Head sitting in the corridor. His hand was holding his stomach, and blood was seeping out through the bandage. Big Head's injury had become more serious. Dr. Li had suggested that he go back to rest, but Big Head refused no matter what. He seemed to know what was going to happen next, and he wanted to stay and help Dr. Li. Soon, the other doors on the 10th floor were opened. From room 1006 to room 1002, they did not find anything useful until they reached room 1001, which was the room at the end of the corridor on the top floor of the building. Before the steel door was fully opened, Chen Ge's group heard a sound coming from inside the room. It sounded like a child crying. There's someone inside the room. Chen Ge initially did not pay much attention to the child's crying, but when he noticed the strange expression on Dr. Li's face, he started to feel that something was wrong. If Dr. Li, the real killer of the landlord, did not know why there would be crying coming from inside the room, then it meant that something had happened inside the room. When the door was fully pulled open, the group saw the scene inside the room, and their expressions all changed. The floor and wallpaper of room 1001 were painted with open eyes. There was no furniture like a coffee table or sofa in the living room. Instead, there were more than 10 televisions of various sizes. The televisions were stacked on top of each other. The screen in the middle was open, and it was showing a child sitting in the middle of more than 10 televisions. His face was pale, and his pupils were shaking. He looked at the televisions around him anxiously. Shang Nuan. When she saw the boy on the screen, Wen Qing could not control herself and screamed out loud. Her own child had once experienced something like this. Wen Qing stood at the door of the living room. Her eyes reddened instantly, and her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. She did not dare look at the television, but her eyes could not help but wander to the screen. The child on the screen was struggling alone. The expression on his face alternated between normal and ghastly. He looked like a monster. The key had been taken away by the killer, but Dr. Lee's expression was one of shock. Obviously, he did not know who had turned on the television. This did not mean that he was cleared of suspicion, but it meant that the person who turned on the television probably did not need the landlord's key to enter the room. Xiang Nuan's image instantly appeared in Chen Ge's mind. The door pusher is Xiang Nuan, and this is the world behind his door. Is he trying to lead us to the truth? The group stood where they were. Just as they were considering whether they should enter the room or not, Xiang Nuan, who was on the television screen, suddenly raised his head. Through the screen, he looked at the group of people standing behind the door. "Let's go." A very soft voice came out from the television. Then, all the screens on the television were switched on, and one image after another was broadcasted. The middle-aged man from room 302 was comparing the mannequin's body and twisting the mannequin's joints. In room 205, a man in his 50s tossed Granny Lee's portrait before Granny Lee. He tossed the tributes on the table onto Granny Lee's body and strangled Granny Lee. The man from room 701 used a cigarette to smooth out his fingerprints. He held a knife and stood next to the mirror. A wanted poster with his own picture was pasted on the mirror. The young woman from room 702 was sitting before the computer. She was covered in blood, and behind her was the dead body of a middle-aged man. She appeared to be searching online for the fastest and most effective way to deal with large trash. In room 505, a man with light makeup was wearing his wife's clothes. He held his wife's picture in his hand. Looking at his wife's frozen body in the mirror, he assumed the same pose as his wife. In the kitchen of room 602, a man washed his hands again and again. He used various tools to scrub the skin off his hands, but he did not stop. The more he washed, the more blood there was. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of the blood. In room 301, Wu Yu's eyes and ears were covered by an adult whose face could not be seen. His parents, who were lying in a pool of blood, were being dragged out of the living room by the other tenants. A series of chilling videos played on the screen. Xiang Nuan was surrounded in the middle. His expression became more and more menacing. His hands waved wildly as he grabbed something from the ground and shoved it into his mouth. After he finished eating, all the images on the screen started to flicker. As he slumped heavily to the ground, all the images on the screen disappeared. The room became quiet. The only thing left in everyone's ears was the sound of Wen Qing crying that was filled with remorse. The images in the video were very real, and it was because of how real it was that they were even scarier. Is this the final truth of the building? Xiao Sun felt like he was being driven mad. You are wrong. This is only a part of the truth. Chen Ge turned to Dr. Li. Why are there no videos of you, Big Head, Auntie Ding, and the electrician in the videos that were played earlier? Is that so strange? Doesn't this mean that we are just ordinary people? Big Head interrupted. Stop lying to yourselves. You know very well what the electrician has done. You killed him to protect yourselves. Chen Ge pulled open the zipper of his backpack. The killers who killed the landlord are the four of you. The atmosphere in room 1001 was heavy. After a long time, a creepy smile appeared on Dr. Li's cold face. You are right. The landlord saw our secret, and he was killed by the four of us. Those teeth and the letter of commitment are all ours. You are very clever, but it is too late for you to understand this. There is no longer anyone in this building who will help you. Quote. Seeing the scary smile on Dr. Li's face, Chen Ge smiled as well. His smile gave off a warm feeling, but in this situation, his smile appeared even creepier. How did you know that I only understood this now? Hearing what Chen Ge said, Big Head and Dr. Li laughed. The two of them waved at Ku Yin, and the three of them surrounded Chen Ge from three different directions. Actually, we have been lying to you from the very beginning. I am not a pediatrician, and Big Head is not my patient. Dr. Li pulled back his sleeve to reveal the scary scars and needle holes on his arm. Both of us are patients, and we are very serious patients who cannot control themselves. They searched inside the black, opaque bag. It not only contained lock-picking tools but also two sharp knives. When we were going up the stairs, I wanted to take these things out from the bag many times, but in the end, I resisted the urge. Dr. Li held the knives. He did not treat Chen Ge as a human being. His gaze was more like that of a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. I always thought this building was very noisy, but now it is finally quiet. I can officially become the new landlord. You sure wish. Chen Ge reached his hand into his backpack. Actually, I have also lied to you. I am not a psychiatrist. The patients that I have treated call me Dr. Skullcracker. His 5 fingers gripped the handle of the hammer that looked like a living human spine. When Chen Ge said the last word, he charged forward and swung the hammer heavily at Ku Yin's body. Ku Yin, who coughed out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. Before he could say a word, before his brain could process what was happening, his chest caved in. Why me? His body lost the ability to move, and Ku Yin looked like he was about to die. Now, there are only 2 of you left. Chen Ge stood at the door. The barbs on the hammer scraped against the wall, creating a creepy sound. Chen Ge moved too fast. The 3 of them surrounded him. One moment, they were talking nicely, and the next, one of them was already lying on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were reduced to 2, and the remaining 2 were covered in wounds. Dr. Li and Big Head were originally separated, but when they saw Ku Yin fall, they subconsciously moved closer to each other and stood together. The 2 held the sharp knives, and the twisted expressions on their faces slowly froze. Their eyes wandered between the knives and the hammer. In terms of professionalism, the man before them was more like an incurable madman, and the 2 of them were patients with psychological problems. They were both madmen, but there was a fundamental difference. Even in the movies, they rarely saw a character who would carry such a scary-looking hammer with him. You must be tired. Take a good rest, and don't do bad things again in your next life. Chen Ge dragged the hammer and walked toward Dr. Li and Big Head. The 2's eyelids twitched. They looked at the thick blood stains on the hammer, and their faces paled. Chen Ge had been blocking the door. Big Head and Dr. Li knew that the man had no intention of letting them go. They could only fight with their lives on the line to have a chance of survival. All this time, they thought they had the advantage, but now they realized with a start that it was not Chen Ge who had fallen into the trap but themselves. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ge did not waste time. He dragged the hammer and charged at Dr. Li. Big Head's stomach was injured, so he could not run fast. Even if he ran for his life alone, Chen Ge was confident that he could catch up to him, so Chen Ge's target was very clear, Dr. Li. The crazed Dr. Li gripped the knife in his hand. He had not encountered something like this before. Normally speaking, Chen Ge's position should have been his. Bang! Dr. Li tried his best to resist, but the sharp knife in his hand did not even have the chance to touch Chen Ge. The hammer that was almost 1 meter long was very agile in Chen Ge's hands. He was very familiar with it. Dr. Li and Big Head collapsed one after another. Chen Ge did not let go of Ku Yin's girlfriend. He tied up the few people who had lost the ability to move before he sighed in relief. Holding the hammer with one hand, Chen Ge's chest rose and fell slightly. My stamina has indeed dropped. I've been resting along the way, but I'm already so tired after swinging the hammer a few times. Walking past Dr. Li and Big Head, Chen Ge turned to look at Wen Qing and Xiao Sun, who were scared out of their wits. Everything that I said earlier was just a lie. Facing such a vicious and twisted criminal, I was very afraid, so I had to be a little more aggressive. Only then would I be able to suppress the other party. Dragging the hammer that was stained with clothes and blood, Chen Ge's expression was very natural, like he had just done something insignificant. I can understand what you mean, but how do you explain this thing in your hand? Has it always been in your backpack? Xiao Sun's voice was trembling. He felt like he had just escaped from a wolf's den, only to fall into a tiger's lair. His situation was dire. You're talking about this hammer. Chen Ge used the killer's clothes to wipe away the blood. Even though it looks scary, it's actually a prop for a haunted house. A prop for a haunted house. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that, right? What kind of haunted house would use something like that as a prop? Quote. The haunted house at Western Zhejiang's New Century Park. Chen Ge wiped away the blood on the hammer and walked to stand beside Wen Qing. It did not matter whether Xiao Sun believed him or not, the key was Wen Qing. I should have told you about this before. You have, but it's different from what I imagined. Wen Qing's eyes were as white as saucers. She had always thought that Chen Ge was a well-mannered man who relied on his intelligence to make a living. It was not until the sound of Ku Yin's bones cracking that she realized how wrong she was. From the moment Chen Ge took out the hammer to the moment the three tenants collapsed to the ground, it took less than a minute. This was so fast that Wen Qing did not even know what kind of expression she should use to face Chen Ge. There is a difference between imagination and reality. Don't mind the details. You only need to know that I will not harm you, and I also want to bring Shang Nguyen back to reality. Chen Ge gave Wen Qing a reassuring smile. There was a unique charm about him that made people feel like he was reliable. You entered that door with me, and it was I who dragged you down with me. I was indeed spooked earlier, but don't worry, I will trust you 100%. Without you, I would have been killed by these people a long time ago, much less find Shang Nguyen. Wen Qing calmed down. She knew that in this world behind the door, Chen Ge was the most trustworthy person. What is going on between the two of you? I don't think you two are brother and sister. Are you trying to woo her? Xiao Sun's eyes wandered between Chen Ge and Wen Qing. After hearing what he said, Wen Qing quickly started to explain. Chen Ge turned back to look at his own shadow. He looked at it for a whole minute before he took out Zhang Ya's diary. There was nothing new on it. I've guessed it right. So, the two of you are not brother and sister but brother. Xiao Sun felt like he had found the truth again. Can't I just stay alive? Chen Ge placed the diary back into his backpack. He believed that there was a reason why Xiao Sun had disappeared in real life. From now on, you'd better keep your mouth shut. We can be considered a team. If you attract trouble that is beyond my control, I will not be able to help you anymore. Chen Ge held the hammer and had a heart-to-heart talk with Xiao Sun. He also learned all of Xiao Sun's secrets. The main reason this university student moved to Jinhua apartments was because he was poor. He was used by the landlord, and he thought that he had taken advantage of the situation, but in reality, the landlord had treated him as prey from the very beginning. The rent that he paid was not money but his life. Xiao Sun's story gave Chen Ge a lot of inspiration. An idea appeared in his mind. If he could return alive this time, he could let the visitors experience what Xiao Sun had gone through and see how long they could last. Walking out from room 1001, Chen Ge turned back to look at the television that was placed in the living room. He thought back to Shang Nguyen on the screen. At the time, the child seemed to have said one word to the people behind the door, "Go." His words might have been directed at Wen Qing. Closing the door, Chen Ge took the keys that he had found from Dr. Li and Big Head and led Wen Qing, Xiao Sun, and Granny Li downstairs. Blood flowed in the corridor, and the doors were pried open with brute force. These doors were not the ones that Chen Ge was looking for, but behind them hid the same ugliness and despair. When a person walked to the edge of the abyss, with just a light push, they might not be able to turn back anymore. The push could have been a small detail in life, a sentence from a stranger, or it could have been the person's own memory. Chen Ge used the key to open the door to Dr. Li's home. Inside, he found a large number of human bone samples, the key left behind by the landlord, and several bottles of medicine with unknown effects. Finally, I can leave. Before leaving, Chen Ge took a detour to Auntie Ding's room. He gave Auntie Ding the same treatment as Dr. Li and saved the child from Auntie Ding's home. Under Auntie Ding's torture, the child's mind was muddled. He only knew that his name was Jia Fu. Chen Ge found a family picture on his body, and the scene in the picture was chilling. Auntie Ding and Jia Fu, who were grinning from ear to ear, stood in the middle of the picture. Next to them were many wooden boxes. The boxes were pasted with pictures and names: Jia Le, Jia An, Jia Mei. Jia Fu's legs had been amputated, so he could not leave with Chen Ge. On the issue of how to deal with Jia Fu, Wen Qing and Xiao Sun had a different opinion. Xiao Sun wanted to carry Jia Fu away, but Wen Qing believed that they should find Shang Nguyen first before returning. After all, Jia Fu could not walk on his own, and it would be very inconvenient to bring him along. In the end, it was Chen Ge who made the final decision. He decided to send Jia Fu to Uncle Huang's place on the first floor. Walking down the stairs, when Chen Ge reached the third floor, he purposely went to room 301 to take a look. The child by the name of Wu Yu was sitting in the living room, looking at the pictures that were pasted on the window. "Come with us, I will bring you to find your parents." There were not many good people in this building. The fact that Wu Yu could survive in this kind of environment was something that even Chen Ge found hard to believe. Therefore, he wanted to bring Wu Yu with him so that they could look out for each other. "I will not go with you." To Chen Ge's surprise, Wu Yu rejected him decisively. "Why? Haven't you always wanted to see your parents?" Chen Ge was curious. For a child, as long as he used the excuse of helping to find his parents, it was rare for anyone to reject him. "Because on the day my father and mother left, the last thing they said to me was that no matter what, I should not leave this home. They would come back. If someone uses them as an excuse to come and find me, then he must be lying to me." Wu Yu raised his head. "You are lying to me. Am I right?" Quote. Chen Ge did not say anything. From Wu Yu's words, he managed to glean a deeper meaning. When Wu Yu's parents left home, they probably knew that they were going to die, and that was why they said those things. No one in this world would be able to find them anymore. There is food on the 10th floor, and the building is much safer now. If you run into any trouble, you can go and find the elders on the first floor. Chen Ge touched Wu Yu's head. This child was very clever. Your parents are right. They will come back. Before they do, you have to take good care of yourself. Chen Ge turned to leave. When he was about to reach the second floor, Wu Yu's voice suddenly came from the stairwell. "Hey, what's wrong? I wish to tell you something." Wu Yu leaned against the door. His eyes turned to Wenqing. Shang Nuan has lost his way. He appears to be waiting for his family to come and find him. What? The door of room 301, which had never been closed, was slammed shut by Wu Yu. There was no other sound coming from the stairwell. Does the child know something? Wenqing was rather excited. Perhaps he is friends with Shang Nuan. Xiao Sun carried Jia Fu and started to speculate instinctively. "Wait here for me." Chen Ge grabbed his backpack and walked up to the third floor. "What are you doing? Can't you just open the door and ask? Why is a 7-year-old kid trying to act so mysterious? I hate people who don't finish their sentences the most." Quote. He is just a 7-year-old kid. 10 seconds later, Wu Yu saw Chen Ge again, and he was very surprised. After many questions, Chen Ge finally got the information that he wanted. The electrician was the first person to discover the landlord's secret. The reason he discovered it was because Shang Nuan had stuffed a videotape that he had stolen from the landlord's house into his newspaper box. Shang Nuan left the building that night, but before he left, Wu Yu saw Shang Nuan go to the rooftop. After thanking Wu Yu, Chen Ge grabbed his backpack and called Wenqing along. The two of them ran to the rooftop together. This is the place. The steel door that led to the rooftop on the 10th floor was locked. Chen Ge searched through the pile of keys for a long time before he found the corresponding key. "Stay away from me. Once the door is opened, the black fog outside might rush in. There are monsters hiding in the fog." After Wenqing left, Chen Ge pulled the steel door open a gap. The black fog outside was not as thick, but the stench in the fog did not change. Taking out the hammer, Chen Ge slowly pulled the steel door open. When he saw the complete world outside, his eyes slowly widened. Jinhua Apartments Block A was the tallest building there. Standing on the rooftop, one could see the whole residential area. The endless black fog surrounded the twisted buildings. It was like a black sea, and the twisted Jinhua Apartments and Juhong Apartments were like lone islands floating in the middle of this black sea. Large shadows flashed in the black fog. Chen Ge's Adam's apple moved. His hand that held the hammer was soaked with sweat. Is this the world behind the door? The world behind Shang Nuan's door was different from any of the doors that Chen Ge had entered before. It was not shrouded in blood, but it was wrapped in this kind of black fog. Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge looked at the shadows that flickered in and out of the black fog. He was suddenly reminded of something that had happened when he was doing the nightmare mission at Zhongyuan Apartments. At the time, he had come to the rooftop blindfolded, and he had heard his own voice from 20 years ago. When he was about to be killed by the doctor, the young him had said, I want to push open many doors in the Red City, and I want to paint many windows on the Black Sea. The Red City refers to that city, but could the Black Sea refer to this endless black fog? Looking up at the dark sky, compared to the large shadows in the black fog, Chen Ge felt so small. When Xiang Nuan left, he went to the rooftop. If Wu Yu is not purposely trying to harm me, then there should be a message left behind by Xiang Nuan here. Chen Ge knew that there were scary monsters hiding in the black fog. The middle-aged man on the third floor had been killed instantly in the black fog. I cannot let go of this clue. Since I have entered this door, it is only a matter of time before I come into contact with the black fog. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge put on his backpack, grabbed the hammer, and stepped into the black fog. Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge started to search the rooftop. He did not go far before he saw a badly damaged mud statuette. The mud statuette was crudely made. It was very similar to the mud statuettes that Chen Ge had seen in real life. However, this mud statuette did not have a head. It appeared like someone had kept slamming it on the ground until the head was forcefully knocked off. Chen Ge's eyes moved to the chest of the mud statuette. There were 2 words written there, Xiang Nuan. This is Xiang Nuan's mud statuette. Why is his mud statuette in the world behind the door? Did he break the statuette himself? Quote. Many questions appeared in Chen Ge's mind. Before he had time to think, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry. Is it the monster from the black fog? Not daring to stay any longer, Chen Ge grabbed the mud statuette and started to hurry back. Save me. I'm here. I'm behind you. Take me away from here. Help me. A woman's voice was mixed in with the crying. Chen Ge thought the voice sounded familiar. I think I've heard this voice in Liwan City before. Chen Ge only had a vague impression of it, but he was not going to turn back. He had no idea what the black fog was. Facing the unknown, the best solution was to hide in a safe place to observe it instead of risking his life. The voice behind him got closer and closer. Chen Ge picked up his pace, but the faster he ran, the faster the voice chased after him. Just as he was about to enter the steel door, the woman's voice changed. All the words turned into screams, and they pierced through the black fog like arrows, aiming at his body. Get out of the way. Chen Ge ignored everything else and ran at full speed. The moment he entered the building, the scary voice disappeared. He turned back to look. Everything in the black fog had returned to normal. The voice earlier appeared to be his own imagination. Wen Qing, did you hear a woman's voice inside the building? No. Wen Qing shook her head. I only saw you disappear into the black fog. For some reason, it felt like something was tiptoeing behind you. I warned you loudly, but you did not react at all. Quote. This black fog appears to be more dangerous than the city shrouded in blood. The city will make people go mad with despair, but this black sea can make people lose themselves completely. Looking at the shadow floating in the black fog, Chen Ge held his hand over his heart. For some reason, he felt like he had experienced that scene before. Make people lose themselves. Did Xiang Nuan get lost in this fog? Wen Qing's eyes were filled with worry. As long as he has not left this residential area, we still have a chance to find him. Chen Ge closed the door that led to the rooftop. He shoved the headless mud statuette into his jacket pocket. It's time to leave. Returning to the first floor, when Chen Ge reached Uncle Huang's house, the front door opened. Uncle Huang, who was seriously hunched, stood at the door. He appeared to have been standing behind the door, waiting for Chen Ge for a long time. You knew I was coming. Uncle Huang did not say anything. He turned around and walked into the house. When he passed the dining table, he picked up the cleaver that was placed on top of it. He, who was as thin as a match, raised the kitchen knife and slashed at the wall next to the bedroom. The blade cut into the wall, and blood seeped out. A wound appeared on the wall in the old man's body at the same time. As he slashed down with his saber, the skin of the wall was broken, and he was covered in wounds. Uncle Huang's skinny hand no longer had the strength to wield the cleaver, and he collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Xiao Sun put down Jia Fu and ran over, but Uncle Huang seemed to be dying. Keeping other people's secrets, enduring the torment in his heart, the wall is like it's made from his own flesh and blood. Chen Ge carried his bag into the room. Now that the killer is dead, there is no need for Uncle Huang to keep this a secret anymore. Walking to the side of the bedroom, Chen Ge stopped for a few seconds before continuing forward. There were 2 bedrooms in the house. One of them was occupied, and the other bedroom's door was blocked by flesh and blood. Dead bodies were piled up inside. Initially, only the landlord's family stayed there. The landlord did not want to be separated from his family, so he would occasionally come to visit, but I did not expect the number of people that the landlord brought with him would increase. Uncle Huang was on his last breath, and he used the last of his energy to say, perhaps I shouldn't have agreed to keep his secret from the beginning. The scene inside the bedroom was like hell. This was the place where all the crimes at Jinhua Apartments Block A started, and it was also the building's first secret. Pushing away the stunned Xiao Sun, Chen Ge entered the bedroom and squeezed into the crowd. You subconsciously believe that the landlord is a good person, but have you considered this possibility? What if his family did not die from an accident? Quote. Chen Ge found the dead bodies of the landlord's family, but unfortunately, he could not tell anything from the surface, and these dead bodies were not the source of the stench. This stench that has been bothering me for so long, just where did it come from? Chen Ge stood alone in the crowd, and his action scared the people around him. Focusing, Chen Ge closed his eyes. He used the talent that he had obtained from the black phone, spirit sniff. Following his instinct, he searched around the bedroom and slowly found the spot where the stench was thickest. Opening his eyes, Chen Ge saw the arm of a rag doll. The rag doll's arm was covered in blood and dirt. The stuff that was stuffed inside the arm was not the normal stuffing that could be found on the market but various trash and bird carcasses. What is this thing? Chen Ge was about to pick up the rag doll's arm when an extreme sense of danger appeared in his mind. Then, like an earthquake, the whole building shook slightly. The rag doll's arm is the source of the stench. Before Chen Ge could figure it out, he heard the sound of someone pounding on the door. Someone was knocking on the large steel door in the corridor from the outside. Chen Ge stood up and did not touch the arm anymore. The knocking and the tremors disappeared instantly. It can affect the whole residential area. When I was about to pick it up, I felt like something was about to wake up in my mind. This probably does not belong to Shang Nguyen, it probably belongs to the ghost fetus. Quote. This did not happen behind the other doors, so Chen Ge had to be more careful. Back in Liwan City, the shadow separated Xiao Bu's body into different buildings and used Xiao Bu to complete his own conspiracy. Everything is too similar. This rag doll's arm might be similar to Xiao Bu's. The ghost fetus separated it into different buildings to use as a foundation to stabilize this residential area. Quote. Chen Ge memorized the location of the broken arm. He decided to leave immediately and go to the other buildings to take a look. Walking out from the crowd, Chen Ge was also covered in the stench. The stench would only dissipate after he left the door. Earlier, someone knocked on the door from outside the building. Could it be that they have discovered the abnormality inside the building? We'll know when we go out to take a look. Chen Ge grabbed the backpack and turned to Xiao Sun. Do you plan to leave with me to find the truth? Or do you plan to stay here and wait for the neighbors from the other buildings to come to find you? Quote. Why do I feel like you're not giving me a choice in your words? Xiao Sun helped Uncle Huang back to the bed. I'll leave with you, but someone has to stay behind to take care of them, right? Granny Li, stay. Chen Ge placed Granny Li's bowl next to Uncle Huang. Granny, I'll leave this place to you. If we can survive and find the way out, we will definitely come back to fetch you. He gestured for a long time before Granny Li stopped following him. This granny hasn't lost her mind, has she? Xiao Sun grumbled softly beside him. She's only pretending to be crazy to survive inside this building. What's so surprising about that? There are definitely more people pretending to be crazy in real life than behind the door. Chen Ge came to the stairwell and found the key to open the lock. The road between the two buildings will be very dangerous. You have to follow me closely. Grab my shoulders and don't let go no matter what. The key slid into the keyhole, and with a crisp click, the iron lock on the door was opened. Follow me. Chen Ge took out Dr. Skullcracker's hammer from his backpack and charged into the black fog without much hesitation. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing followed closely behind him. His superhuman senses were activated to their maximum. Before Chen Ge opened the door, he had already confirmed his target through the window. The building closest to Jinhua Apartments Block A was a small 6-story building. This building was situated between Jinhua Apartments Block A and Block B, and its location was very unique. The residential area behind the door was different from the one in real life. Even though the number of buildings had not changed, the appearance and location of the buildings had changed. The few buildings from Juhong Apartments were attached to the 2 buildings from Jinhua Apartments. They were twisted and slanted, like giant corpses in strange shapes. After walking several meters down the stairs, Chen Ge saw a shadow not far away. The person did not seem to have noticed them. "I think I hear someone calling my name," Xiao Sun whispered. "If you don't want to die, then shut up." Chen Ge did not even turn his head around. He gripped the handle of the hammer and moved faster and faster. The stairwell behind them was slowly blocked by the black fog. The buildings before them became blurry. The world appeared to be swallowed by the black fog, and they could not see anything. 2 different forces came from his shoulders. Chen Ge could feel it. Wen Qing and Xiao Sun were very nervous and afraid. They saw Chen Ge as their only hope. The distance between the 2 buildings was less than 10 meters, but it felt like a long walk for Chen Ge's group. "We're almost there." With his yin-yang vision, Chen Ge could see the outline of the stairwell. The building before them was much older than Jinhua Apartments Block A. This is a residential building at Juhong Apartments. Even in real life, it is a more chaotic place than Jinhua Apartments. Perhaps it was because Wen Qing and Xiao Sun had shared the pressure, but this time, Chen Ge was not affected by the monster in the black fog. It was only after he entered the stairwell that he realized something was wrong. "Are you two all right?" Chen Ge's shoulder was scratched by Wen Qing. The woman's face was pale, and her eyes were hollow like she had just seen something very scary. At that moment, she could not even form a complete sentence. Xiao Sun's condition was even worse. There were 5 new wounds on his back. It felt like a hand had grabbed him from behind, but he did not feel anything at all. Blood continued to leak out, and Xiao Sun's shirt was dyed red. The 5 wounds were very shallow, but they would not heal no matter how hard he tried. When I turned back, I saw someone following behind me. He was very close to me, but I could not see his face. It was like he did not exist and was formed from the black fog. Xiao Sun had come into close contact with the monster in the black fog. His words provided Chen Ge with some clues. "Do you feel anything strange on your back? It's just pain, a heart-wrenching pain. Just bear with it." Chen Ge did not have a better solution. He turned to Wen Qing. "Are you feeling better now? Did you see something scary just now?" Quote, "I saw above our heads." The fear in Wen Qing's eyes was almost overflowing. It was filled with human heads, and they were tearing at a large patch of shadow. Some of the human heads noticed us, and they were looking at us from inside the black fog. Human heads. Do you mind being more specific? Quote, "I can't really explain it, but when I saw them, my heart was filled with disgust and fear. If not for my grip on your shoulder, I might not even have had the courage to take a step forward." Wen Qing's face was pale. "Both of you saw something inside the black fog, but I did not see anything. My 5 senses are much sharper than the 2 of you." Chen Ge kept a reminder in mind. "Let's not worry about that for now. There is no iron door installed at the entrance to this building. The situation inside might be different from Jinhua Apartments Block A, so please do not wander off. Based on the building's exterior and staircase, this should be one of the buildings at Juhong Apartments." Wen Qing leaned against the wall. She raised her head to look around the staircase, and moments later, she finally found something. "Chen Ge, look at that sign. What does it say?" "Juhong Apartments Block 1. That sign is the apartment number. It was nailed there many years ago." Wen Qing was the agent, so she was very familiar with these 2 residential areas in real life. "Let's go in and take a look. Hopefully, this place is different from the building that I rented and does not have so many strange neighbors." Xiao Sun felt like after experiencing so many things, he was already immune to all kinds of poison. There was nothing that could scare him anymore. "I do hope that there are still people like that living in this building. In the world behind the door, those people are already the easiest to bully." Chen Ge held the hammer and walked ahead. Once he entered the staircase, he smelled a faded stench. It was similar to the stench that came from the broken hand. This building should be hiding a part of the rag doll's body. What does the rag doll mean to the ghost fetus? Could it be that the ghost fetus once possessed that doll's body? Quote, "There was no light in Juhong Apartments Block 1, and there was no sound. It was like a dead building." He walked down the stairs, and he only took a few steps when Chen Ge stopped again. There were 4 rooms on each floor of Juhong Apartments. Chen Ge noticed that each of the 4 rooms had a bowl filled with white rice placed at the door, and there were 2 chopsticks stuck into the bowl. However, that was not the strangest thing. Chen Ge approached carefully, and he realized that the chopsticks stuck into the rice were similar to the ones at Shang Nguyen's home. Does this mean that a bowl of rice represents a family, and a pair of chopsticks represents a dead person? Chen Ge looked at the 4 bowls of rice that were arranged neatly in the staircase, and his mind was reminded of the pile of chopsticks under Shang Nguyen's bed. The boy had once used chopsticks to cover his bedroom, and chopsticks were his favorite toy. "Hey, don't you think this bowl is very similar to the bowl that Granny Li is holding?" Xiao Sun was injured on his back, so he used a lot of energy to squat down next to Chen Ge. "Yes, they are." Chen Ge's thought process was more comprehensive than Xiao Sun's. He was reminded of the video that he had seen at the owner's house on the 10th floor. Granny Li's 50-something son had slammed Granny Li's portrait and tributes on Granny Li's body before strangling her. What is the meaning of this scene? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Chen Ge evaded the bowl on the ground and leaned his body against the gap of the door. Chen Ge looked into the room through the gap. Even with his yin-yang vision, he could not see clearly. He perked up his ears to listen, and there was no sound inside the room. The whole building was eerily quiet. This is such a strange feeling. There were bowls of white rice placed inside an empty building. Anyone would feel uncomfortable looking at it. This building does not appear to be prepared for the living. Chen Ge pulled his gaze back. He had seen a lot of things, and he speculated based on his experience. If it's not prepared for the living, then why would it be prepared for the dead? Xiao Sun held the back of his waist. He moved to stand between Wen Qing and Chen Ge. He would occasionally turn to look in another direction like something scary would crawl out from that direction at any moment. If there's a house in the living, then there's a house in the dead. It's not that strange to prepare a place for the dead. Chen Ge turned to Wen Qing. "We are currently at Juhong Apartments. In your memory, is there any difference between Juhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments?" "There's no difference. Jinhua Apartments was built a few years later than Juhong Apartments." "That's all," Wen Qing said. "Think about it carefully. Don't miss anything. The problem at Juhong Apartments was obviously bigger than Jinhua Apartments. Even though Jinhua Apartments was dangerous, at least there were people there. The buildings at Juhong Apartments were basically dead silent. Juhong Apartments is the earliest residential area in the old city. The buildings are very old, and the buildings themselves often have problems. Now, there are barely any tenants. Normally, I don't bring people there to look at the buildings. The buildings themselves often have problems. Leaks, bad lighting, noise, and so on. There aren't that many tenants left, so why would there be noise?" Chen Ge's question rendered Wen Qing speechless. Our company is not too sure. At the time, the boss went to investigate, but he could not find the source of the noise, and then the case was dropped. "Your company sure is brave. I wonder if you even do business with the dead." Chen Ge had been to Juhong Apartments in real life. Even during the day, the place was eerie and creepy. "Don't joke about this. We are a legitimate agency." Wen Qing's face was pale. She seemed to be suddenly reminded of something. The first batch of tenants at Juhong Apartments have all moved away. The company has no idea why, but many of them left without saying goodbye. We are unable to contact them at all, so most of the apartments at Juhong Apartments are still empty. The lack of tenants is also related to this. Didn't those householders come back? No, many of them left overnight. They didn't even bring their furniture with them. Do you think they're moving? Chen Ge was speechless. Once these strange things get out, who would dare to rent their house? At the very least, I definitely won't. Xiao Sun covered his back. He was one of the victims. Now, I'm a little interested in the boss of your agency. What kind of person would dare to take over Jinhua Apartments and Juhong Apartments? I remember your company's name is Juhong Agency. Is he related to Juhong Apartments in some way? Chen Ge wanted to get to the bottom of this before he started his exploration. Our boss is very powerful. His surname is Zhang, and he has many properties. Not only in Zhujiang, but also in Shanghai. Juhong Agency was founded by him a long time ago, and it has been left to its own devices. Unless the company is about to collapse, he will invest a sum of money into it. According to Wen Qing, their boss was a very powerful person. Juhong Agency has been losing money, so why does he insist on maintaining this place? Does he know some kind of secret? Chen Ge turned to Wen Qing. What is your boss's name? Quote. Zhang Ju. He is also one of the biggest shareholders of Eastern Zhujiang's futuristic theme park. He has worked with many companies. Zhang Ju. When he heard this name, Chen Ge finally understood. The so-called Juhong Housing Agency was a conspiracy concocted by Zhang Ju and the ghost fetus. Over the past 10 years, they had probably been sifting through the tenants and arranging a portion of the tenants to stay in fixed rooms. If that was the case, perhaps the boss of Jinhua Apartments was also related to the ghost fetus, and the landlord had slowly become sickly under the influence of the ghost fetus. Boss Zhang is a very kind person. It was him who asked me to work here and helped me find a place to stay so that I could have my own home. Wen Qing had a good impression of Zhang Ju, but she did not understand that all the gifts in life had already been set in stone. Juhong Apartments was prepared for Shang Nguyen. This place should be used to cultivate the child most suitable to become the ghost fetus. Is it also the ghost fetus idea that the old fox built the futuristic theme park in Zhujiang? Or did he find out some secret from the ghost fetus, and that's why he wanted to build a theme park in Zhujiang? Chen Ge had already memorized Zhang Ju's name in his heart. He did not plan to do anything to Zhang Ju. He merely wanted to befriend Zhang Ju after he left this door. Since the man is willing to work with the ghost fetus, then there is a chance that he might be willing to work with me. No matter what, I have to try to get him to listen to his opinion. Quote. After getting to the bottom of all this, Chen Ge had a new understanding of this residential area. Shang Nguyen was different from other children, at least that was how the ghost fetus saw him. We've stayed here long enough. Let's prepare to go upstairs. There were no locks installed on the stairs, but the black fog outside was unable to seep in. It felt like every building was protected by some kind of special power. There must be parts of the rag doll here as well. Chen Ge led Wen Qing and Xiao Sun to the second floor. This floor looked even more dilapidated. The ground was littered with paper money, and there was a white foo stuck at the corner of the stairs. It doesn't look like every family is holding a funeral, so why is there a bowl of white rice placed at the door of each house? Who is this rice for? Quote. The chopsticks were stuck in the middle of the bowl of rice. They were perfectly aligned, and it was impossible to tell whether they were meant for the people inside the house or the people outside. Compared to the first floor, other than the extra foo in the staircase, there was not much difference. Even the scratch marks on the doors were similar. For the sake of safety, Chen Ge still pushed on the doors one by one. The doors of Juhong Apartments were all made of wood. Some of the locks were already loose, and the gap between the door and the frame was very large. From left to right, the rooms on the second floor were numbered 201 to 204. When Chen Ge pushed on the door of room 201, he did not feel anything, but when he pushed on the door of room 203, he noticed that something was wrong. When he pushed on the door did not budge at all, but when he stopped pushing for a while, the door would vibrate slightly. It was like when he pushed on the door, there was also someone pushing against the door. After he left, the person behind the door slowly released the force. Taking out the hammer from his backpack, Chen Ge reached for the doorknob of room 204. The door was very old. The surface was covered in muddy handprints and not so obvious scratch marks. There was a gap of about 2 centimeters between the bottom of the door and the ground. The door was very loose, like it was going to be hard to close. Don't come over yet. Keep an eye on the staircase. Don't let anyone cut off our escape. After Chen Ge said that, he slowly walked to the side of the door. He reached out to push the bowl on the ground to the side. When he was halfway there, he suddenly knelt on the ground and looked through the gap at the bottom of the door. The eyes filled with white flashed, and the black hair disappeared through the gap. Someone's here. Chen Ge could not tell whether it was a tenant or not. His instincts told him that it was not a person, and it was not even something made up from his memory. Big brother, can you please calm down? Xiao Sun jumped up in fright. He pulled on the wound on his back, and he grimaced in pain. Shush, don't speak. Chen Ge stood up again. He took out the comic from his backpack and slowly tightened his grip on the hammer. The employees had not woken up yet, but there was already a ghost inside the building. This was the situation that he hated the most. Da da da. While Chen Ge was thinking, a strange sound came from the staircase. It sounded like a child running inside the building, but the sound soon disappeared. It should come from the top floor. Should we go and take a look? Xiao Sun's face was filled with reluctance, but he still suggested it. Don't worry, we'll take it one step at a time. If the top floor is very dangerous, we won't even have a place to run. Chen Ge did not choose to leave. He grabbed the doorknob and shook it several times. After realizing that the door would not open, he aimed at the lock and kicked. Bang! The door opened, but the person who had been leaning against the gap had disappeared. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. Chen Ge held the hammer and slowly walked into the room. Be careful, don't touch the bowl of white rice next to it. This was the first time that Chen Ge had entered Zhuhong Apartments. The building was much smaller than Jinhua Apartments, and the interior was very dilapidated. It did not look like it was occupied at all. Chen Ge, look at this. Wen Qing pointed at the calendar behind the door. There were many crosses drawn on it with a red pen, and it looked very scary. There is no year on the calendar, and most of it is missing, but a few of the dates are written. There was no light in the room. Wen Qing used her phone as a light source. When she leaned her face close to the calendar, she suddenly screamed. What's wrong? There's hair. Wen Qing's phone fell to the ground. The light shone on Chen Ge and Xiao Sun's faces, and the light turned their faces white. I'm sorry. Wen Qing apologized and quickly picked up the phone. However, for some reason, the scene earlier kept appearing in her mind. Chen Ge and Xiao Sun's faces were pale, and they stared at her standing at the door. They seemed to be the same kind of people. Xiao Sun did not pay attention to them because he was moving around the room, but Chen Ge heard what Wen Qing said. He looked at Wen Qing's shaking shoulders and did not go over. Be careful not to stray too far away from me. The three of us have to make sure that we appear in each other's sight at the same time. After Chen Ge said that, he started to look for clues in the living room. Xiao Sun entered the kitchen while Wen Qing leaned against the wall and slowly moved toward the bedroom. The wooden bed was covered with a moldy mattress. There appeared to be something wrapped inside the mattress, and it was bulging. The bed was leaning against the wall, and a white mosquito net hung from the four corners. I have a mosquito net at home as well. When Xiang Nuan first saw one, he refused to go in. He cried and made a fuss. Thinking of Xiang Nuan, Wen Qing's heart slowly calmed down. She entered the bedroom and opened the closet next to it. There were several pieces of clothing that were badly eaten by insects hanging inside the old closet. I've never seen something like this before. Is it a cheongsam? She reached her hand into the closet, wanting to take one out to take a closer look. Her fingertips touched the dress. Wen Qing was about to pull it out when 5 fingers suddenly reached out from somewhere inside the closet to grab her hand. Wen Qing's face instantly turned pale. Before she could even scream, the hand had already disappeared. Wen Qing wanted to say something, but she suddenly realized that she could not open her mouth. She slowly lowered her head to look and saw a pair of pale hands strangling her neck. A strange sound came from the closet that was only several centimeters away from Wen Qing. The clothes that were hanging together were slowly pushed aside. Black hair seeped out from the gaps between the clothes, and then a pale face slowly squeezed through the clothes and inched closer and closer. Unable to speak, Wen Qing's body was slowly dragged toward the closet by the pair of hands. Wen Qing saw that in the pair of eyes that were filled with white, her face that was twisted with fear was reflected in it. Bang! Just as her body was about to be dragged into the closet door was slammed shut. Her eyes flew open, and Wen Qing was given a fright. Only then did she realize that she was standing before the closet, and her hands were frozen in the position of holding the closet door. Are you okay? Chen Ge dragged the hammer into the bedroom. I'm fine. Wen Qing shook her head. She could not tell if what she saw earlier was an illusion or something real. Ever since she entered the black fog, she had felt like something was wrong with her body. For example, it felt like she was the only one who could see the human heads in the black fog. You don't look like you're fine. Chen Ge pressed on Wen Qing's shoulders. Don't hide anything. Tell me everything you know. Many horror movies had similar scenes. Someone would feel something was wrong, but when they asked, they would not say anything. This was a big problem, and Chen Ge would not allow something like that to happen to him. Therefore, once he noticed something strange, he had to get to the bottom of it. With Chen Ge's insistence, Wen Qing finally told the truth. Earlier, I felt like I opened the closet, and there was a pale face hiding inside. His eyes were completely white, and he squeezed his way out from the clothes. He even used his hands to strangle me. I couldn't call for help. Only the whites of his eyes. Chen Ge nodded. Do you have any clue? No, I just think his way of scaring people is worth learning. Chen Ge turned to look at the closet next to him. For now, I'll call him Cupboard Ghost. Is he still inside this closet? Probably. How did you do it earlier? I opened the door and reached my hand into the clothes, and he appeared. Before Wen Qing finished, she saw Chen Ge open the closet and reach his hand into the clothes. Like this? Yes. But why hasn't he come out yet? Chen Ge rummaged through the clothes inside the closet. He did not find the cupboard ghost, but he did find something inside the pockets of the clothes. He found several torn bedsheets, and they were covered in bloody words. It came again today, and it was still standing at the door. I have no idea what it is doing, but it seems like it wants to come in. It looks like my dead child, or at least it looks like it from the back. My family saw it too. It is not an illusion, it really exists. But why is it always facing away from us? Whose child is it? Why would it appear in the stairwell at midnight? My husband said he wanted to go out to take a look, but he never came back. He abandoned me and ran away on his own. What should I do? It is getting closer and closer to me. It keeps leaning against the door and the window. I'm sure it will come in. After I woke up, I saw it appear in the living room. It did not seem to notice me, and it stood in the middle of the living room with its back facing me. I saw its face clearly. Why would a rag doll wander around my home? What is it looking for? Why is it still here? Quote. This is too disgusting. I have never seen such an ugly doll in my life. Its arms are filled with trash and bird carcasses, and its stomach is hiding a stinking heart. Its face is made from different pieces of skin. Its legs are bent, and they are stuffed with bones that it has picked up. It reeks of foul odor, and its pitiful appearance is scary to look at. I noticed something strange about the rag doll. Its shadow is not the doll's shadow. When the light hits its body, it casts a shadow of a boy that is much taller than it is. Everyone hates it, but does it not know that? Why hasn't it left? Why is it trying to please me? It has lost its mind. It seems to treat this place as its home, this damn doll. I am not its mother, I am not its family. I have to chase it away, and I have to do everything I can. I dismantled it, placed it inside a trash bag, and buried it in the ground. I thought I could finally have a good night's sleep, but when I woke up, it reappeared inside my room. I have no family, so why is this monster still unwilling to let me go? I have sent it away again and again, but it has started to appear everywhere in my house. In the closet, under the bed, under the blanket, under the study table, it could be hiding anywhere. What should I do to send it away? The bloody words were completely distorted towards the end. There were traces of blood and fingernails in the words. The person who wrote this must have been on the verge of a mental breakdown. Chen Ge could imagine a woman with disheveled hair biting her finger and tearing at the bedsheet to write words on it. Slowly, Chen Ge came to the last bedsheet that was filled with bloody words. The words that were written on it caused everyone to shiver. I finally know what it wants to do. I'm not its mother, and it doesn't want me to be its mother. It just wants to be in my stomach. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I saw the smiling face on my stomach. I knew I would never be able to send it away again. The bloody words on the bedsheet ended there. Just looking at the bloody words made Wen Qing feel very uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because they were both women, she could understand the pain and despair that the homeowner must have felt at the time. Are these bloody words trying to remind us that the real monster inside this building is a rag doll? Even though Xiao Sun often said the wrong thing, he was not dumb. Especially when he was in danger, his brain worked fast. Something like that. Chen Ge looked at the bloody words, and his eyes were glued to one particular sentence. The shadow of the rag doll is not a doll but a boy who is much taller than it. Seeing these words, a speculation appeared in Chen Ge's heart. The ghost that possessed the rag doll is probably my shadow. After he escaped from my body, he became the rag doll's shadow. But the rag doll has no consciousness, so perhaps the rag doll is the body that he made for himself. Quote. Inside Jinhua Apartments Block A, the broken hand of the rag doll was the source of the stench. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the broken hand that the building was not invaded by the black fog. The rag doll should be the body that the ghost fetus once used. Based on the description on the bloody words, it has suffered quite a lot to maintain this ugly body. In the world behind Fang Yu's door, Chen Ge had seen a small part of the ghost fetus, memory, and the ghost fetus in the memory was completely different from the current one. The shadow had slowly turned into a demon god, and now, it had changed beyond recognition. It was no longer itself. The bloody words recorded it very clearly. Initially, the rag doll did not harm the tenants inside the building, but its very existence was a sin in itself. In the process of abandoning it, the rag doll eventually came for its revenge. That was an inevitable result. Jinhua Apartments records Shang Nuan's life, but this Juhong Apartments probably contains the ghost fetus, past. The first time Chen Ge's shadow changed was at Western Zhujiang's haunted house. As for what it experienced after that, perhaps he could find some clues from these few buildings. Without closing the cupboard, Chen Ge took out all the clothes inside the cupboard. He did not see the monster. It appeared like it had already left the room. There are children's clothes inside the cupboard, and there are 3 pairs of slippers inside the shoe cupboard. All these signs point to the fact that a boy once lived in this room. Chen Ge placed the bedsheets with the bloody words on the ground. The tenants of room 204 once had a child. Based on the bloody words on the bedsheets, this strange rag doll only appeared after the death of their child. Initially, the rag doll did not harm them. It appeared to be holding on to a glimmer of hope and wanted to live with them. Quote. Do you think that's possible? Based on the description, the rag doll is a scary monster. Who would want to live with something like that? Xiao Sun could not understand what Chen Ge was saying. Both you and the owner think that the rag doll is a monster, but have you ever considered it from the rag doll's perspective? Does it think that it is a monster? Chen Ge pointed at the bloody words on the bedsheets. Its legs are stuffed with bones, its stomach is filled with a heart, and it has a face that is pieced together. This rag doll is trying its best to become like a human being based on its own will. How come you sound so scary to me? The rag doll wants to become a human being, so it should want to live like a human being. It longs for a family and for love, but unfortunately, it has underestimated the difficulty of being a human being. Chen Ge was very rational. It does not know what a human being is, and it has no idea what it represents to other people. Actually, it is a child, but it has been seduced by the devil to become the scariest child. Quote. No matter what, it did kill the homeowner in the end. I don't think it was trying to express its own thoughts. From the beginning, it had a bad intention. In fact, I suspect that the homeowner's child was killed by the rag doll. Wen Qing's face recovered a little. She did not dare look at the bloody words on the bedsheet. You're right. Chen Ge straightened the bedsheets on the ground and held them in his hands. We're almost done with this room. Let's go to the other rooms. Are you going to take those bedsheets out with you? Wen Qing and Xiao Sun asked at the same time. That thing is unlucky. How about we put it back where it was? That's not a bad idea. Chen Ge's backpack had limited space, so he reluctantly placed the bedsheets back into the dresser. Now that the comic is out of commission, it won't be too late to come back after the employees wake up. The ghost in room 204 did not show up. It felt like the room had been abandoned for a long time. Exiting room 204, Wen Qing, who was the first to step out, paused at the door. What's wrong? There's blood on the ground. The group turned to look at where Wen Qing's phone was shining. There was a pool of fresh blood at the door of room 204. When they were searching the room earlier, it felt like something had been standing at the door watching them, and it had been there for quite some time. There are blood stains on the wall as well. Look, there are so many handprints. Wen Qing pointed at the wall next to the door. There were many fingerprints that looked like a baby's. It looked like it had been crawling on the wall before. There are so many strange things inside this building. Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to follow the bloody handprints. He walked to the staircase. They've gone up to the 3rd floor. Should we continue going up? Why don't we return to Jinhua Apartments Block A? We'll lock the door so that the people outside won't be able to come in. How about that? Quote. What if the sun doesn't rise? Chen Ge ignored Xiao Sun. He picked up his pace and entered the staircase. A faded smell of mold and stench started to appear in the air. The building was still very quiet, but this kind of silence was different from normal silence. It felt like something indescribable was hollowing out one's heart and slowly digging out one's soul. Chen Ge's 5 senses were very sensitive, and he was the most familiar with this feeling. It felt like once one entered this building, one's soul would be trapped here forever. He walked from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. He only took a few steps, but the temperature suddenly dropped. There were paper money everywhere on the ground, and white, fu, characters were pasted on the walls. There were no door gods on the old doors, but instead, there were 2 pieces of white paper. The door gods are used to guard the door, so what is the meaning of these 2 pieces of white paper? To Chen Ge's confusion, the lock on the door of room 301 was completely broken, and it could not be closed. The door was ajar, and a bowl of rice with chopsticks was placed outside the door. Inside the door, there was a copper basin filled with ashes. To enter the door, one had to step over the copper basin. That was nothing on its own, but with his yin-yang vision, Chen Ge could see clearly that there were several words written on the edge of the copper basin. Those who step over this basin will be tortured by a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. They will taste the pain of having their eyes gouged out and their heart gouged out. Chen Ge did not believe in these things, but behind other people's doors, it did not matter whether he believed it or not. The key was whether the door pusher believed it or not. Is this some kind of curse? The door was open, but Chen Ge did not dare barge in recklessly. He pushed the door open and looked inside. There were burn marks inside the room, and unburned paper money littered the ground. The most noticeable thing was that there were 4 small incense burners placed at the 4 corners of the room. The incense burners looked very strange. They were in the shape of small people kneeling on the ground like they were atoning for their sins. Can you understand what is going on? Wen Qing asked Xiao Sun and Chen Ge. She stood at the door with a nervous expression. Perhaps they are performing some kind of ritual to exorcise ghosts. Xiao Sun looked at the paper money on the ground, and he had no intention of entering the room at all. No matter what they are doing, they did not succeed in the end. Chen Ge's finger pressed on the door lock that had completely fallen off. Look at the spot where the lock and the door frame come into contact. Obviously, the door was opened with brute force. The people inside the room did not chase the ghost away but instead angered it. He moved the copper basin to the corner. This way, we won't have to walk over the basin to enter the room. If this thing is useful, we can consider taking it with us. It doesn't matter if we place it in the middle of the corridor or at the entrance of one of the rooms. Wen Qing and Xiao Sun did not know how to comment anymore. They felt like it was inappropriate, but thinking about it, Chen Ge's explanation was quite logical. After entering room 301, for the sake of safety, this time, Chen Ge did not have them split up. They all went together to whichever room they wanted to go to. There are copper coins hidden under the sofa cushion, cinnabar under the cupboard, incense burners in the 4 corners of the room, and some salt scattered on the wall. These are all things to ward off evil spirits. Chen Ge knew these things like the back of his hand. When he first obtained the black phone, he had browsed through all kinds of supernatural forums, and he realized that 90% of these things were useless. The remaining 10% might not necessarily be useful, but they were too difficult to obtain, and he had not tried them yet. The three walked through the living room, and when they reached the bedroom door, they all stopped. The wooden door before them was covered in children's bloody handprints. It was as if a child was standing outside the bedroom at midnight, banging on the door. Chen Ge slowly pushed the bedroom door open. There was a large bed inside the room, and the bedsheet was covered in black particles that looked like herbal dregs. In the middle of the sheet was the shape of a person. Several pieces of yellow paper were scattered around the bed, and some words were scribbled on them. The first time I saw it was outside the window. It was lying on the windowsill. I only realized that I was on the third floor when I woke up. The second time I saw it was behind my door. When I opened the door, I did not see it, but when I closed the door, it followed me into the room and stood behind the door. The third time I saw it was among the baby's toys. It was mimicking my child's every movement. It was also at that time that I tossed the dirty doll away. The fourth time I saw it was on the third night. I heard a sound coming from the living room. When I opened the bedroom door, I saw it sitting in the living room, playing with my child's toys. My husband and I were so scared. We turned on the light and burned it with fire. Then we tossed the remains into the trash. The fifth time I saw it was in the stairwell. It pushed me from behind, and then the sixth, seventh, the monster was completely obsessed with me. I did not know what to do to escape from it. The words on the yellow paper appeared to be a plea for help from the owner, but from the results, she did not succeed. Chen Ge held the yellow paper and glanced at the bloody handprints on the bedroom door, and the image of the scary doll appeared in his mind. The killer is that rag doll again? Was everyone in this building killed by that rag doll? Wenqing also saw the content on the yellow paper. Why would the monster do that? Why? Chen Ge turned back to look into Wenqing's eyes. He thought about it for a while, but he still did not tell her about the ghost fetus and Shang Nuan. Wenqing did not know that the monster that she mentioned was actually related to Shang Nuan. When the three stood beside the bed to communicate, the bedroom started to change. The human shape that appeared above the bed was slowly sinking like someone was lying on the bed. The stain was moving, and a child's handprint appeared on the bed. The handprint moved along the bed toward Wenqing. Chen Ge and the rest stood beside the bed, but the handprint seemed to be interested in Wenqing. Don't move. The handprint finally stopped before Wenqing. The room was eerily quiet. Everyone held their breath. I feel like there is someone standing before me. 10 seconds later, Wenqing said. Her eyes were filled with fear. It's true. There is something standing before me. Taking out the hammer, Chen Ge stared at the bed before Wenqing. The child's handprint stopped where it was. Ah! Without warning, Wenqing suddenly screamed. She staggered backward, and her body slammed into the wall. At the same time, the child's handprint started to move again, crawling toward the window. Someone touched my face just now. Its hand was very cold. Wenqing's expression did not look like she was lying. You can sense its presence. Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision, but it was to no avail. He did not expect Wenqing to be able to sense its presence. Yes, I can't see, I can't hear, and I can't smell anything strange, but I just feel that someone is standing in front of me. This kind of scary experience was rare. Wenqing was spooked. Can't any of you feel it? Why would it target me? Did it think of me as its mother? Just like the two women who were killed just now. Quote. You are unique to it. Chen Ge did not know whether he should tell Wenqing about the ghost fetus or not. Ever since you left Jinhua Apartments Block A, you have been seeing and sensing strange things, including the human heads floating in the black fog and the owner of the child's handprint. Xiao Sun also saw it earlier. Didn't he say that there was someone following behind our team? Wenqing slowly calmed down. She gently touched her face and covered the place where she had felt strange just now. He's a tenant inside the door, so it's normal for him to see strange things. You come from outside the door, but you've seen more than he and I have. That's strange. It was not that Chen Ge suspected Wenqing of doing something bad, but he had been wondering why Wenqing did not exist in the world behind Shang Nuan's door. The world behind the door was weaved based on the door pusher's memory, and the process was not something that the door pusher could control. The deeper the memory, the easier it was for the door pusher to appear. All the neighbors from Jinhua Apartments had appeared. As Shang Nuan's mother, there was no reason for Wen Qing not to appear in the world behind the door. Could it be that Shang Nuan had sent Wen Qing out of the door? Or did the ghost fetus kill or control Wen Qing inside the door to achieve his goal? What are you thinking about? Wen Qing saw Chen Ge did not say anything for a long time, so she opened her mouth to ask. The only person she could trust at that moment was Chen Ge. If one day, you find out that your child is completely different from what you imagined him to be, will you still love him? Chen Ge asked pointedly. Of course, no matter what he turns into, he will always be my child, Wen Qing said firmly without hesitation. Even if he turns into the monster that you were so afraid of earlier. When Chen Ge said that, he kept his eyes on Wen Qing, paying attention to the change in Wen Qing's expression. Even if he turns into a monster, it does not change the fact that he is my child. Wen Qing was confused. Why do you keep asking me these strange questions? You suspect that Shang Nuan is the monster inside the building. That's impossible. You haven't interacted with him before, but he is actually a very good child. Quote. Yes, I believe he is a very good child. Chen Ge had seen the ghost fetus' earliest memory in Fang Yu's world. Inside Western Zhujiang's haunted house, after the young Chen Ge went to bed, the shadow stayed in the room to play with its toys. It looked so lonely that it made one's heart ache. Initially, the shadow was pure, but after it left Chen Ge, it changed completely. Chen Ge's shadow had died, and a ghost called the ghost fetus had appeared in the human world. Let's go to the next room. The earlier we find the rag doll's body parts, the better it will be for our escape. Chen Ge did not argue with what Wen Qing said. He did not want to waste too much time on this question. Don't suddenly change the topic. Why did you ask that question earlier? Wen Qing chased after Chen Ge. The two of them stopped after they exited the bedroom. The incense burners in the four corners of the living room were all knocked over. The copper basin was flipped over, and the ashes from the paper money were scattered everywhere. Someone has been here, and it is following behind us. I think the chance of it being a ghost is higher. We'd better leave this building as soon as possible. Chen Ge did not say anything. He walked through the living room to look at the corridor outside. There were more bloody handprints on the wall. The monster was crawling back and forth in the corridor. The handprints that appeared on the bed earlier are child handprints, and the ones outside are bloody handprints. Are these two different ghosts? There are two child ghosts inside the building? Or is there a child ghost in every house? Behind the door, Zhuhong Apartments was filled with dead people. They were the original tenants behind the door. As for the exact number, only the ghost fetus would know. The bloody handprints wandered around the third floor before running up to the fourth floor. It was like it was playing hide and seek with Chen Ge. Should we continue to chase after it? Xiao Sun had a bitter expression on his face. He was really afraid now. Chen Ge used his actions to answer Xiao Sun. His eyes stared at the bloody handprints as he walked up to the fourth floor. The corridor that led from the third floor to the fourth floor was littered with many broken toys and the carcasses of many bugs. Chen Ge could not even name most of the bugs because they were too fragmented. The paper money stuck to the soles of his shoes. The air was stuffy, and they could hear the sound of something rolling on the ground. The three came to the fourth floor. This floor was not that different from the previous floors, but it looked more dilapidated. Half of the food that was pasted on the walls had been torn off, and the more important thing was the bowls of white rice on the ground. The white rice outside the door of the fourth floor had been eaten. The chopsticks were stuck into the bowls, and the rice was scattered everywhere. Someone really went to eat this. The rice in the bowls is used to feed the ghosts. The fact that the rice here has been eaten means that there might be more ghosts on this floor. Chen Ge's eyes stared at the bloody handprints. The handprints disappeared into the innermost room on the fourth floor. If there's any emergency later, the two of you must not wander off. Staying close to me is the safest. After giving the order, Chen Ge walked to the innermost room on the fourth floor, room 404. The white rice at the door had been eaten, and there were only some moldy rice left in the bowls. Grabbing the doorknob, before Chen Ge could exert any force, the door was opened. It's not locked. He slowly pulled the door open, and when he was halfway through, he stopped. There was a child in a red dress sitting in the living room. Her back was facing the door, and her face was facing the window. Her body was tied up with white bandages. A red specter? Chen Ge was very sensitive to the color red. When he saw the red dress, he stopped moving immediately. Before his employees woke up, he did not have the right to fight a red specter head-on. What is a red specter? Xiao Sun placed his hand on Chen Ge's shoulder. Why is the flesh on your shoulder frozen? Shut up. Chen Ge stood at the door for a long time, and he realized that he was overthinking things. It was not a red specter but a girl in a red dress. Entering the room, Chen Ge looked around. The room was covered in bloody handprints. He lifted his head, and the ceiling was covered in red fingerprints. It felt like the monster would crawl all over the room at night. Can I not go in? Xiao Sun was reluctant. And Wen Qing did not want to go in either. This room was indeed too scary for a normal person. Following me is the safest. Have you forgotten about the ghosts inside closet 204? They are watching us at all times. Once we separate, they will attack us immediately and make us stay here forever. Chen Jade took out the hammer and slowly approached the girl who was facing away from the door. He could not sense any presence from the girl. She was not a living person, and she was not a red specter. She was more like a work of art. Walking to the girl, Chen Ji's expression turned serious. He did not know how to describe this girl. She looked no different from a normal person, but it felt like she had lost her soul and had become an empty shell. The girl's body was tied to the chair by the white cloth. Her head leaned against the back of the chair, and there was blood on the corner of her lips. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no life in her eyes. They were like two dark holes. What is your name? Chen Jie tried to communicate with the girl, but the girl did not respond. Compared to a normal person, she was more like a doll made from a living person, but this doll was much cuter than the one made by the ghost fetus. Is this child a resident of Ju Hong Apartments? Wen Qing walked over. Can you untie her? She might know something. Let's see if there are any other clues in this room. It won't be too late to make a decision after making sure there is no danger. Chen Jie did not find anything on the girl, so he started to search the room. The room was very old. The furniture was simple, and the environment was poor. It was worse than room 301 and 204 that Chen Jie had visited earlier. Why are there bloody handprints all over this room? The ghost fetus must have run into something in this room. His eyes scanned the room, and Chen Jie started to notice some problems. Room 404 was the only room that did not even have a sofa. The owner was so poor that he did not have much furniture, and most of them were low-quality goods. They could not even maintain their basic necessities, but there were plenty of toys in the room, and they came in many varieties. There is not even a fan in this room. Why would the owner be willing to buy so many toys for his child? Pushing open the bedroom door, a walking stick slid out from behind the door, and it landed right on Chen Ji's shoe. Picking up the walking stick, Chen Jie saw a family picture placed on the study table. A man with only one leg was hugging his son, and a woman was carefully guarding her son. On the other side of the man was a little girl. In the picture, only the girl's face was normal. The faces of the other three were covered in scratches like they had been gouged out by fingernails. There is a family of 4, but why is the girl's face the only one that is not scratched out? Chen Jie picked up the picture. He saw a sentence written on the back of the picture, "I am your family." This handwriting is similar to the name carved on the chest of the mud statuette. It should have been written by the ghost fetus. Putting down the family picture, Chen Jie opened the drawer of the study table. To his surprise, the drawer was filled with many kinds of pictures, and every picture had the date in crooked handwriting on the back. Chen Jie arranged the pictures according to the date. The first picture was taken about 10 years ago, not long after the shadow left Chen Jie. There was only a girl in the picture. She looked cute, but she was dressed like a boy. This picture was taken at the entrance of the apartment building. When the sky was turning dark, the girl was running down the stairs with a broken sandbag. The second picture was taken a few days later. The girl still looked like a tomboy. She stood next to the pile of trash, holding a broken rag doll in her hands. In the third picture, the girl was standing outside room 404. The rag doll was abandoned in the stairwell, and the girl's parents were scolding her. In the fourth picture, The girl was hiding under the shade of a tree with toys that she had never played with. She was smiling happily. That carefree smile was like a spring breeze, able to heal all the scars. In the fifth picture, the little brother took away the girl's toys. The mother seemed to be questioning the girl and kept nodding at her. The father, who was missing a leg, was holding a broom, and his expression was twisted. They seemed to suspect that the girl had stolen the family's money and used it to buy toys. In the sixth picture, the little brother was sitting inside the pile of toys, and the girl was leaning against the door. Half of the rag doll's face was peeking out from behind the door. The first few pictures were normal, but from the seventh picture onward, everything changed. Various wounds started to appear on the little brother's body. The parents were helpless, and in their desperation, they vented their anger on the girl. Perhaps from their perspective, the girl did not take good care of her little brother, or perhaps the wounds were caused by the girl. The following pictures became crueler and crueler. In the 11th picture, a rag doll pressed down on the little brother's head and pushed him to the window. The girl screamed and stopped the rag doll. In the 12th picture, the little brother hid behind his parents, crying and screaming. The girl was punished to stand at the door, and the hand that she hid behind her was dragging the rag doll. In the 13th picture, the rag doll was once again thrown into the trash. It looked no different from the other pieces of trash, but when the rain fell on its face, which was made from different pieces of skin, it looked like a child with tears streaming down its face. The rag doll in the 13th picture was quite pitiful. It had been picked up by the girl from the trash and then abandoned there. There are no other pictures in the drawer, so this is the last one. Chen Ge looked at the picture on the table. The heavily damaged family picture formed a sharp contrast to the rag doll that had been abandoned in the trash. This should be the first time it has been abandoned. Chen Ge was just speculating. The rag doll was willing to trust others, so it meant that it had not completely followed the path of the ghost fetus. It believed that it could befriend the girl, and perhaps the girl did treat it as a friend at one moment, but reality gave it a heavy blow. The girl's family should have all been killed by the ghost fetus, and the girl herself has become the rag doll's doll. Chen Ge closed the drawer and walked toward the living room. The girl leaned against the chair. She seemed to be unable to stand. If not for the white cloth, she probably would not have been able to sit up on her own. "Can you hear me? If you can you blink or nod?" Chen Ge helped the girl remove the white cloth. Throughout the process, the girl did not react at all. She allowed Chen Ge to do whatever he wanted with her like a toy that did not have a mind of its own. When all the white cloth was removed, the girl's body toppled to the side. When Chen Ge reached out to catch her, several blood-red pictures fell from the girl's body. These pictures were different from the pictures in the drawer. They were taken at midnight, and the background was blood-red. The main characters were the girl's family, and they had died in different ways. This is its revenge. Chen Ge studied the pictures closely, and he noticed something strange. Other than the girl's family and the rag doll, there was another person in the blood-red pictures. One of the pictures had a room number on it. It was taken at the door of room 504. The girl's father was lying on the ground, and his remaining leg was being hugged by the rag doll. Other than the two of them, there was a doctor in a white coat standing inside room 504. He is the tenant of room 504. The doctor's face was scratched, so he could not be seen clearly. However, the white coat he was wearing was very unique. It was full of small holes caused by soot, and there was a large smear that looked like fat on it. The rag doll was abandoned, and it looked very pitiful, but it did not seek revenge at the first moment. It still stayed in the trash pile on its own. Could its sudden change be related to this doctor? Chen Ge felt like he had found another crucial clue. The shadow's first change was because he had entered the world behind the door of the haunted house, and the second change was probably because of the doctor. Wen Cheng, has there ever been a doctor living in Zhuhong apartments before? Yes, but I can't remember. Wen Cheng thought about it for a moment. I'm not sure if they're doctors or not, but when I first started working at Zhuhong agency, I often saw people in white coats walking out from Zhuhong apartments. There is such a thing, yes. But ever since Shang Nuan and I moved to Jinhua apartments, we rarely see those doctors in white coats around. Understood. A speculation appeared in Chen Ge's heart. He held the few blood-red pictures. Let's go to room 504 to take a look. The answer should be there. Ever since he found out about the existence of the cursed hospital, Chen Ge had become very interested in the profession of a doctor. For some reason, whenever he saw a person in a white coat, he would have the urge to follow them. Xiao Sun, are your wounds better? Chen Ge suddenly turned to look at Xiao Sun. I feel like the wounds have worsened, and the pain is getting worse. There is no sign of it healing. Xiao Sun shook his head. Why are you so concerned about me? I was thinking of asking you to carry the girl on your back, but since your wounds have not healed, then forget it. Chen Ge placed the girl on the sofa. Aren't we going to bring her with us? Wen Qing did not have the heart to do that. The girl looked so pitiful, like a rag doll that had been abandoned by its owner. Earlier, we managed to recreate part of the scene through the pictures, but there are many details that we do not know. It is too dangerous to bring her with us. Chen Ge gave a very simple example. What if she suddenly wakes up when we are running away and grabs you by the neck to stop you from leaving? Fine, then we should leave her here for now. After we have explored the whole building and confirmed that there is no more danger, we will come back to pick her up. Chen Ge took the few blood-red pictures and left room 404. He noticed that the bloody handprints on the corridor had increased. The handprints did not follow any pattern. They appeared to be crawling around them. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's pick up the pace. We are going to the 5th floor. The broken toy pieces on the ground had increased. No matter how much strength they used, they would make a sound when they stepped on them. In the quiet corridor, the sound of footsteps was rather shrill. With Chen Ge leading the way, they did not stop and went straight to the 5th floor. The stench in the air thickened. This floor was obviously different from the previous floors. The walls were covered in large and small bloody handprints, gouging marks, and simple graffiti. The graffiti looked like it was drawn by a child. The lines were extremely simple, but the content was quite scary. This kind of harmless horror would have a huge impact on an adult. Other than that, Chen Ge noticed something strange. There were many characters pasted on the walls of the 5th floor as well, but they were all pasted on the 5th floor. Every family pasted the upside down during Chinese New Year. It is a homonym for the word and it carries a good meaning. The lower floors are all characters, but the 5th floor is pasted on the wall. Could it be that they are trying to tell others that the is on this floor? Xiao Sun had seen too many characters, so when he saw the character pasted on the wall, he found it rather unfamiliar. Chen Ge ignored him and walked straight to the door of room 504. All the bloody handprints in the corridor eventually gathered here. Chen Ge gestured, and he felt like all the bloody handprints had crawled out from here before they all crawled back to this room. The secret of the whole building should be inside room 504. Chen Ge stopped outside the door. He looked at the half-open door, and his eyes scanned the room number. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing also walked over. The three stood together, and they were ready. Raising his arm, Chen Ge grabbed the doorknob. Before he could push, the door suddenly opened a gap. Something grabbed Chen Ge's wrist, and Wen Qing screamed. Xiao Sun stumbled back in fright. Chen Ge was also startled, but he recovered almost instantly. He was about to reach out to grab the person when a ball of cloth fell out from the gap. Did you see that? It opened on its own. Xiao Sun pointed at the door. Do we still need to go in? Quote. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing stood behind Chen Ge. They did not get too close to the door. Chen Ge looked at the spot where his wrist had been grabbed earlier. He could no longer feel the spot. It was cold to the touch, like a block of ice. We've already come this far. Of course, we should go in to take a look. Chen Ge squatted down and picked up the ball of cloth that had fallen out from the gap. It was a piece of cloth that had been scrunched together. There were 3 bloody words written on it, "Not well return." The monster appears to be warning us not to go in. Is it doing that on purpose? Xiao Sun looked at the words on the cloth. We'd better leave as soon as possible. The ghost inside the building has already warned us. If we don't leave now, won't we be being a bit ungrateful? Wait a minute. When she saw the words on the cloth, Wen Qing's emotions were stirred. Don't go yet. The words on the cloth look like they were written by Shang Nguyen. Wen Qing moved the cloth closer to her eyes. After she looked at it, She finally confirmed it. Shang Nuan does not know how to write that many words. He always writes enter, as well. That's right. This is written by him. Gripping the cloth tightly, Wen Qing's eyes turned red and swollen. Shang Nuan is inside the room. He's inside the room behind the door. Don't get so worked up just yet. Chen Ge signaled for Wen Qing to calm down. But Wen Qing could not calm down no matter how hard she tried. There are bloody handprints everywhere inside this building. The ghost who left behind the bloody handprints must have had blood on his hands, but the hand that reached out from the gap earlier was invisible. Other than the bone-chilling cold, there was no blood on its fingers. From this, we can deduce that he is different from the other ghosts inside this building. So, he is Shang Nuan. Wen Qing hurried to open the door, but she was stopped by Chen Ge. Have you really thought this through? The thing that you saw behind the door might not be Shang Nuan but something else. Chen Ge wanted to clarify things. When they were in room 301, they had seen the white handprint appear on the bed. At the time, Chen Ge had been wondering why the ghost would have such a thing for Wen Qing. If the white handprint was Shang Nuan, then perhaps he had been following Wen Qing all this time, but no one could see him. Only Wen Qing could sense his presence when she was very close to him. I am ready. No matter what, I will go in. Wen Qing's attitude was firm. No matter what Chen Ge said, she would not listen. You want to go in because you want to find him, but he has given you hints that he does not want you to go in. Chen Ge sighed. Never mind. The two of you stay behind me. If you run into any danger, retreat from the room as fast as you can. Do not hesitate. Holding the doorknob, Chen Ge slowly pushed the door of room 504 open. The door shook, and a pungent smell of foul odor hit them in the face. Looks like part of the rag doll's body is hidden inside this room. Once the door opened, Wen Qing shone her phone into the living room. When she saw the scene inside the room, her face froze. The small room was completely occupied by bloody handprints. Other than the children's handprints, there were many children's faces printed on the walls. The faces were all red. They were expressionless, and they looked different from each other. How come it feels like every face represents a living child? It feels like they will open their eyes at any moment. Xiao Sun stood at the back of the room and sucked in a cold breath. Shang Nuan. Wen Qing kept screaming into the room. Can you two keep quiet? Chen Ge carried his backpack and gripped the hammer with both hands. He was on high alert. Room 504 was decorated with various kinds of furniture and many chairs. If one did not know better, they might have thought this was some kind of cram school. There were many smiley masks placed on the chairs. The material used to make the masks should be similar to the paper money on the ground. They were all yellowed white paper. Chen Ge picked up a random mask to take a closer look. This smiley mask that was cut out from white paper was a huge contrast to the faces of the children on the wall. One was always smiling, and the other was trapped in great pain. After rummaging through the room, Chen Ge found many files inside the drawer under the television. These files were numbered, and they looked like they were from more than 10 years ago. Finding the first file, Chen Ge stood in the living room and opened it. The stench in the room thickened. Chen Ge poured the contents of the file onto the coffee table. There were several documents with pictures attached to them, and there was a dried bird carcass. A patient's record. Chen Ge turned to look at the document. It was a record written by a doctor. It does not have a name. I found it in a garbage dump, so for now, I will use the term, trash, to refer to it. Trash has a strong desire to live like a human being. It is pursuing something that it cannot explain. Through its description, I personally believe that what it is pursuing is a feeling of happiness. Trash wants to obtain happiness, but it does not know what happiness is. To cure its illness, the first thing to do is to teach it what happiness is. Trash cannot understand words that involve human emotions, so I can only teach it from a different perspective. Unhappiness is a kind of illness. Unhappiness is like a small cut on the heart, and all the happiness will slip away. Happiness is like a wound that has healed. Explaining happiness from my perspective, Trash understood it very quickly. It started to look for wounds on other people. It is really a good child. The first thing that it wanted to do when it understood happiness was not to create misfortune but to search for happiness. It searched for a long time, but it could not find happiness. To make it easier for it to understand, I persuaded it to create misfortune first, and then slowly observe what happiness is. Trash chose a bird. With my help, it removed the bird's wings. Blood soaked the feathers, and the bird cried. That is the sound of misfortune. Under Trash's careful care, the bird's wound healed, but it lost its wings and the sky forever. I told Trash, that is the price of happiness. To obtain happiness, one must lose something. It is very fair. The first document ended there. Chen Ge then opened the second file. Other than the document, there was an eyeball that was frozen in glue. Trash is the most perfect patient that I have ever seen. I do not want to share it with other doctors. For now, I will not take it back with me. I will treat it here. Trash is very smart. He made a beautiful body for himself. The materials were found on the bodies of those unfortunate people. Even with all the words that I have, I cannot describe the beauty of that body. Trash's sense of beauty is the same as mine. I did not teach it that, it learned it on its own. With a beautiful body, Trash can do more things, and I can also give him more in-depth treatment. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.